Hola, muy buenos días.
Hello
Bienvenidos a
and
la
good
primera
morning.
edición
Welcome to
del
the
Space
first
and
edition
Industrial
of the Space and
Economy
Industrial
5.0
Economy
Sevilla Virtual
5.0
Summit, que lleva
Sevilla
por lema
Virtual Summit, which has the motto, "The Space as Preserver of the Planet." In this summit, we're going to analyze the development opportunities that innovation, technology, and the new industry offer in Spain, where the companies of the aerospace sector have a great relevance. This summit is held in a very appropriate moment to reflect on new productivity models. On the one hand side, we are now in a scenario strongly affected by the economic crisis generated by the pandemic and affecting traditional industries. And on the other hand, Spain is about to receive the recovery funds from Europe. This is a world-class summit because apart from the 62 highly qualified national and international speakers that will share their analysis today and tomorrow, we would look at space to find opportunities and services that will make our life easier here on Earth. The chairman of the summit is the mayor of Seville, Juan Espadas, and the commissioner, Josep Piqué, former Minister of Industry. This virtual summit is co-organized by Fibes Seville. The global partners and sponsors of this summit are Hispasat, Vodafone, Cellnex, and GMV. The summit also has the support of the Center for Industrial Technological Development, TEDAE, and the Mobile World Capital, Barcelona. And we also have as media partner the EFE agency. We thank for the institutional representation that will participate in this summit and that is headed by the Vice President Teresa Rivera, the Minister Reyes Maroto, and the Minister Pedro Duque, and we welcome the participation of relevant companies and associations. We're going to start this opening ceremony of the summit, which is chaired by Reyes Maroto, Minister of Industry, Trade and Tourism of the Government of Spain, and we will have the pleasure to listen to her very soon. We also invite to this opening act Juan Espadas, the Mayor of Seville and the Chairman of this Summit of Space and Industrial Economy 5.0, who had a fundamental role in the development of this summit. We would like to extend a warm welcome to him.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Soy Juan Espadas,
My name is Juan Espadas. I am the mayor of Seville. Thank you. For the city of Seville, the organization of this summit is a great opportunity at this particular moment in time. It is indeed an opportunity we want to make the most of. So if I may, I would like to say thank you to all of those who made it possible for us to be here for the conference to come true. Thank you to the organizers. Thank you to all speakers. In the opening session, I have to express it is very, very important to rely on institutional support. So I would like to say thank you to those of you here in the opening session for participating, for sharing your messages with Sevilla and their summit. We are faced with an unprecedented revolution. Technology is indeed the best way to overcoming difficulties and hardships. In Sevilla, we have the right infrastructure to do so. This is not my statement. This is the statement by María Jesús Manchón, the CEO of a great company in Spain. She used those very same words in a conference on tourist innovation, a summit held in Sevilla, in a congress about technology applied to tourism and their activities in a very difficult moment in time. In spite of the pandemic, we managed to make this conference a reference conference worldwide. With these words, I would like to welcome you all to the first Space and Industrial Economy 5.0 Sevilla Virtual Summit. Somehow, and to a great extent, her words are a guide to us in today's summit. COVID-19 has made it visible how important technology it is to economy in general and to industry too, but also for citizens. The health crisis has caused the planet to be immersed in a global crisis, which is particularly harsh on the service sector and on the air carrier sector. Airlines are suffering from waning orders for civil aircraft and also civilian planes. Due to the emergency, services had to be diverted to healthcare. For instance, Sevilla is not alien to these impacts on these industrial services and sectors, and we're therefore very concerned. But crises also give way to opportunities. We are convinced, we are confident the pandemic will come to an end. Tourism will recover. Airlines will recover with new orders for new planes, and defense industry will also become stronger. Opportunities related to technology, opportunities related to research and innovation, to development, and in some to economy 5.0 will certainly come true. Economy 5.0 means we have a particular approach to people and citizens, since solutions are favored for a better quality of life for the whole of society, including satellites, drones, robots, and also including the deployment of 5G technology, artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, digital twins, new payment methods and applications focused on people's health, without forgetting cybersecurity, vehicles in the future, and the new mobility concept, including the smart city concept, are focused on people, are focused on citizens, with a view to compliance sustainable development goals. To that end, transformation processes need to be sped up in a society that makes progress towards digitalization very clearly, but a society that cannot forget about existing digital divides, which are indeed a reality and which needs to be faced from the focus and perspective of inclusion, nobody being left behind. As per the United Nations slogan, it is precisely about that we want to talk here in this virtual summit. María Jesús Almanzor, the CEO of Telefónica, in her words in the conference that I mentioned earlier, she also said that part of that unprecedented revolution is to believe we are the main protagonists, the main actors in that process. So we are to have faith, we are to believe in ourselves and think we can overcome obstacles in many different fields. If I may, I would like to take pride about Sevilla and its tradition in the aeronautical sector and industry, and its very, very relevant talent in this region, and the fact that we can become very attractive to new projects and new investment. I'm also going to borrow words by someone else, Giuseppe Piquet, who is here with us and to whom I'll give the floor in a minute in this virtual meeting, a former Minister for Industry, a person who has been key to organizing this event, which is so important for Sevilla. Sevilla, in Giuseppe Piquet's words, is a key city for investment and for the aeronautical industry. In that respect, I would like to add that the Council of Sevilla is decisively committed to getting these investment projects to come true. Without a doubt, the territorial capital of our metropolitan area is ideal as a place, as a site for projects, for major industrial projects, because we do have the knowledge for it, and because this global crisis, this global economic crisis, will also bring opportunities out. faced with the pandemic. Let's be optimistic. And as the participants in the conference about tourism that I mentioned earlier said, let's find the light at the end of the tunnel, for light to be shed, for new opportunities to come true in this land. Welcome to our summit, and let's continue with the opening session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor of Seville, for chairing this virtual summit. We would now like to welcome Josep Piqué, Commissioner of the First Space and Industrial Economy 5.0 Seville Virtual Summit.
Buenos días a todos.
Good morning. First of all, I would like to greet those who are with me in this opening ceremony and thank you for being with us in this first summit about economy, space, and the Industry 5.0, which we are holding in Seville. First of all, I would like to thank the Minister of Industry, Trade and Tourism, Reyes Maroto, the Mayor of Seville and Chairman of the Summit, Juan Espadas, the Chairman of the Spanish Chamber of Commerce, Josep Lluís Bonet, and the Chairman of Hispasat, Jordi Hereu. Welcome you all to this first edition that has the purpose of being a meeting point for the research and the industry, whose development is crucial for stimulating the economy and the creation of employment. There's a clear need for Spain in these very difficult economic and social times, acts with the opportunities that the 5.0 industry will generate and the expansion of technology and the digital revolution have on our industrial activity. Allow me to especially thank the city of Seville and very especially its mayor, Juan Espadas, and all his team for their important role as co-organizers of this summit through FIBES. Thanks to Hispasat, Telnex, Vodafone, and GMV for their collaboration and support. And of course, thank you all the speakers and panelists who will participate in the summit, and of course, all those of you who are online following us from Spain and also from other countries. I would like to highlight the absolute support from the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Tourism with a very important representation throughout the summit, headed by the Minister Reyes Maroto, as well as from the General Secretary of Industry, and Galo Gutiérrez. We will also have the fourth Vice President and Minister for the Ecological Transition and Demographic Challenge, Teresa Rivera, and the Minister of Science and Innovation, Pedro Duque, whose ministries are very much linked to the contents of this summit. We have 2 days of summit that will revolve around technological progress and developments and the emergence of the 5.0 society, especially paying attention to the challenges and opportunities for Spain in these fields and in the search of leadership in Europe, mainly promoted by the aerospace innovation that takes place in our country and very especially in Seville. We will also see in this summit how many of the innovations boosted by this sector has a reflection and a great impact in many other industrial sectors and technological sectors, as well as in the daily life of the citizens. As you've seen in the agenda, the summit will have a world-class group of speakers that will speak about many interesting topics because they will deal about the future and the many possibilities for the Spanish company and the generation of employment. Our economy, as is the case of the rest of the European countries and the world countries, has suffered with the pandemic. In Spain, we could clearly see the challenges this meant because after decades, our economy has been more and more sustained by the service sector and especially by tourism. These sectors, and especially tourism, are mainly affected by the mobility restrictions that we are suffering at world level. This has a clear impact in the Eurozone. The industrial sector has performed much better than the service sector, and we can say the same for Spain. We could see how our industrial production decreased in October compared to the previous month in around 0.4%, while if we compare to the same month last year, the decrease was around 4%. However, in the service sector, the drop was of around 13% in our country. This means that the contribution to the fall of the GDP in Spain by the industrial sector has been much lower, and therefore it offers better expectations for the future that we need to develop. We could also say that in all economic crises that we've suffered since Spain modernized its economy around 1959 with the stabilization plan, we have always overcome those crises thanks to the foreign sector, thanks to three levers. First, of course, tourism, and now instead of being part of the solution, has become part of the problem. But also, we were able to come out because of direct foreign investment and the export of high-value manufactured products. And these two factors, these two last factors, are very much linked to the industrial sector and the challenges that we will speak about in these days. So that's it. I am sure that the speeches and the roundtable discussions that will be held today and tomorrow will be very interesting for you and will help you to envision the future of our country in the context of a globalized world where Spain should have the ambition to play a main role. I wish you all a very nice summit. In this opening ceremony, we will also have Jordi Hereu, the chairman of Hispasat, who will now speak to you.
Ministra de Industria, Comercio y Turismo, Reyes Maroto, Alcalde de Sevilla,
Minister for Industry, Trade and Tourism, Reyes Maroto, Mayor of Seville, and President of this summit, Juan Espada, Justice Luis Bonet, President of the Chamber of Commerce in Spain, and Josep Piqué, Commissioner for Space Industrial Economy 5.0. It is an honor and a pleasure for me to participate in this opening ceremony. I would like to congratulate the sponsors on putting this together, the mayor of this wonderful city of Seville, which has been always connected with the aerospace industry. I would also like to congratulate Giuseppe Piqué, commissioner for this event, and Isabel Atkinson, who's really pushed this project forward. I'd like to congratulate them on putting this together. As a president of Hispasat, it's important for me to be here, to be linked to this event. Why? Because this summit is important because of the topics that are going to be addressed over the next couple days. Topics will be addressed here, which are always strategic but crucial right now. Talking about the space as a source of technology innovation, or the reinvention of the Spanish production system, or a new energy model, or even how connectivity can prove a factor to reverse this emptied Spain and has to see its population grow again. We're talking about artificial intelligence or 5G are absolutely strategic matters, but I would also like to congratulate you on the time chosen, because this is a time of difficulty. We're in the midst of a pandemic. We are undergoing huge transformations. We are looking at and undergoing the effects of the social and economic crises following the healthcare crisis, but at the same time, we're witnessing the enormous opportunities and changes that we're witnessing in an accelerated manner over the past month. So it's a strategic point in time whereby Spain and Europe need to decide what recovery path they wish to take. And it is apparent that recovery will be linked to transformation. Thus, these are key, indispensable topics that we need to touch on. And despite the fact that this is a virtual event, it arises from the initiative of a physical place, a city. And I would like to thank the city of Seville for taking on this initiative for this city to be a meeting point for Spain and Europe. And Spain has a tradition of being a production center for this wonderful industry. And I believe that the topics chosen, the time chosen, and the city where this initiative starts, these three elements are very important. That's why Hispasat had to be present, and it's a pleasure for us to be here, and we'll participate in a number of presentations. So this company, which has been a leader for over 30 years, we've been leading the aerospace industry in Spain, wish to continue to drive the industry, to push the industry forward, to be at the service of this project for economic advancements, for the distribution of rights, including digital rights, which will be discussed at the summit. Hence, it is an honor and a privilege, insofar as I am president of Hispasat, to participate in this such important summit, which includes so many elements that are important for the future. Thank you.
It is a great honor to have in the opening ceremony of the summit Josep Lluís Bonet, the chairman of the Spanish Chamber of Commerce.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank the organizers of this first Space and Industrial Economy 5.0 Seville virtual summit for inviting me to participate in the opening ceremony of this event. Being part of an opening panel with the friends is an honor and a privilege. First, we have the Minister of Industry, Trade and Tourism of the Government of Spain, Reyes Maroto, the Mayor of Seville, Juan Espadas, the President of Hispasat, Jordi Hereu, as well as Josep Piqué, who is Commissioner of this summit. Given the current circumstances, we cannot be face-to-face. However, I'm satisfied to be able to participate in this event thanks to new technologies that allow us to be together, though not physically, especially in a summit that is so important, a summit held in Seville over the next 2 days. Numerous reputed personalities are going to participate. Both domestic and international experts will discuss the aerospace industry and the industrial economy 5.0 and how technology is going to impact the economy and the role played by artificial intelligence, among other technologies. This is a crucial discussion given the transformation ability of these technologies, which will play a lead role in digital transformation. And our production fabric is closely connected to this to overcome the crisis. So we need a digital transformation, whether we like it or not. And initiatives such as the one undertaken by the city of Seville to make this city one of the main poles of the European aerospace industry are a good example of the driving projects that our country needs at this point in time in order to overcome this difficult situation in which we are and which will be with us for some time. And hopefully we will overcome this in such a way that the country will be stronger and better prepared to compete. Digitization is radically changing the economy and society worldwide. The speed of this change is unprecedented. The pandemic has reinforced the social entrepreneurial perception of the need to prioritize and accelerate said digital transformation. One could surmise what would have happened during the lockdown that we have intensely lived in a world that was purely analogic. The consequences would have been worse. Companies without the ability to telework, the same goes for institutions, would have had an even greater negative impact. What would have happened without online education? What if we hadn't been able to purchase goods and services by electronic means? Well, everything would have been more complicated. Therefore, we are facing a twofold challenge. On the one hand, we need to make the most of the opportunities brought about by digitization for the citizenship and institutions, and at the same time we need to mitigate the risks and mismatches that are inherent to this. For the Spanish Chamber of Commerce, digital transformation is not an option for Spain. It's necessary, and therefore we believe it is critical to strengthen the adequate environment for this to happen as quickly as possible, as better as possible, to strengthen our country in the new global economic scenario that is already here and that is here to stay. At the same time, we need to ensure that this digital transformation be inclusive, that it includes all the citizenship, all companies, all industries, so nobody should be left behind. This needs to be sustainable from a social and financial point of view. It has to be balanced. All the traditional and new digital stakeholders need to coexist in this new scenario, and this change needs to be fair so as to mitigate the risks and mismatches that have taken place. These are the principles that have inspired the initiative for digital transformation launched by the Chamber of Commerce of Spain and drafted in the Digitization Commission presided by Telefonica. This is an initiative which comprises 65 measures to accelerate digital transformation, and it suggests the drafting of regulations to do away with the regulation obstacles that hinders digitization, advocating for new common rules for all industries, rules that will be the foundation of said transformation process. There is a need for structural reform. It is at our reach to further develop our production fabric and the well-being of one and all. I would like to underscore one essential aspect of digitization of the economy. We believe that SMEs need to be digitalized because they account for over 90% of our entrepreneurial fabric. Most companies are undertaken in a digitization process. They're all in this path towards digitization. Some are even global leaders. So a lot has been achieved. But if we want digital transformation to be a success across the country, there is no way around this. We need to include SMEs. For the latter, digitization is a matter of survival, if you think about it. And at the same time, it opens up huge future opportunities to face growth, competitiveness, and internationalization. 3 challenges. Let me finish with a final thought. The digital transformation is a priority for the European Commission in the framework of the next generation European Union. Therefore, one of the main sectors that will receive greater financing in the plan for transformation and resilience will be the one at hand. So Spain should be at the vanguard of the digitization process and make the most of these opportunities to compensate for some of the consequences that the economic crisis will have and to boost recovery. We need to prioritize digitized transformation. This is key for our economy At the end of the day, this is the foundation for future Spanish prosperity in the 21st century. Thank you.
It is a pleasure to have the Minister of Industry, Trade and Tourism of the Government of Spain, Reyes Maroto, in the opening ceremony of the first Space and Industrial Economy 5.0 Seville Virtual Summit.
Querido Juan, alcalde de Sevilla y presidente del Summit,
Dear Juan, Mayor of Seville and Chairman of the Summit, Chairman of the Spanish Chamber of Commerce, Chairman of ISPASAT, Commissioner of the Summit, dear friends, I would first like to congratulate the organizers of this Congress under the title Space as Preserver of the Planet, because it offers a great opportunity to bring to the focus the importance of the Spanish industry and especially the space industry as an example for the growth of our economy. We're in the middle of the fourth industrial revolution based on the development of artificial intelligence, 5G, predictive models, aerospace, connectivity, sustainable mobility. And we want to be the protagonists in this revolution because apart of generating employment, it also is a driver for our economy. The fight against the pandemic of COVID-19 left us many lessons. In the field of industrial economy, we have two concepts, industrial sovereignty and resilience. We could see how important it is to have our own productive capacity for certain products in the health sector in order to protect the health of our citizens. From the Ministry of Industry, we have established a plan for basic products to guarantee the supply in our health system and for the whole population. Apart from that, the activities, industrial activities have shown to be a better buffer for these difficult times. Right now, they are gradually recovering their activity. It is time to work for the future of the industry and make this challenge to recover into an opportunity to reactivate Spanish industry. This is gathered in the Recovery, Transformation and Resilience Plan, identifying the industry as one of the stimulating levers to recover our economy. I will mention that later. You will allow me to mention the Spanish space industry. It's been a sector that knew how to evolve and take a qualitative leap in the technological development, having extraordinarily qualified experts and our own technology with international prestige. We are aware of the importance of this industry, and from the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Tourism, we started in October 2019 the sectorial agenda for space industry was established thanks to the collaboration between the Association of Technological Defense and Aerospace Companies, the TEDAE, and the CDTI. This agenda is an instrument so that the aerospace industry in Spain can face the new challenges, innovating and improving the best competitiveness level and technology and providing solutions for society. The sustainable development, the fight against climate change can be and should use all the possibilities that the applications of Earth observation through satellite gives us. We need to make decisions based on scientific data, and so we can respond very rapidly in any emergency. The Recovery, Transformation and Resilience Plan is a new opportunity to make sure that the industry is a stimulating lever for our economic recovery. Within this plan, we will establish the Strategy for Industrial Policy 2030 with the goal to boost modernization and productivity of our Spanish industrial ecosystem, boosting its productivity and competitiveness in strategic sectors for green transition and for digital transition as well. At this point, I would like to highlight some of the priority areas in our industrial agenda. First, a modernization plan for the industry. Last week, we launched a call of interest that will enable us to create a map about stimulating projects that is on the foundation of the modernization of our industry and which will have a significant impact and can contribute to the double digital and green transition. I would like to take this opportunity to encourage all the Spain these companies and industry in general to present our projects. Secondly, we want to accelerate the digital transformation of our industry, adopting 4.0 technologies in all the value chain of the sector. This strategy is in line with the National Digitalization Plan approved by the government, Digital Spain 2025, within which there is a special relevance in the national strategy for artificial intelligence because of its cross-cutting nature and its high capacity of impact. Sectors such as the space industry offer an environment for capacities, for assets that is perfect for developing these technology, the artificial intelligence. We also want to boost cross-border projects and our participation in projects that are of common interest in Europe, where we can bring Spain to the forefront position and for our strategic autonomy, such as batteries, hydrogen, and satellite communication. Fourthly, the new industrial policy is very good to favor investment and boost the business growth so that the productivity and size of the SMEs can be better and we can support entrepreneurship and specifically the technological startups so we can make Spain an entrepreneur country. With that, we will need to update the regulatory framework adapted to the new scenario. And these are some of the main pillars of our industrial policy that we will use in the Recovery, Transformation and Resilience Plan. I will end up with an optimistic note in the next few months. Apart from facing the pandemic, we are facing a challenge as a country, facing the economic and social recovery of our country. This is a huge challenge, of course, but also an extraordinary opportunity to face the transformation that we already needed before the pandemic and which are now absolutely indispensable and which will help us to accelerate our growth. We have a differentiating capacity to generate value and we export a strategic sector in this mission. We need you all. This opportunity can't be missed. Thank you very much for your attention.
Seville. It's a universal city. This privileged enclave, bridge of culture for civilizations throughout history, Seville evolves in time, maintaining its authenticity. With an unbeatable climate, a cultural heritage recognized around the world, and a very special charisma sustained by the people who inhabit it, Seville has unique values consolidated from around the world. Our human capital of almost 700,000 inhabitants promote growth and development of a city committed to the future. Seville is a city of talent, with a university among the 10 best in Spain and with more than 90,000 students. It is an enterprising city with 66,000 active businesses and 369 new companies created in 2017. Seville is a benchmark for the aeronautical sector, being one of the most important clusters in Europe, and in innovation and technology, championed by the Cartuja Technology Park with an emerging and prosperous ecosystem of startups. Seville is a city connected by land, sea, and air, with almost 5 million passengers per year, 24,000 cruise passengers, and the largest inland port in Spain. It is an attractive and welcoming city with exemplary tourism growth, being recognized as the best city for MICE tourism in Spain, the Ibero-American capital of the tapa, and the best urban destination by Lonely Planet in 2018. Seville is a sustainable and healthy city, which is committed to parklands, renewable energy, and a selective waste management system with a firm commitment to climate change. The Seville Declaration for the Circular Economy was authored here, a commitment to a sustainable economic model, a social and productive model, innovative and sustainable. A city to enjoy sports. With international sporting events such as the Seville Marathon with more than 14,000 runners, the 10,000 triathlon, and the popular night race with more than 25,000 participants. It's a real social event. And in addition, we host the Spanish rowing and canoeing regattas, national and international tennis competitions, synchronized swimming, and soccer. and a city where the street is a vibrant meeting place, especially for cultural events. The city lives under an open sky with more than 3,000 annual events, such as the Flamenco Biennial, the Year of Murillo, or its centuries-old Holy Week and Feria de Abril. And in the coming years, the city will embark on a tribute to mark the 5th centennial of the first sea voyage around the world, the story of Fernando Magallanes and Juan Sebastián Elcano, who sailed out of and returned to the port of Seville, an event in which Seville once again promotes a universal vision.
Soy Juan Espadas, alcalde de Sevilla. Hace 500 años desde aquí partió la expedición que dio la primera vuelta al mundo de Magallanes y Juan Sebastián Elcano. Entonces Sevilla era la capital económica del mundo, era puerto y puerta de América, y de alguna manera su vocación universal desde entonces nos ha traído hasta ahora siendo una ciudad moderna y una ciudad que quiere afrontar el futuro con todas las garantías. Las ciudades del mundo, los gobiernos locales, tenemos la responsabilidad de plantear soluciones a los retos del cambio climático, la sostenibilidad, a las ciudades y a sus políticas más inclusivas para hacer de las personas más desfavorecidas personas con igualdad de oportunidades, y sobre todo también a los retos de la modernización digital de nuestros territorios. Tenemos que trabajar en red, tenemos que cooperar para conseguir esos objetivos.
Agradecemos a la ministra
We
de
thank the
Industria,
Minister
Comercio y
of
Turismo
Industry and Trade and Tourism, her participation in this opening ceremony, and each and every one of the representatives of companies and institutions that were with us in this first Space and Industrial Economy 5.0 Seville Virtual Summit. We propose you to take a 15-minute break. But before, we will now see the following corporate messages of companies committed with the development, the social and economic development of our country, and that support the organization of this summit. We will resume the session with the speech of Juan Espadas, the mayor of Seville, and who is the chairman of this virtual summit. See you soon.
Hispasat da un nuevo impulso a su flota de satélites con el Amazonas Nexus. Este nuevo satélite ofrecerá soluciones de telecomunicaciones de última generación en banda KU-HTS en todo el continente americano, los corredores del Atlántico Norte y Sur y Groenlandia. El Amazonas Nexus está diseñado para proporcionar servicios de conectividad de alta capacidad en entornos de movilidad aérea y marítima. También ofrecerá servicios de banda ancha en zonas remotas, estés donde estés. Además, incorpora una carga útil enfocada a las comunicaciones seguras demandadas por los sectores gubernamental y de defensa. El Amazonas Nexus cuenta con un procesador digital transparente para incrementar su flexibilidad geográfica y adaptarse en órbita a las exigencias del mercado. Fabricado por Thales Alenia Space sobre una plataforma Spacebus Neo, el Amazonas Nexus se pondrá en órbita en la segunda mitad de 2022 y reemplaza y amplía la capacidad del Amazonas 2 en 61 grados oeste. Su avanzado diseño, su capacidad HTS y su versatilidad hacen del Amazonas Nexus el satélite más eficiente de la flota de Hispasat.
Bienvenidos de nuevo a esta cumbre sobre el
Welcome
espacio,
back to
la
this
economía
summit about
de la
space and
industria
industrial
5.0.
economy of
Comenzamos
the
nuestro análisis
Industry
con la reflexión de Juan
5.0.
Espadas, presidente
We will
del Summit
start
y
our
alcalde
analysis
de
with the
Sevilla,
reflection
que nos
of
va a hablar
Juan
sobre la
Espadas, the chairman of the
sostenibilidad
summit and the
como
mayor of
motor de
Seville, who
desarrollo
will speak about
económico y creación de
sustainability as a
empleo.
driver for economic development and employment creation.
Buenas tardes de nuevo.
Good afternoon.
Voy a intentar
I shall
centrar
try
mi
to
ponencia
focus
en cómo desde
on
el
how
Ayuntamiento de
the
esta
council
ciudad, desde
of
el
my
proyecto
city,
que lidero en el gobierno de la ciudad de
based
Sevilla,
on my project
este
in the
evento
city
se enmarca
of
en una
Seville,
apuesta
on
estratégica,
how
en una apuesta
this
de
summit
desarrollo
is
del
framed
territorio
within
claramente
a
quiere
strategic
dar mayor
proposal,
énfasis al
one that
desarrollo
is
industrial
intended to
y
give a
a una
boost to
materia
industrial
prima
development and
especialmente
to
relevante para
a
nosotros,
particularly
como es el
relevant
talento
raw
y la
material,
formación
namely talent
que nuestra
and
universidad, la
training
Universidad
and
de Sevilla,
education in the
tiene en torno a su
University
escuela de
of
ingenieros
Seville,
y en
more
la
particularly at the
posibilidad
Engineering
de
School
conseguir
of the
mayor valor
University of
añadido
Seville,
para
and
generar
how we
riqueza en
can
nuestro
bring
territorio, en el área
value
metropolitana de
added to
Sevilla,
the
en
metropolitan
torno
area of
a
the city
dos elementos, dos motores
around two
económicos de la
major
ciudad, como son
economic
su puerto, el
drivers.
puerto de Sevilla,
One
o el parque
is the
científico y
port
tecnológico de
of
la
the
Cartuja,
river,
junto a
and the
otros
other
parques
one
empresariales,
is
junto a
our
otros suelos
science park,
con
our
capacidad
technological
para recibir
park,
inversión en esta nueva
to be able
industria
to
del futuro,
bring
esta
further
industria
investment
5.0. En ese
towards
sentido,
economy
permítanme que les sitúe
5.0 or
justamente, en
industry
primer lugar,
5.0.
en dónde estamos
If I may, let me
la ciudad de
share with
Sevilla
you a
ahora.
little
En
introduction
este mandato
about
estrenamos
Seville and where
todo el
we
trabajo del
stand
mandato
at
anterior,
the
el
moment.
plan
In
estratégico
my
de la ciudad
mandate,
Sevilla
we
2030.
launched the strategic
Justo
plan
cuando
for the
estábamos
city for
desarrollando el
2030.
proceso de aplicación del
When
mismo,
we
tras
were
una
preparing the
aprobación
project
con un
following
consenso
approval
muy importante,
by
una
our
participación pública
committee with
fundamental,
great
justo
consensus,
cuando
just when we
iniciábamos ese
started
proceso
that
en el
very
que una de las
process,
piezas
in which
era
one of the
cómo conseguir
aspects
que nuestro
was
modelo
to
de
get
desarrollo económico,
our
nuestro modelo
economic
y nuestros
development
sectores
model,
productivos de
our
alguna manera
productive sectors to
reequilibraran su
be
aportación a la riqueza del
rebalanced
territorio,
for their
incrementando
contribution to
la del
our
sector, en este
regions
caso
and our cities'
industrial. En
wealth.
ese momento,
At that very
por
moment in
nos
that
hemos
process,
adentrado en la
the
pandemia, y a partir
outbreak
de
of the
marzo de este
pandemic
año
hit us
hemos tenido lógicamente que
badly.
atender
And
a prioridades
as
de
you would
gasto social,
imagine,
de
we
atención
were
sanitaria
faced
y de
with
ayuda
increasing
a los ciudadanos
costs
que de alguna forma
regarding
bueno, pues,
healthcare,
han puesto en riesgo
emergency
estas
situations, and
prioridades.
services
En
to
estos
our
momentos,
citizens,
y
which
transcurridos los meses
somehow
más
affected
complejos
our
de comienzo
priorities.
de este estado de alarma y
With
de
the
esta situación,
beginning with the start of
hemos
the state
concluido
of
que
alert,
estamos en un
the
momento
state
muy
of
difícil,
alarm,
en una
we
recesión económica a
face
la que
difficult
todavía le
times,
queda un tiempo
economic
para
recession,
salir
and
de
we
la
will
situación,
still
pero
need
también
some
ante una
time to
enorme
overcome
oportunidad que
such a
viene a
crisis.
afianzar
Having
aún
said
más
so,
nuestra
the
estrategia
COVID-19
de
crisis has
desarrollo
also
en
brought
torno a la
along
sostenibilidad como
opportunities for us
referencia,
to
como
reinforce
elemento fundamental
sustainability
para
as a
generar
major
nuevas
driver,
oportunidades de
one
inversión
that can
y de
generate
desarrollo
new
productivo en el área
opportunities for
metropolitana de la ciudad.
productive
Y les voy a
development.
adelantar
Let me
por qué.
explain
Nosotros
why.
hemos entendido que en
We
este
understood
momento de la
that
historia,
at
el
this
papel de
moment
Sevilla,
in
llevamos
time in
varios
our
años
history,
trabajando en ello, en una
Seville
ciudad
has
enormemente
been
atractiva desde el
working,
punto de vista turístico,
in
también tiene que ser
on its
de
attraction as a
buscar
tourist
su
city, but
atractivo
we
a la
believe the
inversión y a la
city needs
inversión
to be
productiva.
attractive to
Es
productive
una ciudad
investment.
que ha experimentado
The
además
city
en
has
su conexión con
experienced
otras
in
ciudades
relation with
europeas
other European
un enorme
cities
grado de
a high
conectividad,
level
dispone
of
de buena
connectivity.
infraestructura.
The
Es el
city
turismo
has great
dentro de los
infrastructure.
Méxicos de enorme
Sevilla or
relevancia,
Seville
probablemente
is a
el más
very, very
importante a nivel
important
regional,
logistic
pero en el que
hub,
tradicionalmente han
regionally
faltado
speaking, though
suficiente
traditionally
desarrollo industrial
we
como para aportar
lacked
empleo en
enough
cantidad y calidad
industrial
realmente relevante para
strength
acabar
to
con
be
las
able
cifras de
to
desempleo que
overcome
históricamente hemos tenido
poor
o para realizar
employment
tareas
figures
del sector servicios
and
como en
to
este momento lo
become
somos
a
y que
better
desgraciadamente estamos
service
padeciendo
provider.
por la pandemia y la paralización y el tráfico aéreo
Which we are
sector
suffering
con carácter general
now
en todo el
due
mundo.
to
En ese
the
sentido, en el
situation.
propio plan estratégico
The strategic
definimos en primer
plan
lugar cómo poner en
defined
valor el
how
parque
to
científico y tecnológico
valorize
de la
the
Cartuja, esa
science
herencia
park,
o
La
legado
Cartuja
que tuvimos
Science
en la
Park, which
Expo
was set up
92, cómo
during
ponerlo en
the
valor para
1992
primero ser más
Universal
conocido y
Exhibition
segundo
held in Sevilla, and how we could reinforce our image as a city related to research and development and innovation. The premises of the expo includes 593 companies. They employ more than 90,000 people. In that site, the companies based there cover different aspects connected to university education, university training. And without a doubt, the site is a point of reference for the whole of Spain, which is not that well known, a fact. So the premises there, this science park is indeed a driver and has good prospects for growth. Our technology and science park needs to be reinforced by giving support to sectors such as airspace, and by reinforcing and forging synergies between the Port of Seville and the ability to generate industrial strength. The port is currently implementing a project together with the University of Seville and with a project called Green Power, which is a power seeking to produce wind energy. This project has somehow changed the appearance of the port being a very relevant logistics center nationally and regionally, a point of reference, as I said earlier, and a very significant strength in the renewable energy sector. So, as I said, we want to transform La Cartuja Science Park into a territory for investment for companies in coordination with the efforts made in recent years in the whole metropolitan territory to try and get the aeronautical sector to become a major axis. In that respect, we also worked in coordination with other European cities, which are reference cities. For instance, the project with Airbus, trying to make the most of our people's talent and bring it together to our capacity to assemble parts in that industry with a view to generating value added in that sector. At present, security, defense, the space industry is faced with a very complex, difficult situation. We want to become stronger at the end of the COVID-19 crisis. Similarly, we want to do the same. We want to take the same actions in other reference sectors as other countries in the world are doing concerning sustainable development goals, and more particularly in Europe, the new Green Deal. We believe it to be an opportunity for the economy to grow stronger in connection with the green industry, the new industry of the 21st century, an industry that is to transform our productive model, that is to transform our energy transformation process, and one that needs to prevent urban sprawling from becoming a site for ill health in people, and to better face climate change. In that regard, let me tell you that we work in a consistent way from the Council of Seville and from the metropolitan area of Seville. We want the city to make the most of this transformation and the opportunities for investment brought by the European Union recently, which apparently and finally have been given the go-ahead. We want to make an effort to refurbish homes from an energetic point of view, from an energy point of view. We want the city to be more efficient energy-wise. We want the city to stop generating so many greenhouse gases, and we want to reinforce social fairness, social justice. We want to have of a portfolio of social council flats for individuals who are less privileged. So this strategic plan also includes social aspects for society to be fairer and more inclusive. At the same time, we want to give a boost to sustainable mobility. We want to encourage public transport and reduce the use of private vehicles. We're doing that based on important transformations in downtown Seville, which has a lot of cultural heritage. Seville is a UNESCO site, and we want the city center to be witness to soft transport means, to sustainable, environmentally friendly means of transport. We want the city to be witness to the use of bicycles. We are also improving our light tram system. And we are building new underground lines in coordination with other towns within the metropolitan area to so achieve our transformation in the coming years. Together with energy renewal and transport renewal, we will contribute to these goals. And finally, we want the city to become a green city, to be greener. We want to be able to intervene upon climate, because as you probably know, we have very hot summers and high temperatures are reached. So we want to grow more trees. We want to invest in gardens in line with citizens' demands and be sensitive, because these green infrastructures provide solutions to the carbon sink for us to be a more sustainable city, a smarter city, one that can make progress towards digitalization. Citizen behaviors need to be adapted to and transformed. But to that end, we need to become a city that can generate wealth in sectors such as the industry. The big challenge, the opportunities addressed by this summit, is basically to attract investment with companies that can invest in a sustainable region, in a sustainable city, that wants to become a point of reference for Spain, for Europe, and in line with our global commitments. So I do hope the summit will bring along specific initiatives, in specific projects by companies willing to invest in our economy 5.0.
Juan Espadas was expressing his commitment to attract industries of the economy 5.0 to the city of Seville and the sustainability as a stimulating element. We are now going to continue analyzing how the space can be a source of investment and development of the industry for the benefit of the quality of life of people. We will now start with the speech of Jordi Hereu, chairman of the communications satellite operator Hispasat.
Hola, buenos días.
Good morning. Before I move on to my presentation, I'd like to thank the organizers of this important virtual summit that will cover very strategic issues. I'd like to discuss space as a source of research and development and the role the company I am president of wishes to have in the future as a driver of the industry over the past 30 years. I have a slideshow which I will share with you. What would the mission of a satellite communication operator be? Well, the answer is on the screen. What is the ultimate goal of a telecom? Well, our objective is always to serve people. People are at the heart of everything we do, like this girl, to help her, to help develop her community, her family, her town. That is the purpose of a company like Hispasat. So, what we need to do, what makes sense, is to help this person and the territory she lives in to allow for a greater connectivity, which is a commodity these days. So we need the connectivity wherever a person lives, whatever the territory or region. People's needs, which will change with time, her rights, her threats, the digital divide, need to be addressed for there to be an equal development, especially in remote rural areas. So this is an important challenge that we need to meet. For example, only 24% of rural areas in Latin America have internet access, and currently there are over 5,000 towns in Spain that don't have a coverage equal to or exceeding 100 megabits. These are huge challenges, and we want to add to solutions. Next slide. Because we are living in a very special time, and I have mentioned that the summit takes place at a very strategic point in time because we're studying the causes behind the pandemic. We're suffering the consequences of the latter, and we are starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel of this severe crisis, which hopefully will be as short as possible, and we need to overcome the social impacts of this pandemic. So apart from this serious crisis over the past months, we have undergone a substantial change, and digitalization is one of the main phenomena that accelerated, and we need to overcome potential divides. Going back to that girl that I showed you earlier, we have a huge opportunity ahead if we are able to provide digital education and digital access to education, because digitization is a right, because it allows for personal development, and not having digital access has an impact. For example, as regards education, my wife is a first grade teacher, and during the home lockdown, I've seen firsthand the impacts of not having a universal internet access. So I say this with the personal outlook. We need digitization that allows for universal coverage, because this will allow for a better distribution over territories and generations, for genders, universal rights, the digital rights. Next slide, please. Well, in order for this digital right to happen, this universal connectivity, satellites, which are evolving ongoingly, are technologies that are serving men and women, humanity as a whole, to attain a number of objectives. The Sustainable Development Goals and satellites go hand in hand. Satellites have much to add to the attainment of the SDGs. The scientific uses are many. The surveillance, for example, of climate change. But over 30 years at Hispasat, we have been working around satellites that improve communication, that improve connectivity in order to bring connection to remote areas further afield where there are no technologies, where everything is more difficult, where seldom technology reaches. Satellites play an important role. Hence, the satellite industry right now, where digitization is so relevant, play a very significant, relevant role at this point in time. For example, in Spain, we are going to ensure 100% connectivity across the whole territory. So rural areas will gain a number of rights and have rights, for example, as regards education, healthcare, as regards to farming, livestock, forest management. There's a universe of activities that will be able to happen, that will result in a huge social and economic, not to mention educational development, and we wish to roll this out in Latin America too. Next slide. And in this satellite industry, this new frontier is one that the Hispasat technical director Antonio Bad defines it as a very demanding environment, because indeed the lack of gravity, the absence of an atmosphere, social radiation make space a very difficult environment. And this demand, this complexity requires that the space industry be innovative. Being out there in an inhospitable environment, such a difficult environment, has pushed humanity to research and innovate, because this is the only way to face the challenges ahead. So, Spain needs to significantly improve its innovation capacity, and bearing in mind that the space industry is inherently innovative, well, Spain, by investing in space and aerospace, will see the innovation thrive, and will see its economy thrive, because investing in space is investing in an industry which had a revenue of over 860 million euro. 11% of its revenue is reinvested in innovation. And innovation accounts for 2% of the country's investment. And there is huge exportation, because 70% of the space industry exports its products and services. And the space industry innovates, and these innovations are taken to other production sectors and other industries. So this is a trip, a journey that is a round trip, because you have to put a lot of innovation into the equation, but the return is also a lot of research and practical applications. Next slide, please. Hispasat, a company I have the honor to preside, for the past 30 years has driven the space industry, and therefore we seek to contribute to the development of a strategy in a number of ways. For the past 30 years, Hispasat has been serving the needs of people, which are ever-changing. Distribution of video and television, which lies at the origin of this company, is very different to the situation today. The needs are very different today. But we are committed to help Spanish companies in their satellite endeavors, really helping them and building new satellites in Spain, as we have been doing with this Amazon Nexus project. We're giving new markets coverage, and we are aiding in Spain's industrial development. As a country, it is our time to accelerate innovation and research, because this is in line with all transformation programs. We will overcome the crisis, as we hear in the EU, if we change, if there's a transformation as regards environmental economy and sustainability. Well, the space industry is a vector, is a path that will lead us to achieve our goals over the next months, because, mind you, these goals are really long-term, but we need to attain a number of shorter goals in the short term. People's needs change, and when Hispasat was born, I started my career, and it was all about satellite television. Hispasat was born, among other reasons, to redistribute the content of the Barcelona Olympic Games or the Seville Universal Exposition around the world, because back in the day, connectivity uses were very different than the needs my children have today. So needs have changed, and therefore Hispasat is undergoing a transformation process to be loyal to people's very needs, to cater to people and their territory. So we are undergoing a transformation of our company. We've moved from infrastructures to really focus on analyzing the present and future connectivity needs and everything that branches out from the needs of people. That's why we use video and television, i.e. mature markets, but we are developing services and solutions for new large market niches. For example, rural connectivity, making Spain a smart territory across its geography, and new challenges, including mobility. But these are present and future challenges. But we need to take into account that we need more than this. We need to collaborate with other stakeholders to move forward towards 5G, the Internet of Things, and also safe and secure communications, cyber security. Secure connectivity, safe connectivity is key, and satellites will play a key role here. So, we are drivers for innovation. We serve the most innovative industry in the country, so we're a source of innovation, progress, and development. Therefore, this is our will. This is what we want to do, make the most of these 30 years of experience to really make the most of people's needs. So, with innovation, we wish to generate a new country with new opportunities, a country that will overcome this huge crisis with new keys undertaking in digitization that becomes a universal right. And I will close by saying that we may be out of sight because our geostationary satellites are 36,000 kilometers away from the Earth. Humanity and Hispasat have undertaken a huge effort to serve the challenges that we face today in our countries and regions to really overcome the present and future needs, putting people at the center of everything we do, as I showed you in the first slide with that girl. Thank you. I would finish by underscoring that we are in the midst of a transformation, and Hispasat wishes to do its part, but looking at the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordi Hereu, for this speech where you highlight the social approach that technology can and must have. We want to continue reflecting upon how the space can be a source of innovation to improve the life of people. It's a pleasure to have Rafael Minder, correspondent of the New York Times in Spain and Portugal, who will moderate the next roundtable, and he will now introduce all its speakers. The floor is yours, Rafael.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Rafael Minder. I'm a correspondent for the New York Times. I'm based in Madrid. I have the great pleasure of hosting this panel session today, where we are going to be discussing space technology, research and development, and how it really applies to our lives back on Earth. We have a very distinguished panel, which I'm going to briefly introduce, and then we will be hopefully discussing some of the very, very important issues that all these distinguished panelists are working on now for many years. We have Professor Günther Hassinger, who is the Director of Science and the head of the Astronomy Center at the European Space Agency, and he's been there since 2018, based just outside Madrid. He earned his PhD in astronomy at the Ludwig Maximilian University in Munich. He's held several positions in academia. He's been a scientific director of the Max Planck Institute for Plasma Physics. And he's also the author of a book, which is translated in English as Astronomy's Limitless Journey, A Guide to Understanding the Universe, a best-selling book that sounds to me the equivalent of A Brief History of Time, the Stephen Hawking book. I certainly look forward to having a chance to reading it at some point.
Thank you very much.
We have Jesus Serrano Martinez, who is the chief executive of GMB, which develops technology products pretty much for all the industries you can imagine, from banking to automotive. He has held that position since 2009. He's a graduate of the Politecnica University in Madrid, and he also studied at the ESA Business School. Before joining GMB, he actually started his working career in Germany at the European Space Agency. So he has close links to Professor Hassinger. Both of them are linked to ESA. We've now got Juan Carlos Cortés, who is the Director of Space, Large Facilities and Dual Programs at the CDTI, which is the state agency of the Spanish state in charge of doing technological development in industry. You're probably familiar with its work. It's a key player in Spain. And he is a graduate also of the Politecnica in Madrid, specializing in aircraft and propulsion during his studies. He has also been at the ESA, and he has been, since 1990, involved in several companies in the aerospace field, including as a flight test engineer on the famous Eurofighter program. He joined the CDTI in 1996. And our last panelist is Pedro Mier, who's the president of AMETIC, the Association of Electronics, Information Technology and Telecommunication Companies of Spain. He holds a degree from the Politecnica, but of Catalonia, and has also studied at ESADE and at ESA, two of the most prestigious universities of Spain. He's on the board of different entities, all of them involved with aerospace, and has ample experience in this sector. So it's a big pleasure for me to have all of you on board today. And I guess the starting point of this discussion is the following. We are all aware that space missions have done things back for us human beings on Earth. They've brought us developments in ultraviolets, in satellite photography. They've helped us monitor climate change. I guess the question is, do you think that we're sufficiently aware of this? Do you think the space sector really has made an impact on people's lives and has left people aware that the other technologies that they use derive in part from the work that has been done in space? I'm going to call on Jesus Serrano to start on this important question.
Yeah, thank you, Rafael. I think this is a very special and important question because for sure space has made a very important impact, not only in technology but also in the innovation in very different sectors. But our problem and the problem of the people working in the space sector is that the public in general is not aware of all the benefits provided by the space sector, not only in technology and technological applications, but also in our life every day, every minute. I will give you an example. Today, more than 5 billion mobile phones have satellite chips for mapping, traffic routing, tracking, and so on and so forth. I guess very few people from all these 5 billion know that they have a chipset, a satellite chipset in his or her mobile phone. And this is a problem because I think everyone thinks that the space is something very far, very appealing, attractive, but perhaps not very useful for our lives. And I think this is a tremendous error, and space is very, very important and is becoming more and more important, not only for scientists and for technological people, but also for our daily lives.
Thank you. Professor Hasinger, would you say that the European Space Agency is known when you go into central Madrid? Do you have the feeling that people are aware of what you're doing?
I think it is less well known than our partner agency NASA, for instance. This is partly because a lot of people are wearing NASA T-shirts, but I have the feeling that ESA...
My son is one of them.
Yes, but I have the feeling that the population is starting to know space better, but it is still much less than we would wish for. And I would like to add one element. I mean, not just the technology, and not that we have about 10 technologies in our iPhone, which originally came out of astrophysics, space science. But also, I believe one aspect that people are not really realizing is the inspiration that we get from the research in space, and the draw of young people into STEM fields, because we really need a generation of engineers and scientists for our future, and we are playing a very important role in that aspect. And we are kind of driving the technology development. We are having such crazy ideas, the scientists, that industry has to basically come up with solutions. And then it turns out that these solutions are then coming into daily life activities. And this indeed is much less well known to the people on the street.
I guess perhaps the follow-up question would be, so what needs to be done for space to be better known? I don't know if Juan Carlos or Pedro have any idea on this.
Yes, thank you, Rafael, for your question. First of all, I'd like to start by thanking the City of Seville for organizing this event. I am really happy to be here, not only for the interest of the roundtable, but for the fact that I am sharing this roundtable with good friends. So it's for me really a pleasure. As a follow-on of what Jesus and Gunther has said, I think that a lot of can be done. But I would like to emphasize that the average citizen is not very much aware of the benefits stemming from space. And there is a quite simple exercise to illustrate it, which is imagine that we switch off all the satellites orbiting the Earth. So in this scenario, we will have no navigation. So the emergency services, police will face important problems, serious problems. There will be no overall connectivity. This is an important drawback. No meteorological forecast. The stock market will collapse. There is no time reference for the operations, not to speak about science. I mean, all the information, knowledge that we will lose. And it's important also to point out that we live in a global world. This means that if the Arctic melts, this affects Spain, this affects the south coast of Spain. So the only way to watch global phenomena, global actions is precisely space. There is no other tool capable of analyze the Earth in a global way. And answering your question, Rafael, I think that a lot should be done, but I think that we should start by investing more money in outreach activities linked to space.
Thank you. Yes, Pedro. I would like to give my opinion also. Yeah. Yes. I fully agree with has been said before. It's clear, very clear, a pending point that we have. That's communication. We unfortunately we don't communicate so well. Gunther was saying NASA is well now. Everybody knows what NASA does, but we are not so efficient in communicate what the European Space Agency and the European space industry is doing. In fact, so this is a big point, pending point. My opinion. We should make a real and professional and extended communication plan. It's a question of communication because lots of things to communicate. Some weeks ago, I had the occasion to be with the director of the Galileo program, and just sharing these kind of things and say, how many users are at the typing of Galileo? If I well remember well, he said, there are at the time being something like 2 billions of users, in fact, of their mobile phones with their Galileo chip. No one knows that. No one except the specialists which are really directly involved. We need to do a real effort on communicate how good we are, because how important is what Juan Carlos was saying. If we disconnect satellites, life would be just a crash, stop. And this is something that should be two things. The importance of the space, I think, more or less, people is being more aware, but the impact or the effects of the European Space Agency and European industry are less known, and they should, as they should.
Thank you so much. For me, I would say that the mobile phone is the moment when I realized that space technology mattered. You know, when I started using navigation on the mobile phone and so on. How would you say the relationship has changed? The relationship between space research and applications, and how do you see it developing? Are we going to have a massive acceleration of that relationship, or have we sort of reached already the pinnacle with the fact that we are now living with our mobile phone as if it was our third hand?
Shall I give it a start?
Yes,
if you don't mind. So I think if we look back in history, 50 years, space in Europe was largely scientific. It was purely basic science and so on. And then all these applications came in very, very strongly, almost an exponential rise. And now space is clearly dominated by the applications by the weather forecast, by the navigation and so on. But I believe we will have to continue to develop basic technology just for the fun of it, because that will give the next wave and the next generation of exponential growth. So I believe that the applied and the basic research have to go hand in hand, and they are actually also supporting each other, because a lot of the things we do as scientists cannot be done without the technology development, and vice versa, we are driving the technology development. So I see there's no end to the future. It is an exponential growth, and it will go on.
Yeah, I will try to add something. I mean, I am fully agree with Professor Gunther that basic research is very important, and it fosters the applications. But I would like to emphasize, and you are talking about the future, okay? Today, we are talking about the sustainability and sustainable development, and this is becoming more and more important, and it will be more and more important in the future. In this respect, and I think it is not well known, space systems and technology have been declared by the United Nations and the World Economic Forum as strategic assets to support the fulfillment of all the 17 global goals of the Sustainable Development of the Agenda 2030. That means that, or even more than that, and for 13 of those goals, it has been declared that a significant contribution from space technologies is needed. And that means that those 13 SDGs are highly dependent on space technologies to be fully achieved. And it has been mentioned before, the relevance of the space assets for monitoring and fighting against the climate change. And this can be only done from space. And I think this, in addition to all the scientific benefits of space, in addition to all the technologies which will be derived from space to some other fields and applications which will be used in some other fields, I think to have in mind that for this Agenda 2030, space is so important, put the basis of the relevance of space for the future of the Earth.
Okay, in this sense, if you allow me, Rafael, I think that space, first of all, is a very young activity. It started hardly 70 years ago. I mean, we are in the prehistoric of this activity, and we have achieved a lot. And it's I think that, but the activity itself has changed a lot. I think that we all know that when space activities started, I said 70 years ago, they had a quite important strategic geopolitical impact. Indeed, this was even much more important during the Cold War, and this component remains. This is, let's say, the whole. It's like an onion with some layers. After that, the space activities has become an catalyst for the development of technology and the development of science and the development of industry. And we have now these two components. After that, this has become a quite important engine of the economic activity. I think that this is quite important. All the application have a quite important impact in economy, without any doubt. After that, we have, let's say, look at the space as a vehicle for diplomacy. I mean, when there are a lot of problems between countries, space is put outside these problems. I mean, it's an activity where the political problems don't affect. It's an example, the ISS, the cooperation in ISS between all the members are, let's say, put aside of the political problems down here. And last but not least, I think that the most important feature of space nowadays is that is even they more citizen-oriented activities. I mean, and we have in Europe two clear examples. On one side, ISA, which is, let's say, a development agency where programs are built from, let's say, it's some kind of bottom-up approach. We define the programs, and we have an important component dealing with exploration and science. And on the other side, we have the Commission, where the main objective, the European Commission, the main objective is to fulfill and to improve the daily life of the European citizen. And they base their objectives on different infrastructure, and space is one of these important infrastructure. I am referring to the big infrastructure for navigation, the big infrastructure for Earth observation, the big infrastructure for connectivity. I mean, this is the two components, science and application, and both are needed, and both are, let's say, excellent activities for the daily life of European citizens, and more will be reinforced in the future.
Your interesting comments prompt me to ask a follow-up question.
I would like to make a comment also, if you leave me, Rafael, on the previous subject.
Sure.
Too often we hear, why invest in the space having so big problems on Earth? This is for sure you have heard, all of my colleagues were putting just the direction or why should we invest in that, and in particular sustainability is very important issue. Climate change is very important issue, and not less inspiration for the young generations. The space is an activity that inspires. It gives for the young the opportunity to think big, and this combined with the big problems that our society is focusing, it's an excellent opportunity for the best minds, for the best students, for the best youngs to work in a thing which is inspiring, that has this kind of good direction to direct their professional lives. So I'm sure that we should keep on the road, but we should again tell very much to everyone how important is that. Yeah.
Thank you. Actually, you make me think, because Professor Hassinger was talking about the fact that we should continue investing in space for fun. I'm wondering, how easy is it to sell that message that developing the mind, having young people excited about space is a good investment? How easy is it to do that?
I can ask now the first, because I think this is important. In my opinion, investment in research should be, in particular when it's public funded, directly to give return back to the society. Okay, so at the end, helping to solve the problems. But this is not any contrary on fun. If you join solving the problems, having fun, that's a perfect combination.
Very good.
So maybe can I say a word there?
Sure.
Because
Sure.
I think the two things are not really independent, or they are not different. The only big difference is that typically when you talk about economic return in an economic context, you talk about quarters or years, or at most 3 years.
Yes.
If you talk about space projects, then we are easily in the 5 to 10 year realm. And if you talk about the transfer of fundamental knowledge into economy and society, it can easily be 100 years. I mean, the things that we are now so proud about, the technology of navigation was invented 100 years ago by Albert Einstein, and now we are reaping the benefits. The quantum mechanics, which is so important for us and will actually dominate the future, also was invented 100 years ago. And so you need a long breath to really be able to get it into society. And you know, there's this famous quote from Faraday when he was visited by the British Minister of Finances, and he asked, "What are you doing there? Why do we spend money on this crazy thing?" And then he says, "Sir, one day you may tax it." And this is electricity.
That's a pity.
It's important. I have to let's say to emphasize the message of the two previous speakers. I think that you cannot dissociate science from other kind of technology or application, because I think that Gunther has been totally right. I mean, Galileo, the most important constellation for navigation, works thanks to the relativity principle of Albert Einstein. Otherwise, the time will be not adequate for the constellation in order to calculate position, velocity, and so on. So it's important. Another example is the quantum activity is clear for telecommunication. It's a key technology, but there are many others. For example, in Earth observation, when we look at the Earth and we can evaluate natural resources, we can evaluate, say, natural disasters. This is thanks to an instrument. An instrument is basically science.
Thank you.
Rafael, sorry.
Yes.
I would like to, if you allow me to close this point with a quote, which is not mine, which is from Einstein, from 1929, which Einstein has been referred by Professor Gunther, by Juan Carlos. Einstein said, imagination is more important than knowledge. Knowledge is limited. Imagination encircles the world. And this is the point Gunther mentioned before in the first point, in your first question of inspiration. It has been referred also by Pedro. Inspiration drives imagination and drives the passion. And the passion in the work is the best thing you can have at the work.
Thank you. Yes, that's really worth good food for thought. Absolutely. I wanted to I'm throwing in an extra question, following on from the very interesting look back over 70 years that Juan Carlos offered. And he mentioned how the initial phase was one of competition, President Kennedy's race to the moon against the Soviets, how we then moved into a field that was much more cooperative. I'm wondering now, on Earth, we're seeing a lot of competition. We have had a lot of news about how America has been worried about Huawei's influence on 5G technology. I'm wondering, up in space, are you still cooperating, or are you being influenced by the trade wars and other battles that seem to have taken shape these last few years?
Shall I start? I think we are in the luxurious position, we in Europe are in the luxurious position that we can actually cooperate with all spacefaring nations. We cooperate with NASA, which is our strongest partner. We cooperate with JAXA, Japan, but we also cooperate with China. And I believe this is going back to what Juan Carlos mentioned, even during the Cold War, the two blocks, East and West, were actually working together.
You have frozen.
Some problems with
yeah.
We have had a freeze, a spatial freeze. Maybe someone else can pick up on the. Oh, no,
I think that Gunther is back.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Yes. I just said I think you lost me.
Yes.
Yeah.
When I talked about the Cold War.
Yeah. Yes.
Maybe Juan Carlos can continue.
Yes, and no, I think in these lines, I think that as I said before, space is nowadays a vehicle for diplomacy, without any doubt. Endeavors like the ISS or the Artemis program to come back to the moon are simply unbelievable without the cooperation. But there are some fields which have a special security components. I am referring, for example, to launchers. Launchers are normally developed by single countries or single group of countries, Europe, China, India, the States, because they have a quite important impact in national security. So I think that in general terms, cooperation is, let's say, embedded in space activities, but with the exception of some fields. Another field, for example, is SST, space surveillance and tracking, where different countries want to develop their own system because a very simple reason, because they affect security.
Thank you. Professor Hassinger, I think you're back with us. Did you want to complete what you were saying about you were saying to the Cold War, even in the Cold War, there was actually quite a lot of cooperation.
Yes, so what I wanted to say is while the two blocks were kind of pointing rockets at each other, they were simultaneously working together in space. For instance, there was the Mir station cooperation. And I believe that these personal relations on a lower level actually helped that the Cold War did not really, that the Cold War ended peacefully and not in a real war. And today we need a similar, and we have a similar situation. For instance, China and the US are not in very good terms. We in Europe can actually be a kind of guiding or coordinating line there.
Is you going back perhaps to what we said at the start about are people aware enough? I have a sense that we talk a lot now about China versus US in every aspect of technology. Is Europe being underplayed in that debate, or is it a fair simplification to say that really the driving forces now are China and the US?
Who's answering?
I mean, I can answer. I think that China is an extremely important player in the space field, without any doubt. As an example, last year in 2019, around, I am speaking out of memory, but without any doubt, China was the first worldwide country in terms of number of launchers. I think
yes.
that they perform roughly 70% of the total launches worldwide. They are growing on a, let's say, in a rate much more important than the States and Europe, without any doubt. They are increasing the budget very importantly in the last days, and I think that they are active in all the space domains, launchers, science, but also they have their own navigation system, BIDU, and their own Earth observation system, like Copernicus. So I think that is a space power that will be even greater in the years to come. It's also true that the China economy is not comparable with an open economy like the European one or the US one, and this also affects tremendously these activities in space.
Let me talk to I don't know.
Yes,
Can I
please,
say something?
Pedro.
Yes.
Yes.
I agree in the sense that there is no doubt the role that China is playing in our world and how it's positioned in the first rank in not only in economics but in technology in particular. In all which is related with security, as said before, Juan Carlos. This is very important. For example, they have been the first to put in operation a satellite with quantum computing on site. So for cybersecurity, this is a major issue and giving a particular importance. But your second question on the sense that this is the role that Europe is playing on this game between US and China, there is no doubt or we act as a whole Europe, as a continent, as a power, as a world power, or we will lose any kind of relevance. So this is a very, very important issue. And if we act together, we are strong, but we are too small, each of the countries, has to act by ourselves. So this is a very, very, very important issue for the future of our country. And again, going to the paper that, or the role that space plays on these particular things of uniting the efforts, or universal efforts, at the end, the only way that we have to observe and act space by nature is universal, it's planetary, it's not just related to a specific country. So gives the opportunity and the way and to everyone to think on what should we do together. So it's always an opportunity for cooperation, always. It will be like that.
Yes, Professor Hassinger.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, so you were asking whether Europe is losing more or less between the two blocks, US and China. And I don't think that this is really true. When you are, for instance, comparing the navigation systems, GPS and Galileo, Galileo is about 10 times better than GPS. I mean, GPS was there 10, 20 years before, but Europe is really now leading in the accuracy and in the quality. And the same is true for the Earth observation system. The Copernicus system is really the most powerful Earth observation system around the world. And now NASA is actually cooperating with us and joining us on these forces. Now, when we are working with China very efficiently, very closely, and so we can also watch how they are working. And I believe when China is implementing existing technologies, they are, I think, unbeatable. They build all of our iPhones, for instance, and they are very fast in implementing things that are already kind of existing. China is not that fast when it comes to completely new fundamental technologies. So one example is, for instance, the laser interferometer LISA, where we want to measure gravitational waves. China is actually very interested to work with us to learn how that technology works. They would not be able to develop it on their own in such a, because you need a long, 30 years of basically preparation. And this is not the Chinese way. So I believe Europe can have a very strong role if we keep on at the front edge of technology and if we lead the world there. But we have to lead. I think we cannot just compete on the economic front.
My follow-up, since we're talking about applications and the relationship between your work and us on Earth, is there a risk that Europe then does the hard work, which is the R&D, the development, and China keeps reaping the commercial benefits, and in the end, the economic benefits of the development of that? Just what you mentioned, just as, for example, it's completely news to me that the Galileo system is 10 times more efficient than GPS. I don't think most citizens on this planet know that.
Let me, before going to that question, let me add something to Professor Hassinger. In addition to the performances of the European missions, one should take into account that the resources, the money which is invested by Europe in those missions is much smaller than the investment made at least by US from the budget which is public. So there is a part of the budget which is not public, and therefore we don't know anything about that. We don't know anything about the Chinese budget. But I would say that first, the European space missions provides much better performances for much less amount of money. And this is very important. Professor Hassinger is a scientist, is director of the science in ESA, but I think we all of us, we have to take into account the issue of budget, investment, and money. And this is something which has to be known. Europe is much better than all the others in performances and in budget. And this is something very important. Going to your question, Rafael, I think, well, investment in space is very important because technology is developed, is let a use, and is transferred to some other fields of activities. But it is very important that space systems are usable, and applications are very important. When a country or a group of countries, as it is Europe, develops a technology or develops a space system, as it is the case of Galileo, those European people have the deepest knowledge on the technology related to the space system, related to Galileo. And this knowledge, this know-how can be transferred to some and applied to some other field of activity. I can tell you that, for example, in our case, we have had a very significant role in the development of Galileo, and today we are applying the technology, the know-how, and the expertise developed in the Galileo system for being applied in the driving of autonomous cars for the future. And this is very important. This is our case, but there are hundreds of cases like that. So in the States, they developed GPS in late 80s, and they were the first people starting in looking for applications of satellite navigation. And Europe was much behind US. Today, with Galileo, Europe, as Professor Hasinger said, leads the performances in navigation systems and is running in a very good position for playing a very significant role in applications. This is an example related to the thing you mentioned. I mean, of course, we have to put as much effort as possible in the development of space systems, and then in the transfer of technology or in applying those technologies and those systems for the normal life. And because the rest of the countries are not going to stop, and we have to run in order to lead the developments.
So if you allow me, Rafael, I think that I have to express that totally agree with Gunther and Jesus. And the answer to the question, is Europe an space power? The answer is yes, without any doubt. And I would say even more, is an space power very, very efficient. Jesus has said before, the budget of ESA is around 0.5 billion euro per year, plus the contribution of third parties, in particular the Commission. If we look at the budget of NASA, this budget is 5 times the budget of ESA, with the following comment. ESA is active in application, Earth observation, telecommunication, launcher, technology, blah, 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 while NASA is just active in exploration and technology and science. So if we compare the American system with the European system, you have to compare ESA with NASA plus DOD, the Department of Defense. And in this case, the budget is multiplied by 5. It's multiplied by a factor bigger than 5. And in spite of that was, as Jesus and Gunther said before, the quality, the level of science, the level of technology, the applications of Europe through the European Space Agency are simply excellent. Changing to the second question concerning technology transfer, the answer is no. I mean, I am sitting in the Council of the European Space Agency, and I have to say that the 23 countries are quite concerned with the technology transfer developed through the ESA program. So we are totally, let's say, convinced that this technology development should result in benefits for Europe in the first instance. And we have a lot of, let's say, we are very careful to try to protect this technology from third parties.
I would like also make a comment also on that.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. No, Professor.
We're gonna.
You before.
No, I just wanted to say one word.
Yes.
When we talk about budgets, people always think this is a huge amount.
No.
We are spending about 10 euros a year per person in Europe. One cinema ticket for space in total. And this is actually a very, very small budget compared to many other things.
Yeah, I would like to make two comments. One, I fully agree with the efficiency of the spending. So this is a clear sample of what work is well done. It doesn't mean that economic effort should be kept on place, because if not, we will lose position. So no question on that. But coming back to the application and the first question, that is there any danger that other blocks or countries are using the results of our excellent research, scientific, etc.? I would put an example of what is happening in artificial intelligence. Most of the scientific papers, most relevant, are done in Europe, but most of the patents are done in US and China. Most of them, based on the results of the scientific works done in Europe. And this is something that should be changed.
How?
We have some kind of cultural problem. It's easy for us, in particular in the European countries, to decide that money should be spent on the science. That if you ask people, for example, in Spain will say, okay, for sure, and in particular now that we have so many problems of health and so on. But it seems that the use of that on the economic side, something like say not so good. This is a big mistake. And just last to close, in same way, again, we go to the communication. I'm sure if we speak on the most relevant results of the scientific spatial science down in Europe, if you ask the people, for sure, probably they will ask, that's a NASA work. And this is a question again of communication. And if you go to any of the users of our mobile phones and you ask, what are you using for localization and tal, they will ask you, they will say you are
GPS, yeah.
Yeah. One of the topics that we talk a lot about is the brain drain in many fields. How Professor Hassinger, I know you spent time in Hawaii. How difficult or easy is it for Europe in space to convince brilliant young researchers that they should do all their research here in Europe and not look perhaps to the United States to spend time there? How much of a brain drain problem does Europe face in your sector?
I have the feeling that this issue of brain drain is like a wave going back and forward. There was a lot of problems maybe 10 years ago where there was a lot of brain drain going to the US. And the recent 5 years, there's actually a wave going back because the situation in the US is not so favorable for many scientists. We in Europe, in ESA, actually are only employing Europeans. So we have a clear guidance from our member states that we are basically have to employ and enrich the European society. We don't really see currently we don't see a big problem to do that. We get excellent people, and there's a lot of good stuff in Europe.
Very good. Well, I wanted to ask you a specific question about medicine, where in COVID times, there's a lot of interest in medical research. What is space research doing for medical applications these days? There's a history, of course, of space research helping in different fields like blood testing and electric wheelchairs. What is happening now, and how important is that transfer of going to be transfer from space to practical usage in hospitals?
That's actually a very important element and very important point. And there's a lot of work going on the space station, which is of direct relevance for us. Just last week, there was the first COVID-related medicament. The first COVID-related drug was actually delivered to the space station, not for applications, but for research how this could actually be used better. And then there are many, in dealing with the humans on board with on the space station, there are many applications which are then coming down on Earth. So they have, for instance, developed a thermometer which can measure your temperature continuously, and that is now used for heart surgeries. They have developed technologies to use to basically track your eye movement, which is now used for laser surgery. And then on the long run, they are also developing means for how to deal with radiation exposures, and so maybe ultimately make the humans fit for space when they go to Mars and other things. So I believe that this will continue, and there will be excellent research still going on the ISS in the medical arena coming down to Earth.
Thank you so much. Yes, Jesus. Yes.
Yeah, well, I would like to, to add to Professor Hasinger that two points. First, in addition to all the research and development and commercialization of the space station in the field of pharma, for example, I think it's also very important to mention that already Juan Carlos have mentioned before Copernicus, the European Earth observation constellation of satellites. Okay, in the field of medicine or related to medicine, one should or it is worthwhile to know that, for example, space sector contributes to epidemiology, because satellite imagery can be used and is used to track the diffusion of diseases and diseases-bearing insects, such as malaria. So research is important. Research in the field of medicine and pharma in the space station is very important, but also all the applications, or for example, to support the remote medicine in populations in remote areas, which can be supported by the connectivity provided by space systems, and is the only way of providing connectivity to those areas. In addition to that, and Professor Hasinger has also mentioned the benefits of the today space systems, as it is the case of a space station. I think space has contributed very significantly to health and to life support systems in the past from all the human spaceflight missions. And nowadays there are plans from NASA and also from Europe for going back to the moon and for having humans at the moon surface as well as in lunar orbits. And this will foster tremendously new technologies, new applications, and not to talk for the eventual humans on Mars. I mean, this will push enormously the technologies and the applications which will be transferred to some of the fields of activity, and in particular, medicine, health, and life support systems.
Is the European Union in this sense trying to get humans back to the moon?
Sorry, we didn't quite understand you.
Sorry. Yeah.
The question was, is the European Union also involved in the idea that humans should be put back on the moon?
Definitely, yeah. I think the exploration program, and maybe Juan Carlos can say more about that because he's in the council.
No, but yes, of course. Europe is part of this endeavor. And indeed, we are working with NASA and other partners in building this system for coming back to the moon. And in this sense, I would like to say precisely that when once think about exploration in space, one can think basically in coming back to the moon and a trip to Mars. And in these two endeavors, the most important issue, one of the most important issues, is precisely what Jesus said before, the life support system, and in particular the how the human being can withstand zero gravity and radiation. And in this sense, the ISS is an excellent laboratory. And I would like to mention in concerning the relation between space and medicine two examples. One of these is the search of light detector. This was developed by the Center of Astrobiology, and it was intended to search for life in Mars. And this detector has been used in hospitals for testing in the COVID crisis. I think that is an important example. Another example is what Jesus has said. Telemedicine is absolutely needed for remote areas. And in this sense, I think that is taking more and more importance what has to do with remote surgery. I mean, for many situations, remote surgery is a key activity.
Telemedicine.
Thank you. Telemedicine.
Just to leave you in 2 minutes, I will leave you. So,
I know. I'm fully aware of that. We will finish on time. We have one last question, which is from the audience. Is a fairly specific question about Andalusia. The question is, where should you go in Andalusia if you want to see satellites and their components? Is there a place where that technology is showcased in Andalusia?
Okay, Rafael, thank you very much for the question. Quite interesting. I think that everybody knows that the region of Andalusia is a pole for aeronautic activities. We have in Andalusia several factories for the production of aircraft. Indeed, we have in Seville the final assembly line for the A400M aircraft. And it's our, let's say, ambition to have an important increase of the space activities. In this sense, I have to say that in 2019, we celebrate in Seville the minister meeting of ESA. Gunther will remember that. It was a
great success.
Yes, a great success. We managed to contribute 15.5 billion euro, was, let's say, the biggest amount ever in this kind of meetings. And this is an important issue for the years to come, until the next ministerial conference that will take place in 2022. But apart from that, I think that we have in Andalusia two important infrastructure. One is the Institute of
Astronomy?
Astrophysics.
Of Andalusia, which is, let's say, important infrastructure for science, is a quite active institute that is, let's say, involved in a large variety of scientific programs. This is quite important. And we have developed, CDTI has developed a radar that is located in the south of Spain, in the base of Moron. That is a radar intended to be part of the Spanish and European infrastructure aiming at detecting space debris. This radar will be operative in the coming weeks, and is an important catalyst for the development of industrial capabilities in Andalusia. Having said that, I have to say that we are following quite closely the latest evolution in Andalusia. I think that everybody knows that Andalusia has drafted an aerospace strategic plan, quite important. And I think that the space activity in the years to come will be increased by an important factor in this region of Andalusia.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the City Hall of Seville. Thank you to our brilliant panelists. I'm going to finish with my own Einstein comment. Einstein was asked once, what's the difference between time and eternity? And he said, the time will take me to explain that to you will become eternity. So I wish you a great day, and thank you again to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A pleasure. Thank you.
Bye-bye to everybody.
Muchas gracias a los participantes
Thank
de
you
esta
very
mesa
much to
en la que
all the
hemos comprobado
participants of
cómo
this
los
round
desarrollos
table where we could
tecnológicos
see how the
forman y
space
formarán
technological
parte de nuestra
developments
vida y además
are and will
la
be part
mejoran.
of our life
Es una
and improve it.
satisfacción contar
It is a
también en este
satisfaction to
primer
have
Space and
in this
Industrial Economy
first Space and
5.0
Industrial
Sevilla
Economy
Virtual Summit
5.0
con la
Seville
participación
Virtual
de
Summit
Teresa Rivera,
with the participation of
vicepresidenta
Teresa
cuarta del
Rivera,
Gobierno
the
y
fourth Vice
ministra para la
President of the
Transición
Government and
Ecológica y
Minister
el Reto
of
Demográfico del Gobierno de
Green
España.
Transition and
Nos va a hablar
Demographic Challenge
nos va a
in the government
reflexionar
of Spain.
sobre
She will
cómo la
speak
industria
about
aeroespacial
how the
tiene
airspace
aplicaciones muy
industry
útiles
has
en la
very
observación de
useful
los océanos y
applications
en la
in the
lucha
observation
contra el
of
cambio
oceans
climático.
and in the fight against climate change.
The Earth Summit in Rio in 1992 is a historical reference. That is when we officially acknowledge the limitations of our planet based on the reports by the Broadland Meadows Convention. We had worked on the limits of our planet, and thanks to the Rio Summit, we identified biodiversity, diversification, or climate change as some of the global challenges that all governments have to commit to and pay attention to. Governments thereby committed to cooperate in order to resolve and answer and be up to the challenge of these global challenges. There's been a lot of progress since, but not as much as we should have progressed. Loss to biodiversity, change to the climate, changes to the soil, and deforestation have continued to happen through these decades. Our planet is small and limited, and we experience it firsthand. Something happening in the other side of the world can have impact on us. The incidence of climate change beyond borders, rather than just in local places, is a reality. Changes to the incidence of deforestation, changes to the soil, the worsening of deforestation and extreme weather effects end up having impact via inequality, social, economic issues around the world, undermining decades of work, cooperation, and rights earned by citizens of the world. So this is a limited planet, but the space seems to be so large and endless. This iconic image from 40 years back represents very well to what extent our ability to observe Earth is absolutely critical and essential to consolidate decisions that have been made on real ground, on sound scientific knowledge, in order to know how can something evolve in large scale and how can we get more and more details. Because of the increasing technological developments, we can see increasingly better what is happening in the small limited space of our planet Earth. We can see better what's happening on the ocean, some places remote and unfathomable for people until very recently. We are capable to see now how the destiny can change, how we use and have impact on our ground, on land. The urbanization processes, change of use of the land for agriculture purposes or to mine minerals. We can see when accidents take place, including industrial accidents, losses, contamination of the water, the land, or the air. And we know this is going to be key, and we know that thanks to the aerospace industry, to the satellites, to our ability or capacity to observe, which requires a complex process of technological solutions that make this work, no matter how far it is from our Earth. Sevilla is identified as a very important pole in these European cooperation areas, and Sevilla shows its drive to understand and find solutions while having the innovation, industrial, technological capability that is extremely sophisticated and requires the very best knowledge and professional employment capacities. This is very appealing for us, the decision makers, the leaders who need to drive forward very important transformations to the way we interact with our environment in order to reach productivity and wealth that includes everybody without surpassing the environmental load to our planet. The contribution of these observation capabilities of space are absolutely key.
Agradecemos a la ministra Rivera.
We thank the Minister Rivera for sharing her thoughts in this summit. We will also have today Galo Gutierrez, the General Director of Industry and SMEs of the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Tourism of the Government of Spain. Among other questions, Mr. Gutierrez will address the contribution of the aerospace industry in the framework of the European Recovery Fund's Next Generation that our country will receive.
Buenos días.
Good morning. I would like to first thank you for the invitation to this first Space and Industrial Economy Summit 5.0. I would like to thank for this invitation and highlight the value of this summit because of the importance of the space sector. This sector has a strategic value for its contribution to society and for its generation of value. It can't be doubted that in the last few years, the space sector has been able to take advantage of the opportunities and take a qualitative leap. We also have to highlight its capacity to lead large international projects and generate a stimulating effect. We have improved our value chain since its beginnings 50 years ago with third-party manufacturing until now, where we have satellites, observation satellites, and telecommunications satellites, such as the SpainSats. Apart from that, our industry has provided equipment, flight as well as land equipment for NASA and for the ESA and other projects led by the European Union, such as Copernicus, Galileo, etc. It's important to remember that the stimulating effect and the participation of Spain in the first generation of SpainSats was about 20%. And now it's foreseen to reach in the next generation SpainSats a participation of 40%. This is an important leap in a very short period of time, and it will not stay there. This driving force by our industries makes us win important contracts for the important space projects in the EU. In all this career, public investment and private institution and collaboration has been crucial. From the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Tourism, we have participated either through our participation in the European Space Agency or with direct creation of our satellites. In 2001 to 2006, there was a financing of the first generation SpainSat. This was launched in 2006 and it's still operational. Here I would like to highlight the importance of the project of SpainSat New Generation because it's an ambitious project of collaboration between the public and private institutions to bring new SpainSats into operation that will be state-of-the-art. During 2019 to 2022, there will be a total loan of 750 billion, out of which 150 have already been provided in 2019, and for 2020, it's a similar amount. It is foreseen that Indesat for the period 2023 to 2025 will be operational, and our state will participate in the direct participation, and this means there is a participation of our state in this business. It's obvious that the space sector will be strategic for communications, transport, environmental protection, and security. It offers many possibilities that can be used in the fight against climate change, because the observation of Earth and the satellites provide data that sustain relevant data and help us for new policies. We need to use the opportunities that the Recovery, Transformation and Resilience Plan offers, recently presented under the Recovery and Resilience Mechanism by our President. I would like to give you some data about this recovery plan, even though the General Secretary of Industry will give you more explanations about it. The Next Generation EU is an opportunity for the Spanish companies. It is fundamented in Next Generation EU with 750 billion euros and the multi-annual financial framework for 2021 to 2027, which is still under discussion. Within the Next Generation, there's a distribution of the different member states through several programs. I am now going to mention the one that affects us more directly, which is the Recovery and Resilience Mechanism. But there are, as I say, other programs such as the Just Transition or the EAFRD for rural development. The Next Generation EU is an emergency mechanism for recovery through which there's a budget from the EU, and there will be a temporary boost with new financing obtained from the financial markets. This is something new because the EU budgets have always received the contributions of the states, but this time there is a contribution of the financial markets, and this would be channeled through the programs of the EU to support urgent measures to support the economy and make the economic growth and generate a sustainable and resilient growth. In the same way, the multi-annual financial framework from 2021 to 2027 is reinforced, and there are new instruments created which again receive the support from Next Generation. If we speak about some figures, it is 310 billion euros in aids and 250 billion in terms of loans. This is distributed to the different member states following criteria of population, per capita, and unemployment rates. So the idea is to assess the financial impact of or the economic impact of the pandemic. Spain will receive 61.6 billion for the period 2021 to 2024. In parallel, the member states have to draft a recovery and resilience plan, which is the one we are working on now, that needs to focus on the priorities established by the EU, mainly through reforms, and so that these funds go for a green and digital transition. Coming now into our Recovery, Transformation and Resilience Plan, I need to say that this is integrated with 10 transformation levers. And we move around two axes: the green transition, which is fighting against climate change and for decarbonization of our economy, and in our case, the decarbonization of our industry, but also a digital transformation, digitalization of our economy and our companies. The Ministry of Industry, Trade and Tourism needs to developed two components under this fifth lever. One of these 10 levers, the fifth one, under the title Modernization of the Business and Industrial Fabric of SMEs, Recovery of Tourism, and Boost of Spain as an entrepreneur country. The measures that will be developed by the Ministry of Industry are grouped under the component 12, which corresponds to Industrial Policy 2030, and the component 13, which is for the promotion of SMEs. I will now briefly mention these two components. Component 12, the one corresponding to industrial policy, tries to boost modernization and productivity in our Spanish ecosystem for industry and services through the digitalization of the chain, of the value chain, and increasing productivity and competitivity of key sectors under the green transition and digital transition. It is integrated into two main areas. On the one hand side, the investment programs, which will receive EU funds, among which I would like to mention the main ones we are working on. The first is the program from stimulating projects or seed projects for industrial sector. At the same time, there will be a program to accompany decarbonization and improving efficiency, energy efficiency for the industry. And there will also be, in collaboration with the regional communities, another program for industrial enterprise or endeavor for SMEs. In parallel to these investments, we also present structural reforms. For that, we have foreseen to create a new industry law that updates the situation and adapts to our new times, because the current law is pre-digital. It is from 1992. And here I would like to mention the creation of a fund to support industrial investment and industrial production. Recently, we are now gathering proposals. On the 10th of December, we published a notice of interest with the purpose of clarifying what are the main stimulating projects or seed projects that are to be presented. From this notice, we will be able to classify and the way how the different calls will be organized to attend these different projects, these stimulating projects that will be led by large companies, but with the participation of all the value chain. At the same time, with the Recovery and Resilience Program, the idea is to provide funds to improve efficiency of our existing programs, and from that point onwards we will continue improving the projects for industrial loans with a part that is aids, and part of these loans will be reimbursable. To mention the component 13, promotion of SMEs, the idea is to digitalize SMEs, reform the financial instruments that affects internationalization and geographical distribution into new markets, and the strategy of Spain as an entrepreneur country to create companies, increase networks, and improve business fabric. We have different goals to improve entrepreneurship, improving access to financing, and digitalization of SMEs in general, but mainly e-commerce as one of the main goals in the SMEs framework. So the programs we wish to execute in the field of SMEs is strengthening the guarantees system and an improvement, a strengthening of the clusters program. At the same time, we're designing programs for stimulating projects for small companies and empower the national network. In terms of the reforms associated to the SMEs law, we foresee a startups law modifying our legislation to make it more efficient for the different clusters and innovative clusters. In order to finish, I would like to highlight what are the opportunities for Spanish companies that offer this kind of plan, which is strengthening industry, making it greener, coming back to relocation, diversifying providers, and reposition the value chains into our global ecosystem, and increasing exports. We also need to boost innovative entrepreneurship and internationalization and access to new markets, and mainly we have to accelerate digitalization and its impact in the creation of new jobs. So, in order to end, what is the goal of the recovery plan? Well, reinforcing strategic autonomy, decarbonization, digitalization of the Spanish industry, and using the different levers I have mentioned very briefly to ensure resiliency of our economy, specifically of our industry, through these stimulating projects, fostering industrial investment in innovative projects that are key to consolidate our position as a manufacturing platform. And finally, a goal to reinforce our industrial autonomy in the framework of the EU, reducing the physical distance between the manufacturing and the demand, avoiding scarcity of essential goods in critical moments, and other essential elements. Thank you very much. I would like to wish you a great success for this summit, and that the role of the industry and the space industry are reflected and are reinforced thanks to this summit and interesting discussions that are being held. Thank you very much.
Estaremos atentos a estas dos nuevas leyes.
We will be very attentive to these new laws that Spanish government is preparing, the industry law and the startups law that the General Director of Industry and SMEs was mentioning. We will now open up a new section that will have the title Artificial Intelligence, 5G, Internet of Things, Space and the New Industry, where we will reflect about the revolution of Internet in the 21st century. This panel has a roundtable discussion and the speech by Pascal Ehrenfreund, who is the chairwoman of the International Astronautical Federation. Professor Pascal, good morning. We thank you for your participation in this summit. Welcome.
Thank you very much to the organizers of the Space and Industrial Economy 5.0 Sevilla Virtual Summit for inviting me to this very interesting conference. I will speak a little bit about the development in the space economy. When we look at the recent developments in the global space sector, it really demonstrates an increasing role played by the space industry and private sector institutions. And this underscores the need for developing a local space industry as an important segment of the space value chain. So last decade, we witnessed how space became more accessible. And when we look at advances in manufacturing technologies, nanotechnology, artificial intelligence, and reusable launch systems, they have really driven the market disruption in the space industry. This trend includes, of course, falling costs in satellite manufacturing and launch vehicles, proliferation of rideshare launches, greater access to the International Space Station, but also an increased number of startups in the space sector. So when we look a little bit at the numbers, the global space economy in 2019 valued at about $360 billion. And this is due to unprecedented in entrepreneurial leadership and also private investment and advanced technologies and all the efforts in the space industry. And when you look at the predictions for 2040, there is an estimate of $1 trillion for the global space economy. Of course, this was before the COVID-19 pandemic, But despite the COVID-19 pandemic, the space sector is rather robust. When you look at the first quarter of, actually the first half year of 2020, you can see that we have practically the same amount of launches like the year before. And many studies which came out recently also really witness that the space sector is rather robust. We hope that it stays like that. When you look at 2019, there have been 135 startups or space ventures which have received funding on investment, and 79 of those have been non-US. So that is also something important that has been mentioned, that 2019 was a very, very good year also for Europe and the rest of the world for the startups. So although we always talk about the space unicorns, and they actually really catch the news media, there are really hundreds of new startups which have formed, which provide also new opportunities in space infrastructure, satellite manufacturing, launch capabilities, IT, hardware, and also in new sectors like space tourism and media and even asteroid mining. So we see that the barriers in the space sector, entry into the space sector, have been lowered in the recent years. There is an easier access to space, and also the use of commercial off-the-shelf technologies and new business models and new capital investments have really changed the space sector. So according to the European Investment Bank, the largest type of investment in space are really, really driven by venture capitalists. It's about 46%, and that's followed by angel investors, approximately 25%. And but we also see, of course, that the US and China are leading, but there are really also other important nations. The UK, Japan, Israel, Canada, Spain, India are also important nations which are really, augmenting their funding into new space ventures. And when you look in 2019, the total investment in space startups reached really a new record of about $5.8 billion, and it is really also expected to grow. So when we look at the digitalization of the space sector, we see that the digital revolution is transforming economy and society and every sector, and of course also the space sector, due to the significant increase of data, computing capacity, and also the global networking of different IT networks. So when we look at AI, artificial intelligence enabled systems, and robotics, they are really crucial to Industry 4.0, and they are getting even more crucial also for the space industry. So these are technologies: artificial intelligence, big data, cloud computing, additive manufacturing, virtual and augmented reality, robotics, and digital twins particular. These are all new fields which will really revolutionize the space industry of the future. And obviously, like in every sector, there is the discussion about big data. So satellites collect really high volumes of data, terabytes, and we need new technologies of the AI sector, and like machine learning, deep learning, or AI-enabled recognition systems, in order to really look at all those images and data and interpret them. And I think this is a very important field, in particular also in the field of Earth observations, where we have actually just recently seen the first artificial intelligence image from space. It's not that we only treat the data with machine learning and those techniques, but also really the first AI image from space with the Hyperscout instrument of the Dutch company COSI. So I want to show you, give you one example of how important, this data treatment and artificial intelligence is for the future. This is the global Tandem X forest and non-forest map, which is an Earth observation dataset to monitor, assess, and protect forests using algorithms based on machine learning. And this is the work of the German Aerospace Center, which has been using a data set of the Tandem X radar satellite and produced this global product with 50 meters resolution. And it's actually free available for science, for the entire science community. And the global forest map really provides important data on climate change, the agriculture and forestry, and determining the biomass concentration of forests. So this is how those data are used, and you can even see, because it's a radar satellite, and you can really look at the illegal deforestation through clouds, for instance. So these are very, very important parameters to measure. So when you look at the AI trends for the space application, of course, this derives from the growing impact of artificial intelligence on many sectors, from monitoring the diagnosis in healthcare and self-driving technology in the transport sector, and also fraud and error detection in financial services. These are just a few to name. So there will be a lot of new business opportunities in the combined fields of space technologies, artificial intelligence, and machine learning for innovators. And of course, we need artificial intelligence-based systems for the operation, telemetry, and control of satellites, and to monitor their health and enhance communication, and those systems will strongly develop. With so many satellites, which I will come to in a minute, of course, we have to address the topic of space debris, because it is increasing and threatening the sustainability of the space sector. And so a lot of AI-driven space traffic management and other technologies will be really important also to tackle this issue. So satellite mega constellation, it's a very important topic, I'm sure, which will also be discussed in a panel. So Morgan Stanley actually estimates that the satellite broadband will represent 50% of the projected growth of the global space economy by 2040. And of course, the demand of data is growing at an exponential rate. We just discussed that. So currently, we can really perceive a trend with the rise of mega constellation, even in 2020, and in particular for communication-based services. And they are really essential. So when we look at the Starlink fleet of SpaceX, which goes into 550-kilometer orbit, until now there were 895 satellites launched, and OneWeb Airbus, which has launched 74 satellites in an orbit of 1,200 kilometers. So naturally, 5G is also developing in space, and OneWeb was actually purchased by a consortium of investors, which you see here, due to the promise to deliver 5G from orbit. And I just want to mention, I just read that in June, also the space venture of Spain, Sateliot, I hope I pronounced that correctly, a satellite telecommunication operator, announced its plan to launch a nanosat constellation in 2022, devoted to 5G. So actually, I want to go back for 1 second, because there is a very important picture also, which I nearly forgot, namely that the small satellite market is following a really, really positive trend. Up to 1,000 launches are foreseen in 2029. And you can see here the list, how it is actually developing in the next decade. And I think this looks rather realistic, because we have to put it into the perspective what we see, for instance, from Euroconsult for the year 2019, where we have seen 385 small sat launches, and 91% of them went into low Earth orbit, and 60% of those SMARTsats were launched were for constellation. So a little bit in the year 2019, and then you see this prognosis for a very, very strong market in the future for SMARTsats. So I want to come to one more topic where we also see the revolution of the space sector. This is space exploration, because we are living in a really, really very dynamic era of space exploration. A multi-stakeholder approach, and new space really anticipates a number of new missions into the Earth, Moon, Mars space system, as we call it. And that also includes near-Earth asteroids. So this combination and cooperation between space agencies and also initiatives from space entrepreneurs, industry, SMEs, and startups, they really allow for a bold vision, and they allow us to explore robotically Moon and Mars and near-Earth asteroids and prepare for human exploration. So it's a very dynamic field. Just look at the media. And I think the use of artificial intelligence-based systems for space exploration is really a coming field. And in particular into many, many important areas for robotic space exploration, like in planetary navigation, communication, optimized mission operation, monitoring the health of astronauts, and in particular also robotics, what concerns rovers, sample handling systems, drills, and of course for in situ resource utilization technologies. So the key areas where the artificial intelligence can significantly augment robotic space exploration are increasing autonomy and diversifying mobility. And those are also really, really very important for all kind of robotic system on Earth for industry or transport. We'll come back to that in a minute. So there will be, and we need more intelligent autonomous spacecrafting, which have larger capabilities, in particular to deal with deep space, being out of communication and needing to take their own decisions for navigation, communication, emergency response, guidance and controls, telemetry analysis, and to name a few, just to name a few. So important is also in this field, not the application field, but more the field we want to also go out in the universe and explore, that those technologies, which are really improved during deep space exploration, offer benefits for the non-space sector on Earth, like batteries, hydrogen fuel cell technologies, robotics, as we just discussed, propulsion, computer, software and hardware, healthcare, and in particular also autonomous and smart mobility. So this is always very important to show this awareness that space exploration really contributes also to benefits on Earth. And there's a very nice picture, I think, about artificial intelligence on the International Space Station. There is Simon, the crew interactive mobile companion, built by a consortium of DLR, Airbus, and also by the European Space Agency. It's a free-flying robot assistant. It's a partner, and it supports astronauts with their workload and experiments and maintenance and repair work. And Simon can really see, hear, understand, and speak and interact. And Astrobee is NASA's new free-flying robotic system, also now on the International Space Station, which will help also astronauts to reduce time they spend on routine duties and really leaving them to focus on duties which only humans can do. And so this is also a new area of trying and testing artificial intelligence in space and testing the possibilities for the benefits of Earth. So I want to soon close, and I want to say something which is really important because we have really witnessed the significance of space technologies when addressing a global health crisis, which we are facing right now, through elements like remote sensing applications and satellite navigation and communication technologies, artificial intelligence, telemedicine, telehealth. So we learn how those response efforts happening during the COVID-19 crisis. We learn how to check essential environmental parameters like changes in air and water, in mobility. We look at supply of bottlenecks, but also in, for instance, in rushing to a hospital, and looking also at the agricultural use. So we see also how important it is to have high-speed connectivity to remote location. So space is really, really essential. And I just want to mention the new platform, Rapid Action Coronavirus Earth Race, which was initiated by the European Commission, the European Space Agency, which is looking a lot of those data. So this is also a field which is really important, where we learn how to deal with the future health crisis. And at the end, I just want to draw your attention to the International Astronautical Federation, with more than 400 member organizations across 71 countries, including all the leading space agencies, industries, societies, associations, universities, and institutions worldwide. The International Astronautical Federation really has a unique mandate to provide a platform for the entire space community worldwide. And we are also looking really to play an important role as a catalyst in stimulating and propelling global space economy. I am the president of the IAF since 1 year, and we have just created a new initiative, which is called the Space Economic Platform, and bringing space down to Earth, bringing Earth up to space. And this economic platform is really here in order to help the new space economy by integrating really new space actors, entrepreneurs, and non-space industry, and organizations which really want to join. And we will have new activities in order to reflect also on those new markets. So in closing, I want to say that the rise of space actors, of new space actors, has brought really new opportunities for innovations in products and services, and has really created spillover effects to various industries, both inside and outside the space sector. We talked about constellations and mass production of satellite advancements in reusability, on-orbit servicing, and just to name some of the key elements of current new space. And we see that really artificial intelligence, such as machine learning, is really, really important to get a grip on the big data issue. So we are living in an unprecedented times. I can only stress the significance of space technologies when addressing a global health crisis such as the one we are currently facing. And the next decade will really bring commercial space tourism, very likely, but also continue to set trends for declining launch price and satellite manufacturing. And some believe, as I just outlined, that it will be really also the next decade that will bring back humanity to the moon, or forward to the moon, and also perhaps lead humanity to Mars. So my final sentence is that the digital revolution also has a growing impact on the space sector. More than ever, space is key for the understanding of our Earth system, and consequently also for our socio-economic development. Thank you very much for your attention.
Muchas gracias a la profesora Thank you, Professor Pascal Igefrom, for your thoughts and for giving way to our session, to our roundtable, where we shall continue thinking about artificial intelligence, 5G, the Internet of Things, and how we believe the Internet revolution will be like in the 21st century. This is the session, and if I may, I would like to introduce you. Mr. José Antonio Aranda is the Director for Innovation and Product Strategy at Celinex. Hello, how do you do? Thank you for participating. We also have Daniel Jiménez. He's the Managing Director of Vodafone Business Spain. Welcome. I'm happy to be here. Thank you. We also have Jorge Poti. He's the Managing Director for Space at GMV. Welcome. I'm honored to be here with you. And finally, our last speaker is Eduard Martin. He's the CIO and Director for 5G and the Mobile World Capital, Barcelona. Thank you for your invitation. Let's start with our first general question to all of you. I would like you to tell me how the new 5G technology will have an impact now on the industry in Spain, on SMEs, and particularly on services provided to citizens. Eduard. Well, that is indeed a very important question. 5G in general and new generation networks, without a doubt, they will have an impact, hopefully, a positive impact on our lives, on our society, on our development. The development of these technologies will certainly facilitate the introduction of long-sought services and products that will broaden horizons for the industry, but also for households. Without a doubt, as far as the industry, logistics, mobility, healthcare go, all these vertical knowledge areas are very important, and therefore the introduction of very powerful wireless networks will allow us to enhance connectivity and broadband communication. The impact will certainly be very positive thanks to the adoption of new technologies and thanks to the creation of new opportunities in all areas, from digital services to infrastructures. And hopefully it will also have an influence on business and companies in these countries in a very positive way. Daniel Jiménez, what about you in Vodafone? What do you think? Well, 5G has huge potential and huge impacts for these countries, while with 4G networks, what we actually did is to take developments further, basically to the terminal, to the smartphone. With 5G, everything is new. The application of artificial intelligence, the possibility of having augmented reality, holograms, virtual realities, and all the potential, that comes with self-driven cars. All that does not exist at this moment in time, but it will actually come true with 5G. 5G brings challenges to apps, application, and development, and therefore the ecosystem of companies required for 5G to be successful is indeed very, very large. The challenges ahead are huge for application development companies, for telecom operators, and indeed it is a challenge for companies because they will be able to do things that were unthinkable before. So the advent of these new technologies are very disruptive. Thank you. Do you think it will bring transformation along too, Mr. Aranda? Yes, for the Spanish
entrepreneurial fabric, it will allow them to continue digitalizing industry. This is indeed an opportunity for large companies and for SMEs and for the whole industrial fabric as a whole. From Celinex, from my company, we believe it is an opportunity to continue growing more robust. 5G will bring an opportunity to diversify networks, to have more networks, which will allow users to gain access anywhere. We also find opportunities for the creation of new services, as was said earlier, concerning different fields such as edge computing, which will be certainly positive for the industry, thanks to advanced services that will make companies more and more digital. Companies that have not yet entered the digital arena will now be able to do so. Above all, it is an opportunity too to make networks more efficient for mobile phone operators on the basis of 5G technology to be more comfortable in sharing resources and in saving costs. Thank you. Jorge Pati, what is your opinion? Well, I am certainly the more space-focused person here in this panel, and I very much like to combine things. Let me remind you that this sector is a very young one in Spain, space industry, with the launch of Sputnik, the very first milestone. Ever since, space has done nothing but show us the high transformative power it has. And that power of transformation is certainly something brought along by 5G. There are many technologies, for instance, in transport, where 5G will play a crucial role, a fascinating role. The renewal, the transformation of the shipping sector is unthinkable. We cannot imagine it. And of course, space was the first sector to demonstrate its capacity to transform things. If you remember, the old images on the telly, long time ago about the planets and space. Well, 5G will certainly bring opportunities to very many sectors. Jorge, thank you for talking about that connection between 5G and space. Now I would like to ask Mr. Aranda from Celinex Telecom, a company that offers services from their telecommunication towers. They offer the services to a variety of operators. I understand you offer a neutral service, if I may say so, because you work with all operators. Let me ask you a question. With your towers that are well grounded and rooted on the ground, on Earth, are you looking up to space? Are you looking at space with, space balloons that can reach the stratosphere? Are you thinking about space too? Yes, indeed, Daniel. As you rightly said, we are a neutral infrastructure operator. To start with, we give access to companies to our SIIs in an open manner. This allows their infrastructures to be improved and enhances connectivity. Having said so, there are now some trends in the market with hubs, the so-called hubs, and the extra stratospheric devices or systems. This is quite new, and we ought to pay attention to it because we do not yet know to what an extent these devices shall be profitable or not, and their usability. Perhaps they can be applied to exploring and watching and identifying potential gaps that can be breached with these technologies on the ground. So, yes, we are talking about balloons, aerostatic balloons. I'm not an expert, of course, but I'm sure, you all know that satellites are at a given distance from planet Earth, and obviously telecommunications need to be closer to us. So this may sound a bit science fiction, but I think there are some projects by Google in Peru in place which are already relying on such systems, not only satellites, but these balloons in space. Do you think this will become a reality in the near future? Yes, satellite industry has been positioning itself in different areas, with the satellites 36,000 kilometers away from planet Earth. In recent years, quite a few satellites have been launched at a shorter range. That's why these devices, which are positioned 20 kilometers from planet Earth, these devices have a lower latency. There are projects indeed, as you said, with Telefonica, for instance, which have completed experiments with Facebook, for instance, and there are other market players, such as SpaceX, which are already doing their projects with these devices, and there is an operator too, which has cooperated with a company to launch these devices. There are different devices, the small balloons, but there are other devices which look like zeppelins, which are also on the stratosphere. But there are, as I said, like mini plane devices with solar panels on the wings. There are a variety of proposals for a number of projects, and now the industry is keeping an eye on the evolution of this particular technology, because these satellites will come true in a couple of years. We are still at a very early stage. We're still trying to determine the uses for these devices for, more remote areas in rural Europe, for instance. Eduard, from a technical point of view, what are the obstacles and the difficulties in 5G? Well, I could not summarize it into one difficulty only. New network architectures, new network systems have been trialed and tested for quite a while now to become part of standardization, but there are challenges still with different types of antennas and different frequencies shall give us the possibility of applying new services. There is a challenge there to all operators, telephone and infrastructure operators, how this deployment will take place, which is actually taking place now. And as I said earlier, we need to know, we need to ponder about the services we want and where we want them, because things will differ between, metropolitan areas in Spain or the deployment in non-metropolitan areas. Things need to be thoroughly studied, the case studies, the uses need to be adequately identified. And there is an interesting long-term thing too, though long-term means nothing because everything is sort of medium-term, short-term. I'm particularly referring to action plans in the European Union with a deadline for 2025 to have and ensure 5G coverage in cities, but we are to think about other territories, other inland regions, rural areas, the countryside, for a positive impact to be reality too in smaller cities, rural areas, industrial estates, where having a different connectivity type can be very positive. So in my view, one of the challenges is to combine all types of networks, 4G, 5G, the new networks, the new ways of ensuring coverage using the little devices that you mentioned, satellites, and indeed it is challenging how to ensure high performance connectivity. Daniel Jimenez, along the same lines, Let's imagine a city which has 5G coverage, but if you travel to another city, you don't have that type of connectivity, and then you have a gap, a digital divide in another city. Could you comment on that? Could you tell us something about your company, Vodafone, and the fact that it is a watch, a 5G watch? What is the situation, the status of 5G in Spain, and how does Spain compare to other countries? So, digital divide and the situation of Spain. Right, question one, answer one. We are concerned with our digital divide between the rural and the metropolitan. Vodafone seeks to provide the same power, the same signal to all areas in Spain, in the European space. That's our very mission, our very purpose, and there are different solutions to overcome the gap and the divide between rural and metropolitan areas. Today we talk about universal services, when we talk about data, when we talk about the deployments by countries, by the state. Sometimes 5G can give the same services that a fixed network would provide. So, situations differ over time. In my opinion, convergence will occur, but inevitably, in the first 5 years, cities will benefit from a much powerful network because obviously it is more cost effective to implement things. And about what you said earlier, we tend to think about the Northern Hemisphere and Europe in particular, but most of these balloons that you mentioned, most of these devices to be fitted in space, make a lot of sense if we center on the Southern Hemisphere. There are millions of people who live in the Southern Hemisphere and don't yet have internet access. So, imagine what huge difference it can make for Latin America. About the situation of Spain and 5G compared to other countries in Europe, I think we're very much aligned. When we launched things in Vodafone for 4G, everything was simultaneous. It happened at the same time in Italy, Romania, Spain. Well, in Spain there is a tender, in short, for a greater amount of gigahertz, which can be a little different if we compare to other things with other countries in Europe. But if you want companies to use 5G, you need to have unlimited data, an environment with unlimited data, and that's the decision we made. If you use up your data package using 5G, well, then something was done wrong. If you want to deploy 5G, you want to first release unlimited data, and then you need to educate your clients. The consumption will be based on experience usage, not on data usage, a paradigm change indeed. After a year, we now see terminals for 5G at a similar price or with a similar price as a smartphone. If you go to a Vodafone store, you already have your 5G rates in the same portfolio. And month after month, we see thousands of people adopting 5G, particularly in bigger cities. Quick remark, quick comment. I agree with Daniel. Sometimes we don't realize Spain has been a pioneer 5G-wise. We were one of the first countries to launch 5G technology in Europe, and we are now a country with their operators ready. I would say, there are 30, 40 cities with 5G already available, and that causes us to rank very high in Europe. We are also pioneers in testing 5G. A lot of interest can be found with most operators, and the government is indeed trying to help operators to deploy 5G throughout the country. Pilot tests were made with subsidies with a number of operators in 2019. Subsidies have been renewed in June 2020 for that very purpose, for Spain to continue being pioneers in the number of trials compared to the rest of Europe. So we do rank very high. We are to be very, very proud in Spain. We have a lot to say in Spain. If I may, we are running the 5G watch for the government of Spain, and I agree with Daniel and José Antonio. In recent studies by the European 5G watch, Spain ranked second as far as European projects go. Projects in technology, and that is very, very important. José Antonio also talked about pilot tests subsidized by the government. Let me remind you that we have research R&D centers in Valencia, in Madrid, in Barcelona, which are very, very important. So in general terms, Spain's positioning is very, very good, particularly thanks to the deployments completed by the operators. Jorge Potti, in aerospace industry, does Spain have a role to play as a leader? You run a company with over 2,500 companies. Your company is very strong. What's the situation of space in the situation of Spain in the aerospace sector? I would say Spain is quite in line with their representation as far as GDP goes. In GMV, we have followed a growth trend for the past 35 years. Our company is Spanish company. We are developing and growing very strongly. We are the fourth country in Europe after Airbus, for instance, and in general, I would say Spain has done a good job. We are lucky to have Hispasat and Eisdesat, companies that continue behaving as industrial drivers, particularly in the field of satellite communications. And concerning hubs, which were mentioned earlier, yes, they could be alternatives to satellite communications, though they have been devised to give coverage at a different size dimension. 5G is more global. Of course, there are satellites that cover a great portion of the Earth, satellites that are in orbit and that revisit the planet over and over. Satellite constellations is the paradigm that is being given a boost at present, and they ensure coverage at a global level, and they provide services to both large areas and smaller, depopulated areas too, without infrastructures. So satellites do cover the gap too. To answer your question, space industry in Spain has grown very, very strongly. We are able able to develop complete satellite systems, large systems, and therefore we ought to be very, very proud because our industry is indeed very important. What about the application of innovations? We had a very interesting session before about the applications of a space industry to everyday life. I would like to ask you about space robotics. How can we connect your developments with what we are talking about now, 5G and the Internet of Things? What can we bring down from space to planet Earth to make our lives easier? A lot of things. The space sector is on the fringes of technologies, on the cutting edge, and generates loads and loads of innovation, which is taken, to a more down-to-earth level, and the other way around, vice versa. So development is huge in that respect. To answer your question, the more inspiring missions, the more fascinating missions are those of science, and planetary exploration. Yes, robotic projects are involved. Very ambitious projects are being implemented with huge technological developments based on breakthroughs. Technology requires robots to be very autonomous in that respect, and that autonomy prompts the development of, artificial intelligence robots that can make their own decisions. If you think on a mission to Mars, obviously communication times are really, really long. So yes, we are developing a lot of artificial intelligence technology, a lot of autonomous robots which can be applied to space, but can also be applied to autonomous driving, self-driving cars, etc. You are participating in a mission I cannot do but mention, a mission with NASA using a satellite that will help an asteroid to be deflattened, something like that. Really, really sophisticated science here. Could you tell us about that project in particular? Yes, it is a bit of an Armageddon project. It involves NASA, the European Space Agency too. NASA provides part of the technology concerning an impact of an asteroid. There are two asteroids. One of them is small, comparable to a football pitch that gravitates around a bigger asteroid, which is 10 times bigger than the little one. Anyway, this is like a miniature version of the solar system, the smaller asteroid being sort of the sun and the other asteroid rotating around it. But the mission, anyway, sort of replicates an impact, a collision of between the two asteroids. What would you do in particular in that project? Well, we participate in the project in which a spaceship is sent out there to measure what has happened, if the orbit has been displaced or not. And on the basis of that, we are to make science. Concerning the spaceship, we cover, all the autonomous aspects. Bear in mind that, having an orbit around celestial bodies is very, very complicated. Their orbit, the trajectory is not yet known, is unknown. So imagine, if you also have successive orbits, how sophisticated, all the systems are, guiding, navigation. So we contribute to the brain of the mission. And what will we learn from the mission? We will learn to decipher and impact a collision in a future Armageddon scenario, in a scenario of a huge collision of an asteroid with the Earth. It's really important to take care of these things. People have been told dinosaurs disappeared as a result of an asteroid coming to Earth and crashing, the Earth. So we tend to think this will never happen, but who knows? So the mission is very, very important to see if we could avoid the Armageddon. José Manuel, José Antonio, I would like to ask you about your projects. Would you like to emphasize one of those projects, whether they are science fiction or not? Daniel Jiménez. Well, we're taking part in a project which will come to an end this year to ensure coverage, 4G coverage in an area on the moon. We work with Nokia. The coverage on the moon hasn't changed for 20 years, so we need to have 4G on the moon because communications for missions on the moon will be improved a lot. The technology we're going to implement there weighs a kilo. You will wonder, why not 5G? Well, because we do not have the miniature technology, for an antenna so tiny with 5G. I suppose you all remember the scene in the film Minority Report, people walk into the port, remember, and the wall there interpreting the face, of the guy walking. That is absolutely possible now, with eye measurement and with 5G. So it'll be hard to imagine more things, science fiction is here already as a reality. We will do a lot about experiences, about going to a concert where musicians don't have to be together, where you no longer have to go to the theater or the concert hall. Augmented reality will change things dramatically. The same goes for tourism. Tourism will have a lot more quality, in a very simple manner. And with a new terminal, which will become very trendy, goggles, augmented reality goggles. The possibility of goggles being able to detect messages that we cannot see now, our new eyeglasses or goggles will be revolutionary. There are a lot of developments related to goggles.
Eduard, 5G requires AI. What projects are you carrying out at the moment? Well, smart networks like 5G requires intelligence. They are smart. I know it sounds like a joke, an easy joke as a matter of fact, but this technology opens up a new technology paradigm whereby we have not only connectivity of our devices to antenna, radio connectivity, but one of the most important areas, or the most important area, would be the back office behind what we call 5G. So this core, this nucleus is where there's an interconnection of different networks, and it is there where we will see real added value services to generate these services for there to be a deployment of 5G networks. So we use artificial intelligence algorithms, basically because 5G technology in its last formulation will come about in a couple of years, will allow us to adapt to the conditions needed for that experience Daniel was mentioning that was personalized for each user and for technology, thereby for efficient in service provision. When we talk about 5G projects, and I have the pleasure to have developed with Daniel and Jose Antonio a great many case uses for 5G technology, one of the most interesting things is actually building those services, because apart from the radio connectivity, you add value to everything. We've had experience with autonomous robots, autonomous cars, connected vehicles, entertainment experiences, as Daniel mentioned, because the content offered as of now are going to change. The new educational experiences require virtual reality, extended reality, or augmented reality, and artificial intelligence for that to be productive. So we've had experience in this sense. And I think that anything applicable to mobility is very interesting, not only for connected vehicles, but also intermodal possibilities, which will further smart cities' abilities to have a coordinated mobility. And say computing is so important, as Antonio mentioned this earlier. This is vital. We need to extend cloud capacity, and it has to be very close to us. And these devices, Daniel pointed out, need to be smarter to collaborate in this processing, which is going to be even more massive. One of the areas in which I have a pleasure to manage at the Mobile World Capital Barcelona. We have undertaken many pilot projects, many projects with people here, but we're going to undertake in the future. And what's interesting is to be able to analyze what we're doing, and more importantly, we need to make this into a service, and that's where we at. So we've operated use per data volume, as Daniel mentioned, which doesn't really make that much sense in the era of information. We now need to use technology differently to consolidate these new services, and AI in this sense is going to play a key role. Why? Well, because people want a good experience, want to have a personalized experience, and this leads to greater efficacy and efficiency of systems. Okay, Jose Antonio, it's so next, what are you working on? Because apart from these 10,000 power towers of the 40,000 in Spain, you manage an innovation department. What are the lines along which you're working on? Well, we are developing infrastructure mainly. With 5G, we see that telecoms need to change the network altogether for three reasons. Number one, because cloud and virtualization kicks in, as we've heard, meaning that all the core network needs to be rethought. And we believe this opens up opportunities in order to have data centers to offer to the telecom operators. So go beyond power towers, and we have the city, which is a Horizon 2020 project that we've been working on with Lucca in Italy, Bristol in the UK, Barcelona in Spain, with a view to designing networks to help mobile operators and to rationalize the infrastructure that need to be deployed in any city where 5G is at full speed. And we're working on how in those those infrastructures, we can have multi-operator use. That's the kind of use case we're working on. But on the other hand, we're working with mobile operators to identify use cases that will allow them to monetize infrastructure. But because let us not forget that 5G will bring about a huge investment effort. It is estimated that the industry in general will invest $1.1 billion over the next 5 years. And only in Europe, we're talking about somewhere between 56 and 200 billion euros that the industry needs to invest. And therefore, we believe that we need to rationalize investments, and companies like ours may contribute with additional funds from a financial standpoint and from an operation standpoint too. And the cases of use that we've been working on with Vodafone in Andalusia, for example, we're working on different use cases, and we are working on visual access. What does this mean, this jargon? Well, in rural area, we're taking fiber there without having to reach there with the fiber in a wireless way. So if you live in a town, you can receive 100 megabits per second or a giga per second. We're working on how to make the 5G network be energy efficient, and those little facilities where the equipment are installed are more efficient. And also we're working on other use cases to demonstrate the capacity of 5G. With Vodafone, we're working with use cases in ports, farms, but we also have a project with the Mobile World Capital of Barcelona. It's been sponsored by them to see how in cities like, for example, Barcelona, we can implement an ecosystem that allows us to develop the industries and 5G across industries. If this impacts education, as Eduard mentioned, because 5G, I believe, is a technology that is going to improve education. Daniel was talking about augmented reality. We're going to work with holograms, what you actually see in Star Wars. Well, that figure, that hologram can be used in educational settings, but this is going to improve safety, security, and emergencies, how police forces can be more efficient using 5G. And Daniel was mentioning tourism. We believe tourism is very important. It's going to benefit from 5G, not only tourism for holidays and vacations, beach destinations, but also business tourism, conferences and congresses, and all of these events have slowed down, and 5G can accelerate the development. And as we mentioned at the beginning, one of the main beneficiaries of 5G will be companies, and we're working on use cases with enterprises to see how 5G can help them, can improve their productivity, new use cases. We're hearing about private networks with operators in these environments, and let us not forget that the proximity market is very important. 5G can help small stores, small and medium-sized companies, because these augmented reality devices, like the glasses, for example, can help, and this can help people to work remotely. Oh, okay. Would you be so mind to go back to the last 30 seconds because you were cut off a bit, the line was a bit choppy? My apologies. Well, I was saying that apart from the industry, and I apologize for my connection, it's just connectivity, right? Yes, we're a technology company, but these things happen, right? But I was talking about the proximity market, and I was going to explain how 5G can have a positive impact in proximity markets, helping use cases with augmented reality and with virtual reality, because we can build services. For example, say you can't leave home, but you can purchase in the corner store. Okay, Jorge, technology innovation may help balance the unbalances that we see in society. So, through aerospace technology, you are developing techniques to observe the earth that will allow us to really improve farming. Can you tell us more about that? Well, in Europe, we're lucky to have a satellite constellation, which is a flagship of the European Commission, the Galileo, which is a positioning system, and a second one that I would like to mention today would be Copernicus. The latter is the greatest observation system of the planet to surveil the environment and for safety and security purposes. And thanks to Copernicus, which has a data access policy that is open, free for one and all, was generating a huge volume of data. The Sentinel satellite family, when fully deployed, will be comprised of some 30 satellites. We have 7 satellites in orbit that deliver interesting data that helps, for example, in a huge number of disciplines: safety, security, the environment, and also precision agriculture. We're leading a project with the European Commission within the R&D framework, Horizon 2020, called Cultures, and we seek to develop tools that will improve food safety in America. So this is doing our bit from a technology standpoint for there to be enough stable source of food in Africa, and for this to be stable and sustained in time. So we have a number of partners in the project, many African countries: Ethiopia, Ghana, Mozambique, Nigeria, South Africa. I'm sure I'm forgetting some. Tunisia too. A number of African countries are working together to look at different agricultural techniques. We're looking at measures on the ground with a view to generating models to optimize crop and livestock management, to move towards precision farming, which will indeed improve food safety in Africa. Okay, we're almost finished, but I would like to ask you about the skills that professionals will need in order to develop all of these fields, all of these endeavors. So, Daniel Jimenez, as regards Vodafone, for example, what are you observing? What kind of jobs will arise from these new transformations, which are so exciting? Well, there are many job profiles that arise, but let me mention that Vodafone Spain is a world cluster for the development of 5G for Vodafone worldwide. So we have experts to develop 5G networks, so telecom engineers, IT experts, physicists, mathematicians. With this technology wave that will have more employment options, we also need experts in use cases, that people who can integrate third parties to establish partnerships, understanding what the different economic sectors need, because you need developments and people who use those developments. So that kind of profile is key. We need to understand the value chain of different entrepreneurial companies and see where we can add value. And there's a huge opportunity that we need to make most of right there. And there's a third profile that I think is key and has a lot to do with digital transformation, how to implement digitalization using 5G. So we need experts in digital onboarding, client experience, how to really make what I just mentioned more sense in this world where people want things now at one click of distance. People want things here and now. So we need those job profiles, and I'd say that it all has to be cyber safe. That would be, say, the cherry on top, because that's what is demanded in this country. Not everything is studied. Many of these fields are learned by working, and this is a challenge and an opportunity for young people in our country. And those of us who are not that young, we can add a lot if we are able to learn these skills. Well, if I may jump in to add to what Daniel from Vodafone has mentioned, we believe in employees' abilities to train. There's a study by McKinsey that shows that only 14% of company employees currently need a full reskilling. So there's 86% of employees who have skills, but they need to learn more. And 40%, according to this report, 40% of the labor force require very little reskilling. So what we're going to see is that manual labor, physical work, those tasks that require a low cognitive processing will cease to be, and data processing, for example, will be replaced by algorithms, and we're going to need more creative profiles, people who are able to process more complex information. We believe that we are at a moment in time where we are interconnected and everybody needs to be more entrepreneurial, and that kind of attitude is going to be very positive for our companies. And I agree with Daniel. Companies, telecom operators, namely, need people with digital skills, digital abilities, with a knowledge of how systems work. They need to know software programming and developing, because when you go out there to market, the kind of client has changed, and this is even more obvious with the pandemic. Clients are more impatient, they're better informed, they hear what you say but hear what others say, they're more empowered, they multitask. So customers are more demanding, even unloyal to companies. So you need this hybrid connectivity. Everybody needs to be connected, and that's why everybody's being so proactive in this sense. We need that kind of profile. We need to train our employees so that everybody undergoes an upskilling. Eduard, I'll ask you, because you have talent programs at the Mobile World Capital Barcelona. Very briefly, and then we'll end up with closing remarks. Okay, well, Daniel, Jose Antonio have said this perfectly well. We have a program called Digital Talent, whereby we favor and enhance digital talent. We basically reskill, upskill, as Jose Antonio mentioned, to give opportunities to people in the field of software development. 5G is going to need software development at its core. Just a note, technology and the digital transformation process is not the center of everything. People are at the center of everything, and in order for this true digital transformation to happen, we need more people to undertake in these tasks. It is indispensable, number one, to change a culture, a network culture. We're seeing some adjustment needs to happen, and digital transformation requires changing processes, using technology, not using technology to change processes. So I believe that we're going to need a lot of digital reskilling and upskilling, which is what Jose Antonio was mentioning. People who are able to build technology, but understand and use technology too. Okay, Eduard. All right. With that reflection on skills, I have a final reflection for you. What else do you think we need from the point of view of investment, capacity building, institutional support for Spain to be consolidated in the aerospace realm and the 5G realm in order to make the most of these new services around the Internet of Things? Jorge Poti. Well, let me discuss the aerospace industry, which I know best. This is simply strategic. The sector is strategic, and this is an especially stimulating time in history for aerospace. We had an interministerial meeting of the European Space Agency held in Andalusia, whereby the European Union on January 1st starts a new program period, 2021-2027, and there will be an increase as regards investment in the aerospace. We have the Copernicus and Galileo programs. We have a new program that is quite ambitious, a safe communication constellation that connects with the very important initiative of quantum communication and computing. This opens up opportunities, and hopefully Spain will be able to make the most of this. The EU recovery funds that we haven't mentioned are also going to be important and open up an important opportunity. We need to use these funds and do that right. And also, aerospace programs take time. They take a lot of time. Some are born to stay. Hence, the decisions that we make today have long-term effects. Whatever we do, cease to do today, will have an impact in the future. So right now, this is a special point in time, and I would encourage public institutions, because there's a lot that the public powers can do, and sometimes it's difficult to move forward, but everybody needs to work together to move forward, and GMB will do its bit to push this forward. Okay, Jose Antonio Aranda, final thoughts? Okay, well, one of the things that we haven't touched on are driverless cars or self-driving cars, because Spain is very well positioned to develop autonomous vehicles, and at Cellnex we're working on corridors between Spain and France that will allow for car connection not be disconnected, broken when you cross the border. This is important. It's a huge opportunity that is noteworthy. From Cellnex's point of view, 5G accounts for new technology that will mainly impact production sectors, but also the digitalization of industry. We've been working with mobile carriers, and now in Spain we're working to give them the infrastructure they need. An agreement reached with the ministry that their idea is to reach 70% of population with 5G coverage over the next 5 years. Well, that requires us working on infrastructures and developing for coverage to reach all the population. We believe 5G is an opportunity that will help us grow, not also as regards sites, but also as regards the kind of infrastructure that we can offer carriers. As we mentioned earlier, we need to give additional network functionalities, the ability to integrate computing, or having devices in data centers or metropolitan offices where we can make available to operators, and for them to be able to share this and provide their clients with 5G. Okay, let's now move on to Daniel Jimenez, and we will close with his final thoughts. Well, I'd say that Spain is a great country, and back in the day, the army allowed us to be where we stand, and I think that the internet is really an ocean of that time, and thanks to the aerospace developments or maritime control and port control systems, this makes us country that is open from a maritime standpoint. We're one of the main ports in Europe, and we can meet the expectations of those who came before us. And I say this because we also need to be excited about what we do given the crisis. And aerospace opens up a very good, powerful way forward, and we need to recover from where we were and not lag behind as in the 19th century. That's my final thought. Well, thank you all very much for your very interesting reflections and thoughts. Undoubtedly, as Daniel mentioned, Spain is a great country, and we have a huge opportunity ahead. Thank you all very much for your contributions. I wish all the best. It is a pleasure to give the floor to the Minister of Science and Innovation in Spain, Mr. Pedro Duque, to reflect on science, innovation, and space.
Good morning. It's a pleasure for me to participate in this first summit on space and economy held in Seville, a city which is growing its importance in the space sector. The CBES facilities held last year the Ministerial Council of the European Space Agency, which was a great success, and important investment commitments were signed up. No doubt, the space is an indispensable part of our daily life, providing service to the growing needs of the society. It facilitates the governments the tools they need to face deforestation, climate change, precision agriculture, global health, and other sustainable development goals. And it also integrated in our daily lives through these satellite navigation systems, telecommunications, and Earth observation systems. However, we are not fully aware of the importance of space resources or the added value that space can offer us. And this is why these summit and these kind of events are so useful. The investments in the space materialize in quality employment, in many aspects that benefit the society as a whole. In economic terms, according to independent research studies, for every euro that is invested in the space, the society receives 6 euros in return. This can even reach 21 euros if we add the spillovers. We should understand then that the space is not an expense but a vital and strategic investment. During the last 50 years, Spain has had an active role in the space field, and currently our industry is leading initiatives that are more and more ambitious. We are present in the main missions, international missions, developing orbital control systems to avoid satellite collisions that are part of the surveying European system. Apart from these economic figures, the technological progress and the service to society, the space has always been a source of inspiration, and it will be so for future generations. A clear example of this is the Apollo program of the NASA, which gathered up a lot of investment efforts to bring the human being to the moon, and this brought many new technologies in different areas. With this program, it lighted up the mission philosophy, which we use so often in Europe and in Spain through the program of science and innovation missions. We support sectorial strategic initiatives for business innovations, such as clean energy, sustainable agriculture, efficient mobility, healthy aging, or the promotion of the new industry in the 21st century. These and other challenges can only be solved through science and innovation. The government of Spain is firmly committed with these policies that guarantee the well-being of society and the economic growth. The budgets presented are a proof of it, with an increase of 60% in science and innovation, the most ambitious in the history of Spain. We have to insist in the importance of investing in science and technology because it has a high profitability and it benefits the society as a whole. But we need to be aware that this commitment needs perseverance, patience, and it's a long-term investment. I would like to thank the commitment of the Seville City Council and all those who have made this summit possible to boost the industry in Spain. Thank you very much.
Invertir en ciencia y tecnología
Investing in science and technology is profitable, said the Minister of Science and Innovation and also astronaut Pedro Duque. We thank him for his participation in this summit. We reached to the end of this very interesting morning session of this first Space and Industrial Economy 5.0 Seville Virtual Summit. We invite you to accompany us in the afternoon session. We will be listening to 3 roundtable discussions and 3 speeches related to very interesting topics. The first topic is related to the new energy model, a clean and sustainable model. The second is about the reinvention of the Spanish productive system. And the third, it's about the investment opportunities in this new economic cycle. We will be waiting for you in the afternoon. Thank you very much.
Hispasat, da un nuevo impulso a su flota de satélites con el Amazonas Nexus. Este nuevo satélite ofrecerá soluciones de telecomunicaciones de última generación en banda KU-HTS en todo el continente americano, los corredores del Atlántico Norte y Sur y Groenlandia. El Amazonas Nexus está diseñado para proporcionar servicios de conectividad de alta capacidad en entornos de movilidad aérea y marítima. También ofrecerá servicios de banda ancha en zonas remotas, estés donde estés. Además, incorpora una carga útil enfocada a las comunicaciones seguras demandadas por los sectores gubernamental y de defensa. El Amazonas Nexus cuenta con un procesador digital transparente para incrementar su flexibilidad geográfica y adaptarse en órbita a las exigencias del mercado. Fabricado por Thales Alenia Space sobre una plataforma Spacebus Neo, el Amazonas Nexus se pondrá en órbita en la segunda mitad de 2022 y reemplaza y amplía la capacidad del Amazonas 2 en 61 grados oeste. Su avanzado diseño, su capacidad HTS y su versatilidad hacen del Amazonas Nexus el satélite más eficiente de la flota de Hispasat.
Bienvenidos a la sesión de la tarde.
Welcome to this afternoon session in this first Space and Industrial Economy 5.0 Seville Virtual Summit. This afternoon, we are going to reflect upon a new, clean and sustainable energy model and about reinventing the Spanish productive system, also about investment opportunities in the new economic cycle. We have the pleasure to start this session with the speech of the Commissioner of the Summit, Josep Piqué. You know that apart from being a great expert on geopolitics, he also has strong experience in the private sector, as he's been a chairman of Vueling and the CEO of OHL. We give the floor to Josep Piqué.
Un saludo muy cordial a todos los que nos están viendo y escuchando.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to all those of you who are being with us today. It's been almost one full day of this summit about economy, industry, and the space, which we call 5.0, and which tries to shed light on what to do after the pandemic, and especially what to do in order to make our economies and our industry more competitive and more in line with the new demands of any type that we have ahead of us, and for which our country, Spain, could have the ambition to play a role. During all these long months suffering the pandemic, there have been many different opinions about whether this is a phenomenon that is going to radically change things and make the world not be as it was anymore. But there are other opinions in the sense that even if it's true that the pandemic is having a great impact from the point of view of our health system, of course, the health of our citizens, but also from the economic, social, and even political point of view and institutional point of view. Beyond those obvious effects, the large macro trends will continue to be there. They were there before the pandemic. The pandemic has probably accelerated them, and they will continue to be part of our scenario. I believe this is especially true from the geopolitical point of view. Everything is changing so rapidly. We see everyday phenomena that force us to rethink and reflect upon many things that we just took for granted a couple of years ago. And I think it's worth to stop along our way right now and try to find a framework for the challenge that we have ahead of us, which is, of course, the technological challenge associated to digitalization, and see how we can address these issues from a perspective that would help us to better interpret the scenario that we have. As I said before, the big macro trends are clear. We can speak first about globalization. Globalization will continue to be there, is here to stay, but it's true that probably with different characteristics as opposed to the ones we thought about recently. It is going to be a globalization that will be much more decoupled, what the English-speaking world call decoupling, because there's an increasing fight between the two big powers of this century, which are the US and China. And the content of this fight is mainly technological, but it is moving towards a kind of establishment of the rules of game that are different to the ones that each country and territory had, and we will all need to adapt. This is not decoupling as it was in the war, in the Cold War, in the second half of the 20th century. These were two worlds that almost didn't communicate between each other and had many different conflicts. They were fighting at political level, of course, at ideological level, at the level of the economic model, and of course, at the social model. Now, this situation is not like that anymore. After some years of intensifying globalization, where the value chains have now deepened more and more, and we see that the mutual dependency levels are growing and they are almost concerning because they entail certain risks in situations of crisis. But it's also true that we see very clearly that this fight to be predominant and for China is in the middle of the century to become again what it was many centuries ago, the big superpower at world level. This would require of some values and cultural and civilization models that are reflected on the political model, on the economic model, and the social model that are expressing their growing incompatibility with what we call the Western values. For a long time, we thought that with the fall of the Berlin Wall and the fall of the Soviet Union, the world was going to assume, on a generalized way, the Western values in terms of moving towards representative democracies or open societies where freedom, individual freedoms play an absolutely fundamental role. But now we see we are taking the opposite direction because the models and the values that permeate the society and the political reality and the political subject we call China are growingly incompatible with those values. This is, of course, generating a decoupling. There is a hot discussion, which is not only ideological but clearly political, as to what political system is more efficient in terms of addressing the problems. We have authoritarian systems or representative democracy systems, such as the ones we know. And opposite to what we could think some years ago when we were thinking about going to the end of the story, what we see is that these differences are being consolidated and are leading to a growing separation of positions and realities. There's another factor which we can't forget. Apart from the two superpowers, China and the US, we see the emergence of new actors that are very important. If we would be speaking with cinema terminology, we would call them the supporting actors who are essential to understand the film script. And some of them are clearly approaching the world vision shared by China on a circumstantial way sometimes, such as the case of Russia or the case of Iran, but with clear effects on the short, medium, and long term, because they share one same goal, which is precisely to weaken the concept of Western values. And with this weakening, the purpose is to weaken the United States. The United States is now in a process of retreat, self-absorption, and the fight against China, and they are abandoning their traditional policy of alliances, reorienting its vision towards the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean instead of the Atlantic Ocean. And this is going to change the language. Many important things are going to change, but I do not think there are going to be huge transformations because of the change of the President Trump to the new elected President Biden. Why do I say that these alliances are circumstantial? Because historically we know that the geopolitical objectives of Russia have little to do with those of China, but they do share this common goal. However, there are other supporting actors who are important, and we need to identify what role they are going to play. I'm thinking about Turkey, for example. What we see is the recovery, as is the case of Russia, Iran. It is a recovery of its history in the sense of coming back to foreign policies of their empires, the Tsarist, the Persian, and the Ottoman empires. The Ottoman Empire never wanted to be Western, as Mustafa Kemal Ataturk said. The Ottoman Empire always wanted to be a bridge between Europe and Asia. It always wanted to have an influence on the north of Africa, Middle East, and Central Asia, and also part of Europe. And in some way, what we see now is a return to this role that makes it closer to the big strategic goals of China, the US, or the European Union. Another country which will have a growing importance and will overcome China, also growing at a very fast rate, is of course India. India is now under a process of growing nationalism in the sense of giving it international projection. India and is very linked to claiming Hinduism. This could come against the Western values. This may be a contradiction with what the founding fathers of India had when they got independent from the British Empire. But as with China and Russia, India shares with the West and with the US this same concern and the same goal, which is containing China's expansionism. There are new alliances that are being created, and we will see how they consolidate. We have seen a great alliance, which is 70 years old, which is the Atlantic Alliance, the NATO. This is based on the Atlantic Bond, on the very close link between the US and Canada on the American continent and the European continent, Europe in general, including, of course, the United Kingdom. Well, now the focus, as we said before, is not in the Atlantic Ocean, but, and this happened before Trump's presidency, because it started with Obama, they are looking to Asia much more and the Pacific Ocean much more. And I would even dare to say the Indian Ocean as well. Many years ago, I have been defending that the gravity center of the planet is around the Malacca Strait between the Pacific and the Indian Ocean. And it's absolutely vital for China, but also for countries such as Japan, Korea, Australia, New Zealand, or India itself. And here the foreign power, the non-Asian foreign power that plays an important role is the United States. The ambition of China is to get rid of the US, but the United States is starting to reconfigure, and I'm sure that President Biden will take this road, a kind of alliance, not Atlantic, but in Indian and Pacific alliance, which could be compatible with the Atlantic one, with countries such as Japan, Korea, Australia, New Zealand, India, or some countries from Southeast Asia. This is going to change and is already changing the geopolitical scenario at global level, and it is also marking this decoupling process set by the globalization. Globalization is very much linked to the digital revolution, what we call the fourth industrial revolution. And the fight beyond commercial or trade or geopolitical aspects, the fight is mainly about who will prevail and dominate the big element, which in the next few decades will be the development of artificial intelligence. Well, there is a long road ahead of us, and in some fields, the 5G networks are the paradigm example. That's why it is so important that Europe plays its role. I almost didn't mention Europe until now, but we are speaking about a European Union that is mainly a political project. It goes beyond an economic integration model. It is a political model because any European country, no matter how important it is, for example, Germany by itself, won't be able to find a place in this new context. We have the ambition to play a role, and in order to play with our own voice in this new scenario, it is absolutely crucial that we also have our own voice in this digital revolution field and in the world of the new technologies associated to artificial intelligence. In some cases, we are a bit late, but in some others, we are still on time. That's why it is so important that Europe has its own digital policy, a common one, that it assumes an industrial policy associated to those needs, and that it is developed as a political project deepening into its integration. And just one more comment that is not linked to what I am mentioning now, but which is quite relevant for me. Europe is very important also for Spain. And I just want to ask you a question. What would happen to Spain without the support of the European Central Bank or without the resources we receive from the European institutions? Probably we will be speaking about a country in default, needing for international help that couldn't access financial markets in order to finance its expenses or its debt, and which would need to be negotiating a restructuring of this debt. Fortunately, Europe has protected us and helped us for that. And it's good to remember that mainly all those people who are trying to boost a Euroscepticism about Europe. And of course, there are many aspects that can be criticized, but for Spain, the balance is only positive. One more remark, it's important for Europe and especially for Spain and Portugal. We can play a role in the sense of including to this project to support the Western values and therefore to return to the Atlantic bond and reinforcing this bond and the link between the US and Europe, the need and the willingness to include Latin America. I believe in these moments where China is being very proactive in China and also in Latin America, the Europeans as well as the US need to pay attention to these two continents, to these two regions, and specifically for Spain, of course, we need to take a look at Africa but without any kind of doubt, we need to look at Latin America. The other big macro trend that we see, which I also mentioned before, and which is very much linked to the previous one, is the digitalization, but also the energy transition, the environmental transition, which will also mean a substantial change in the rules of the game. And from that, we need to be very aware that if we are not able to adapt rapidly, even in some cases assuming leadership positions to this new world, we will just be left behind. So this should be the biggest commitment from Europe and of course from Spain, modernization and increasing the weight of a digitalized industry adapted to the new demands and needs from the environment, and which will be a goal for everybody. I think this summit we are holding is deepening into this goal, and I believe and I'm sure that the conclusions we will draw will be very useful for the future. Thank you very much.
En la sesión de esta tarde del
In this
Space
afternoon
Industrial Economy
session of this
5.0
Space and
Sevilla
Industrial
Virtual
Economy
Summit, vamos a seguir
5.0 Seville
profundizando
Virtual Summit,
sobre
we're
un nuevo
going
modelo
to continue
energético limpio
deepening
y
on
sostenible,
the
sobre las oportunidades de
new,
inversión en el
clean and
nuevo ciclo
sustainable energy
económico y
model,
sobre la
the investment
reinvención del sistema
opportunities,
productivo
and the
español.
reinvention of the
Es una
Spanish
satisfacción
productive
contar con
system.
Ricardo Martín Fluxá,
It is
que
a
es el
satisfaction to
presidente
have
de la
Ricardo
Asociación
Martín Fluxá,
Española
who is the
de
chairman
Defensa,
of the Spanish
Seguridad
Association
y
of Defense,
Aeronáutica y del
Security,
Espacio, de
Aeronautics,
TEDAE.
and
Entre los
Space Technology
compromisos de las
companies,
empresas
TEDAE.
de los ámbitos industrial y
Contributing to the
tecnológico
change
de
of the
esta
productive
asociación
model in the
figura el
Spanish
contribuir al
economy
cambio
is
productivo
one
de
of
la
the main
economía española.
commitments of the
Muchas
companies of
gracias
this
por su
association
participación,
in the industrial and
señor
technological
Martín, y
areas.
bienvenido.
Thank you for your participation, Mr. Martin, and welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity to participate in this innovative conference, one that is actually helping us reconstruct and foresee the near future of the industrial economy 5.0 with facilitating technologies. I am honored, I am privileged to be here on a virtual basis, though. Thank you to the Mayor of Sevilla for this initiative, and thank you to Josep Piqué, a dear friend of mine, and Ispasat and Isabel Atkinson for inviting us. This first summit, Industrial Economy 5.0, is an initiative which brings together major companies in Spain in many different areas of the industry, which is to me very interesting. Space as the preserver of the planet and space as a way to drive the new digitalized, interconnected and sustainable industry, what we now call Society 5.0. Spain's space industry is relevant and has a number of companies with high technology level. We are represented in major space programs. In fact, Spain has taken a technological leap as regards space, shifting from being an equipment provider to being positioned to manufacturing systems for satellites and complete systems. I always say that a part of space missions in the universe incorporate and integrate technology and equipment manufactured together with companies, space companies in Spain. Without a doubt, this year, 2020, has been a difficult year due to the pandemic, but we've been able to consolidate the strategic nature of space and integrated into our lives. Companies have made available the technological capabilities to the government, to states, to be able to overcome problems and face the pandemic. Satellite communications, environmental monitoring, logistic capabilities, and geolocation, among other services, have proved very successful and useful. This has been so because we do not only look up into the universe, but because we use the planet and transform it into practical applications day after day. Space is not only a source of inspiration, it is also profitable in progress terms and in economic terms. It generates technologies and capabilities which can be applied to different areas such as agriculture, defense, peace building, industry, disaster prevention, and the environment. Technologies and space products have already become an element for the boosting and consolidation of the new digitalized, sustainable, interconnected industry and to monitor the Earth and preserve our planet. In this framework, satellites become a technological solution which is absolutely interesting to bring democracy to an internet global use, counterbalancing situations in which networks are not possible due to economic or geographic conditions. In some satellites and the digital continuity plan sponsored by the government will ensure a high-yield network with high capabilities and covering the whole territory, with utilities which are yet to be deployed. In other words, investing in space improves people's quality of life. The good news is that Spain, as I said earlier, has a really modern industrial fabric of which we ought to be very proud. Its dynamism in the past 10 years has brought increased turnover and revenue. In 2019, our companies had an invoice of 183 million euros, of which a high percentage was exported, and more than 11% of our business turnover was dedicated to investment. That comes to prove the commitment of the sector to generating knowledge, as we were able to see in recent years, regardless of economy in our country. The industry, the turnover, is distributed into different segments, including operators, the Earth segment, 25%, and shuttles, 1%, and launches. In terms of employment, the space industry in Spain has experienced an 8% growth, reaching 4,302 direct jobs and sharing with the UK the fourth position as regards the number of employees, out of whom 24% are women with equal qualifications as those of men. Our companies saw it from the very beginning, the huge potential of space, the huge opportunities. In just 6 decades, Spain's space industry has managed to be positioned as a reference partner in major international projects. Today, Spain has a great many communication satellites on the orbit of the planet. A satellite called PATH has now completed 1 year of operation. And another satellite, Ingenio, would have also been successful should the launcher not have caused the loss of the mission, as underlined by Pedro Luque, our Minister for Science. Technologies developed have allowed companies to facilitate access to important projects and missions, such as the mission monitoring the temperature of the Earth's temperature within the program Copernicus of the European Union. National operators commissioned new driving programs for our industry, and CESAT, the new communication satellite program launched by the government, involves a great many companies. Hispasat Nexus will offer telecommunication services of cutting-edge nature to the maritime industry. The upstream segment of the Spanish industry continues taking on great responsibility and more contracts concerning European programs such as Galileo, Copernicus, SSTP, and .SATCOM, or UVSAT in commercial markets. Missions by the European agency include Spain's industry in missions such as CHEOPS, SMILE, Meteosat, Third Generation, MTG, Prueba 3, JUST, TED, Columbus, ExoMars, ERA, among others, together with programs by launches such as Space Radar. It goes without saying that following major achievements by the committee held in Seville last year, including member countries from the agency which awarded contracts to many Spanish companies, Spain ranking 5th on the list. Based on that, the future and our prospects are definitely very promising. What are the prospects for Spanish companies? We should be aware that the key to the future is to become technological leaders and be most competitive in a global market. That's why we continue working decisively and concentrating on research and development and innovation. We are to develop technologies and innovative countries. A lot is being done on digitalization, in artificial intelligence, new materials, new science areas such as photomics or 3D printing and additive manufacturing, miniature manufacturing, which allows us to manufacture tiny satellites, but we also need to encourage companies for them to become bigger. It is absolutely important to innovate in strategies and new devices for the supply chain to be more efficient. The new positioning of the Spanish space system and sector requires a strategic plan and a framework for sustainable growth for us to be able to implement all measures, including in the intersector agenda for the Spanish industry. The prospects are very promising. The European and Spanish space sector is undergoing great transformations and is growing immensely as a consequence of technological breakthroughs and a renewed political vision and new business model. 2019 saw a 2.2% growth and reached 362 million euros, generating 1 million jobs of very high profile. It is undeniable that space plays a crucial role and has a potential which is difficult to measure, but one that is vast. Spanish companies are willing to contribute to boosting the new industry for it to make the most of transformations in technology, for it to improve productivity and efficiency for the benefit of society as a whole, and involving all citizens. The usefulness of space is growing and diversifying more than ever. It's now time to consider the immensity of space where there's room for absolutely everybody. Thank you.
Abrimos ahora un segmento en
We
este
start
summit
now a
para
new
seguir
section of this
analizando las
summit
claves
to
de un
continue
nuevo modelo
analyzing the
energético
keys of a
limpio
new,
y
clean
sostenible.
and sustainable
Comenzamos con la
energy model. We
intervención
will
de
start
Agustín Delgado.
with the
Él es
participation of
director de
Agustín
Innovación y
Delgado, who
Sostenibilidad
is the
de
Manager
Iberdrola,
of Innovation
para
and
dar luego
Sustainability
paso
at
a una
Iberdrola,
mesa redonda.
to
Señor
then
Delgado, es un placer conocer
continue
sus
with a
reflexiones.
roundtable.
Gracias
Mr.
por
Delgado, it's a
acompañarnos.
pleasure
Le
to listen
escuchamos.
to your reflections. You have the floor.
Good morning. Thank you for inviting me to your summit. My presentation is about the strengths and the technologies we can use to achieve and travel through energy transition. In our country, we are lucky enough to have a very, very clear roadmap as per the climate and energy plan with objective but ambitious goals to reduce emissions by 2030 at these levels. To that end, a number of measures have been developed, which I have summarized into these 4 points. First, to decarbonize in a radical way electrical generation by 2030 and replace it by 74% renewable energy. We have the gigawatts amounts on the screen. This needs to be done at the same time coal is stopped being used and some nuclear plants are closed down. Not only that, we will not only have to decarbonize electricity production, we will also have to start changing some energy uses. To that end, the plan lays down there will be 5 million electric vehicles by 2030 and a 22% use of 22% renewable energy use on the final use of energy. The reduction reaching 42% by 2030. All this together shall result in growth and a reduction in emissions in a significant manner. In Spain, we have our own roadmap. Our roadmap has to do with electricity generation and decarbonization on the one hand, and on the other hand, the electrification of the demand. To make these two worlds compatible, we will need to store energy and to maximize the grid. The grid will be smart, will be intelligent by then to be able to fulfill energy demands. Concerning the generation by renewable energy, we have good news. At world level, the installed potency or power will be multiplied by 4. As you can see on the screen, the increase in wind energy will come to 2.5 times marine wind energy times 6, and the same will apply to batteries and pumping. In my opinion, we have the right technologies. They are already implemented in our country to be able to create and generate decarbonized electricity at a competitive level. It is really important to reach the decarbonization levels, but at the same time, the energy system needs to be sustainable and even produce energy at a cheaper cost. If we manage to fulfill these goals, our energy grid, our energy matrix will change quite dramatically. At this moment in time, we are dependent on oil by 51%, as you can see on the pie chart. And the share of oil shall be replaced by decarbonized electrical power to a greater extent. At the same time, improving energy efficiency. Why? Because electricity uses, as we shall see later, will be more effective and more efficient than fuel-based energy. Our system will be more
electrical, but more efficient too. I would like to talk about not so much about electricity production or electricity generation. I would like to focus on how we can integrate and incorporate decarbonized energy on a daily basis, on an everyday life basis. This is an example of a household where generation is distributed. As you can see in that home, in that household, energy is created from renewable sources. The house has a smart meter. The smart meter tells us when we can use electricity from the grid or not. And it also advises on how to use central heating, for example, or mobility, as you can see, is also integrated for rational consumption of energy at home. This is the heat-to-coal pump thermal production, which will play an important role in our energy use. A great deal of energy is used in Spain to produce heat. Half of that goes to high temperature processes and half of it goes to hot water and central heating. As you can see, in Spain, a lot of the energy used at present comes from diesel oil or gas. The air pump is very efficient. It gets heat from outside and brings it indoors. Therefore, with little energy, we can have 3 times more energy indoors. So the machine and the energy cycle are highly efficient. As we can see, the operating costs of a pump are favorable. This is the right time to have a big revolution in climate systems at home and to shift from fuel-based energy to renewable energy. There are some barriers still. For instance, the space. We need to reduce the systems, the devices. Initial costs need to be reduced too, with new business models that can help us reduce cost, and changes have to occur too as regards people's perception. Sometimes people perceive these systems are not so comfortable, but with new technology, this obstacle will be overcome. And a big important sector is, of course, the revolution taking place in heat systems and heating systems, but another revolution will come along with electrical vehicles. Electrical vehicles are going to play a very important part. Transport takes up a lot of energy in Spain, 40% of all the energy, and it generates a lot of green gas effects. And so it has an impact, a direct impact on air quality. Take these vehicles, the electrical vehicles are considered throughout their life cycle. An electric vehicle has a very efficient electrical engine, and therefore it is considered to be very efficient along its life. Here we see a comparison of an electrical vehicle with other vehicles for instance, using compressed air. By 2025, we believe the cost of an electric vehicle, including the purchase and the operation, will be cheaper than an internal combustion vehicle. And as from 2025, electrical vehicles will certainly go through the roof. Their maintenance and energy costs are also cheaper, so much cheaper. Yearly sales of vehicles, we can see the growth year after year. Even in 2020, China is indeed the greatest manufacturer. And another thing, brands and car makes are very committed to developing electrical cars and manufacturing electrical cars. As far as air quality goes, they are so much better. And concerning decarbonization, the current mix is smaller, and it will go smaller and smaller in the future. This will also apply to city buses and urban buses. There are great prospects for bus fleets in Spain for electrical buses. To finish with, the decade ahead of us is going to be very, very exciting. We will do a lot of decarbonizing or decarbonization. Things will be applied to people's everyday lives, and by 2030, our energy system will be a lot more sustainable and will also be more competitive concerning costs if compared to today's system. It will be environmentally friendly. It will ensure the same supply and will be more energy efficient. Thank you.
We can decarbonize the energy use in Spain. This is what Agustín Delgado, the manager of Innovation and Sustainability of Iberdrola, said in his interesting presentation that is now introducing the roundtable discussion that would deal with this new clean and sustainable energy model. We would like to welcome Antonio Yélamos, the manager of the radio station Cadena SER in Andalusia, and the speakers he will now introduce. You have the floor, Antonio, and thank you all for participating in this panel.
Hello, we are now starting a debate around an idea that is going to be basic during such an important summit. We will be having a reflection and debate around this idea, which is the aspiration that we have to go towards a new clean and sustainable energy model. So a model that will not generate pollution, that will be compatible with its environment. And for that, we have here today experts in their own fields who will explain their idea with regards to that new model and will explain what is being done currently so that we can reach that final objective, the objective of that model that we all aspire to. We have three experts, as I said here. We have Jaime Palop, Javier Brey, and Luis Pérez Díaz around this virtual roundtable, and I would like to welcome you all. Thank you very much. Thank you. So if that's all right, I will introduce each of the experts. Jaime Palop Piqueras is CEO of Emasesa, the metropolitan company for residual water treatment in Seville, and that depends on the City Council of Seville. We are talking so that you get an idea of the biggest public company for water treatment in Andalusia, and I would even say that it's the biggest water treatment company in Spain, or the second one by number of users and by area that they manage. He is an engineer in public works, and he has always been dedicated to managing water and water policies. We're here in Andalusia, so I will say that talking about Palop here in Andalusia is talking about water and water policies. You're so dedicated to this sector that now your name is a synonym to that, and you are in charge of the day-to-day work with regards to water treatment, and you are dedicated to innovation technology so that it can be incorporated in a quality cycle for water and everything that has to do with climate change and everything that has to do with the environment. And you're so obsessed with water that it has actually caught my eye. The last motto that you used during World Environment Day, you said, act for a sustainable future, and you actually took future out and you said, act for a sustainable present. Yes. Absolutely. Yes, thank you so much for being present here today. We also have amongst us Mr. Luis Pérez Díaz. Mr. Luis, good morning. Good morning. He comes from Rio Tinto, Huelva. He has a degree in law. He is an expert in management and establishment of companies. He is an expert in innovation, and he is the general manager of the Scientific and Technological Park La Cartuja in Seville, which is the main hotspot, I would say, for Andalusian development and innovation in Seville. So there are 532 companies in this technological center. Maybe that number has changed in the last few weeks. There are lots of startups and training centers, laboratories and research centers. They currently have 17,000 employees, and their return is around 2 billion euros. And I'm sure that the general public is not aware of the dimension of the return. We are providing the support that innovative projects require, and it has a lot to do with technology. We will be talking about that in the next few minutes. Where's the key to the success? Well, according to Luis Perez, it is thanks to the connection that has been established between university, science, and companies. So following the same thread as with Mr. Palop, talking about Mr. Perez is talking about innovation and technological sectors. So thank you very much, Mr. Luis Perez, for accepting our invitation. Thank you very much, Antonio. And we also have Mr. Jacinto Bray, who is an engineer by the University of Seville. His professional career was dedicated to hydrogen as a simple and sustainable source for clean energy. In 1998, he started working in hydrogen and batteries in Abengoa. In 2016, he left Abengoa and then he created H2D2, which is a technological company oriented to the clean production of hydrogen by polymeric electrolysis. And he's the president of the Spanish Association for Hydrogen, a very specific association. He is an associate professor at the University Loyola in Andalusia, where he teaches his students the advantages of hydrogen economy. One sentence of yours, Mr. Gray, if you'll allow me, that defines you as well. I'm very happy to be here, and although Jacinto is a beautiful name, my name is not Jacinto, it's Javier. Yes, you're absolutely right. The best fuel is the one that is most present in the universe, and that's hydrogen. Yes, very much so, and it very much fits with what we were saying about a more sustainable city. We will have the possibility of digging deeper into that. So saying Mr. Bray is saying Mr. Hydrogen. So that is your specialty, and that is your vocation, your passion as well, I would say, to develop this fuel, this sustainable fuel. So having said that, I am going now to ask you to give us a brief analysis of the situation we start from. We aspire to this sustainable energy model, and there is currently a very favorable time for that. Everyone talks about this. It's a very common topic, but what are we talking about? Do we have realities? Do we have realities that citizens can actually feel, Mr. Palop? Well, I'll begin then. Well, to be honest, talking about water until the year 1819 was just a resource, and energy was just a factor that accompanied that resource. We did take it into account, we water managers, but only with regards to the fact that the invoice, the cubic meter per families was not excessive due to the price, the high price that energy has in our country. So all of this perception changed in the years 1819 when the big eclosion of that consensus, scientific consensus, took place. And this is when specialists started to highlight that climate change had a human origin, and the impact that was being caused was due to greenhouse gases, and that could somehow end with humanity's sustainability. Then we had the Paris Agreement, we had the COP25 that took place here in Chile, that took place in Madrid, although it was the Chile COP25, and we realized that if we were to limit our greenhouse gas effects, we could stop stop the situation we found ourselves, and we had to do something about this during the 2030 decade, because if we didn't do it during this next few years, then we run the risk of being late forever and to have very serious problems with regards to sustainability. So 2020 came here, it was unavoidable, and I'm really sorry, but we have to talk about COVID and COVID-19. So we had to stop for a bit. Things went not very well. We had a health crisis, then an economic crisis, then a social crisis. We are completely overwhelmed by it. But then a time came when we started thinking that this crisis, this health crisis, will at some point be over. And what was really important was to tackle the economic crisis. And the EU, for the first time in history, decided to present an economic package that was amazing. It was a sort of Marshall Plan too. It was in order to create an economy for reconstruction. And actually, they have given it a very expressive title, to rebuild Europe for the future generations. So rebuild Europe. But how do we want to rebuild Europe? How does the EU want to rebuild its field, its economy, its social relations, life in Europe? Well, by thinking of ecological transition, digitalization, creation, job creation, innovation. We are talking about a new way of producing goods and services. And for whom? Well, for a new generation. A new generation there's the idea of sustainability. So we want to create a well-being state for the next generation by this generation. This is the synthesis of the environment where we find ourselves in. It's an environment that, from a scientific point of view, has already been decided. It is unanimous. The perception is unanimous. We all have the same position. It is an environment where the administrators, the managers, the politicians worldwide all agree. Well, there are some exceptions, such as China, or this is the case of Trump's US. But in general, everyone understands that we have to start considering energy as the first line of action, and we need to take measures so that we can produce the minimum energy needed, and we need to reduce to the maximum our greenhouse gas emissions. And that's the context we find ourselves in. This is a topic that had already been decided with a series of funds, of resources that have been foreseen and dedicated to this ecological transition. And now industries, now companies, now society has to start working in that same direction. Thank you, Mr. Pérez. Okay, well, I have to start saying that I am not an expert in energy. We, as a scientific and technological park, as you were saying previously, what we do have is a great innovation ecosystem, an innovation tool that links universities with research centers, public and private, and companies, and with the administration as well, that provides support to these programs. And we, as a park, have a very specific function, which is coordinating these projects. We're a city urban park, and we think we are the best possible laboratory for these projects to evolve. And what we put at the disposal of companies and research centers is it's a board, a game board, where they can play their games, innovation games, to improve the quality of life of our citizens. We have the possibility of establishing, and that's what we're doing, the rules of this game. And the rules that we have established are the following. In 2025, we have to be, it is our priority, a zero emission park. And we obviously have to tackle many lines, such as generation of renewable energies, intelligent buildings, and autonomous mobility. As Jaime was saying, we have to collaborate with the rest of entities, the same as the rest of companies, so that our projects take place at a faster pace. And we have to focus on this technological part, because quite possibly, well, once we get projects to work here, they will be scalable and can be transposed or transferred to the rest of the city or the rest of the world. Yes, thank you, Mr. Perez. So there is a context, we could say, that is very favorable. We have regulations, we have plans, we have citizen awareness, we have resources, I'd say even, but we have to be more specific. In that sense, Mr. Javier, what can you tell us about this? Because as Mr. Palop was saying, it is either now or never. That's the situation that we find ourselves in. Yes, very much so. It has already been said previously. All countries are looking somehow to the decarbonization of all sectors: energy, industry, transportation, residential sector. We know how to decarbonize energy, and we know how to do it quite well. Renewable energies have proven that it is a cheap, safe, and efficient way to produce energy, electricity, so much so that they have actually broken the records and the prices of conventional energies. But renewable energies cannot be managed individually, and we need to manage this to get to 100% renewable energies, because it's not about day and night, it's also about springtime, autumn, winter, and summer. And this is the solution that hydrogen provides us. We can use the surplus of renewable energies and transform it into hydrogen by using hydrolysis, by rupturing the water molecule, so that we can then use that hydrogen later on in autumn and winter when we need that energy. So hydrogen, as I said, allows us for a full decarbonization of the energy sector. But with that hydrogen, once we have produced it, we can go to the residential sector. We can sub our natural gas with hydrogen as we change city gas with natural gas. We can use that hydrogen as an alternative fuel for electrical vehicles for zero emissions, or we can use that hydrogen to decarbonize the industry. And this is very much linked, as it has been said previously, with the city of Seville, because this is not just a decarbonization that is far away from the citizens. No, this is a decarbonization that goes all the way to our homes, our cars, our kitchen, our fridge, and that's what has made hydrogen be at the bullseye. Yes, there is a common will to decarbonize, but let's go, if you don't mind, to the details, to specific actions, to see how the city of Seville, how Andalusia is doing things. For instance, Mr. Palop was talking about Macesa, and time will come when they will not have to use up energy. And I understand that they will be a company that generates energy. Isn't that right, Mr. Palop? Well, yes, very much so. That is the idea. We, as I was saying, there is a change in paradigm and a change in the way we manage things. The water is a scarce resource that needs to be efficiently managed. Energy is also a scarce resource, and we need to find a way to have zero emissions. We have to manage that with efficiency, and we have to start generating energy, green energy, energy that can be regenerated, that is capable of producing a decarbonization effect, as my colleague was mentioning, my co-panelist was mentioning. Macesa did not start yesterday its decarbonization process. And from the 15th to the 19th, we reduced 39% our emissions of greenhouse gases. In CO2 equivalent measures. In 2019, we had 42,079 megawatts per hour generated with renewable energies, with green energies, which represents 88.7% of our expenditure. But that was not enough for us. It was not enough. So not long ago, the region of Andalusia has started a project that is done by Macesa. It's a funny project. It's not a water project anymore. It is an energy and water project. And it is important to see the nuance, because the story is the following. Macesa has four different facilities to treat water. If we only talk about water, that would be perfect. But what has changed is we have asked the region of Andalusia to go from 3 to just 1 treating plant, because we have important scale economies of scale. We can now save 16% of our energy, because we can save, just with this new design, we can save 16% of our CO2 emissions. And that's what's most important. That just comes to show the different way in which we are starting to manage water. What do we also do? Well, residual water, water that goes all the way to the treating facilities. The water treatment process is quite simple. We go from the polluted water, the organic matter in the water, we put it in an area that is much more dense, much more thick, that we call the slush. So we have started using those slushes. They are now generating methane with new procedures, with R&D&I, and now we can generate enough energy so that we don't require external energy for the treatment of residual water. It is important. It's important savings of energy and electricity. Just as I told you, Antonio, there are times when we are burning gas because we can't absorb all the energy. And this is something important as well. But as you can see, this company has gone from being a water company to being a company that treats water together with energy, and it is a company that is absolutely dedicated to having in 2025 a company that does not require external energy, so that we generate enough green energy to feed all of our facilities, all of our needs. That is the program that we have established, a program that is being applied, that is already showing that it works here in Seville. So much so that 89% of the energy has been generated for us, and we have gone from 3 plants to 1 treatment plant. Well, you just have to add it up. It's realities. Yes, realities such as the one that have been started in a project by the Scientific and Technological Park in Seville. Mr. Perez, could you explain to us these projects that are linked to energy and new technologies that are based in the technological park, that will be an identity sign of the city of Seville and Andalusia in general, just like the ECT project? Yes, it's a project that was not born a few days ago. We have been working on this for a few years now, for almost 3 years, and it is a project now that we all have. We're all aware of the fact that when generating transformative projects, we need a public-private collaboration. Well, this is an example of a public-private partnership. So in the end, very often we question ourselves, why don't we have more projects such as this, collaboration projects? I think that when the project is well defined, the objectives are clear, and it's common good for everyone, the administration and private companies will just agree to launch it. The ECT project, which is already a reality, we have been working on this project for a year now. It was signed by the City Council of Seville together with the support of the region of Andalusia and the regional Ministry of Science, and a big company that started working with us, which was Endesa. We currently have 50 new private companies, technological companies, that are part of this program. And I was saying that quite briefly, but it's 4 big lines, 4 big vectors that the work groups will be working on. Even during the pandemic, we have kept on working on this project thanks to the telework system. And as I was saying, these 4 pillars are the generation of renewable energies, intelligent buildings, digitalization of our networks, and mobility, non-polluting mobility. We were also mentioning previously that funds are required, and we were talking about the recovery and reconstruction funds that are coming from the EU. Well, 2 years ago, we understood that this project that is going to require lots of financing was going to be launched no matter what. And we were going to take all the necessary steps for the project to advance in a fast-paced way. It's true that crisis equals opportunity opportunities in this case has been truer than ever to help this project, because right now the Commission is asking for sustainability in the projects, as Jaime was saying, and digitalization, and those are two of the main characteristics of this project. So quite possibly, I am optimistic in that sense, we will get financing for this project in an accelerated way, in a more accelerated way than if we hadn't had COVID. We would have rather not have COVID, obviously, but I'm sure that this will help us develop the project in a faster way during the next few years. And with regards to the general feeling in the park for this project as well, in 2025, which is our goal year, we want to have a park that is non-polluting, and if possible, that's the objective, will only consume renewable energies. And I'm talking about all the companies that are present in the park. Over 500 companies are part of this technological park. So we hope we will be the avant-garde of sustainability and decarbonization in the cities of Spain in the next future. So we're talking, Mr. Pérez, about progress, tangible progress. Because what worries me is that in this dialogue that we are establishing, we only talk about possibilities, about models and aspirations. I also want us to talk about realities that Seville can actually show to its citizens, can showcase. But if there is an aspect that is really generating much media attention, Mr. Bray, is everything that has to do with hydrogen. It's the star topic, I'd say. It is generating many expectations. I don't know if that's good or if it's bad or if it could cause some disappointments. But what is the situation we are in here in Seville? Can we also talk about tangible realities? Can we talk about tangible realities with regards to hydrogen? Well, obviously, it's not the first time that this has happened. Hydrogen has been under the public opinion light. In the 70s, it was the first time during the oil crisis. But this time it's different. As we were saying, this desire for renewable energies and availability of renewable energies, and that desire to decarbonize all sectors for 2050 is what makes us look at hydrogen as the possible solution for these requirements. And it is a solution that is actually quite good. It has been maturing along the years from the standpoint of industry and from the standpoint of the technology and equipments needed. This technology has evolved and now it's mature enough to be able to tackle big projects, those big projects that we're talking about here. And our city is not foreign to this. Just to give you some specific examples with figures, in Seville, we have been investigating hydrogen ever since the 90s and last century. We have been working on all the aspects that have to do with hydrogen, its production, its transportation, its distribution, and its storage and its use. We actually have a hydrogen service station for cars. And just to give you some examples, well, in the Scientific and Technological Park of La Cartuja, we have research groups and we have companies that have been working in the field of hydrogen and in the field of fuel batteries. And this has given us that potential that we needed in Seville. I think that the time has come for us to really benefit from the fact that the media are paying attention to hydrogen, to use those companies that had already been working on hydrogen technologies, but also other companies that could work on hydrogen, such as aeronautical companies that are thinking about developing systems that could transport, that could store hydrogen, companies that work in the space sector that are now developing sensors for hydrogen, or maybe companies, since we currently have here we have representatives here who deal with gas, the gas that is being emitted in residual water treatment for the production of renewable hydrogen. So I think that in our city, it's not that now we have the opportunity to start working on hydrogen. No, we have been working on hydrogen for 2 decades, and now we have to position ourselves as we should in a relevant way. So it's just an element that could be part of the society's identity and of the economic development of Seville, because we have had a very clear line, as you have just mentioned, in that sense. But why, Mr. Bray, do you think that hydrogen is the future of sustainable energies? What is its main quality that makes everything go through that? Well, mainly because it allows for the decarbonization of all sectors. With renewable energies, we can decarbonize electrical energy, but just to a certain extent. We can't have an electrical model that is only based on renewable energies if we don't manage it as we should. It is ridiculous to think that we can only get PV or wind energy if we don't have a system that manages that energy, so that we can also have energy during the night time, or so that we can have a balance between the offer and the demand, because it's very different depending on the time of the year. But hydrogen does allow for that to happen with regards to megawatts per hour. It is the only technological solution if we want to store 10, 20, 30 terawatts per hour for a very long period, the energy that a city might require, Seville, for instance, or if we want to store the energy that Andalusia requires to heat itself during the winter. We're talking about that amount of energy. Just currently we are storing gas underground, but we could do it with hydrogen, and we could do it with renewable sources. We could use all the potential that we want. We could take it up to 100% and go beyond 100%. And with that renewable energy, we could produce hydrogen, renewable hydrogens that could be stored, could be turned into gas, into liquid. We could do it just as we do with natural gas, and we could use it as an alternative fuel. And not only is it being produced in a renewable way, it's locally produced, and it's hydrogen, and hydrogen by its use does not pollute. It only produces water steam. So we use water to produce it, and we produce water when we use hydrogen. So water in nature does have a closed cycle. So it is the solution for the full decarbonization of the industry that is currently producing greenhouse gases by using fossil fuels. We could use electrical vehicles, or vehicles that we're talking not just about private cars, we're talking about planes, about submarines, about buses. Any vehicle could use hydrogen. So it's full decarbonization for all sectors. So that is what makes hydrogen such a popular fuel right now. Yes, it's quite clear that we have the technology, the knowledge, we have the resources, but what we lack is more financial support. And now that we were talking about the context in which we are set right now, we were talking about that Europe that needs to recover itself, and that considers energy as the main point to tackle. And here in Andalusia, are we ready to present projects that could somehow be funded by the EU? In Seville, are we working to present initiatives that could get backed up by Europe in this fundamental activity, which is that of energy? This is a question that I'm asking all three panelists. Mr. Bray? Well, I could start maybe because it's hydrogen, but hydrogen has a part, it's a side part with regards to recovery and resilience. 1.5 billion euros, as President Zapatero announced. I'm sorry, not President Zapatero. I'm sorry, President Sanchez has said. And within that fund, we have presented different proposals for projects. Seville has been one of the provinces that has presented a greater number of projects within the field of renewable hydrogen. So yes, I think that we're well positioned for being given those funds. Mr. Perez, well, in our case, I have to say that this important project that I was mentioning previously, is one of the projects that have been positioned within the region of Andalusia to get these funds, together with the City Council of Seville as well, because this is a project that links all the administrations in Seville. And technological parks, and it couldn't be any other way, are catalysts for innovation. We are very much in sync with these funds. So we at the park, one of our functions is to actually channel these projects so that these funds get to them in the right way, and so that we can filter and destine them to those projects that really have potential, or strategic interests. So we haven't even finished because we are still presenting projects, and ECT Seville, although it has 4 or 5 lines with clear objectives, is an open project that is open to adding new projects, technologies, initiatives that could add up to the final objective, which we have already mentioned.
So is Europe the solution to develop these lines for perfectioning energy solutions? Well, specifically for that one, almost all projects that involve energy generation and reduction of emissions, we are very lucky that it doesn't cost us a lot of money. The biogas generation is almost amortized in 5 years. This is an amortization rate that is really short, and it proves that with the current price of energy, it's quite interesting. In that sense, we have presented a project to be financed, but this project has the purpose, as couldn't be otherwise, because ours is a public company, as I said, to generate and convey the knowledge and know-how of our company, to be a guidance for the rest of the municipalities who have water treatment services, and how to approach the management of water and energy, and how can we make this profitable, the generation of renewable energies. There's one topic, if you allow me to comment it, because, well, we do not only have success cases, and because it all depends on certain things. If you remember when I made my introduction and I gave you some context, I said that we were speaking about a green transition, and this green transition meant a reconstruction, which is a new way of building, of manufacturing and providing services that is more ecologic, more related to the environment. And on the other hand side, there was a new generation, which in the end of the day, it's new and needs to have different consumption habits. And this is important, because I don't know to what extent are we aware in the society in general that we have to save energy, that we have to go for green energy, for decarbonization, because everything is really fine until there's one minister saying diesel is going to be forbidden, and there's a 15-year deadline, and the whole mess comes from that. So this is a new society, this is a new way of living, and this is a new culture and a new mindset, and cultural changes take time. It's always been like that. That's why it's important that we develop hydrogen technology. That's why the Cartuja needs to be a model to be followed. And at the same time, we need to shed light towards one way to be followed. This is feasible. This is viable. It doesn't cost a lot of money. And this is a cultural issue more than anything else. We need to bear in mind, and I would like for the EU, when they distribute the money, they should bear in mind that the European society has suffered a lot. Maybe not all the citizens, not all the families or companies are in a good position to accelerate and try for 2025 or 2030 to have a reduction of 60% emissions. We need to be very cautious so that all those people that are in a more disadvantaged position suffer more. Those who have less resources may be left aside or abandoned because of the approaches we are proposing. So these things need to be considered. If you allow me for a remark, yes, it's true that we can demand higher awareness among the population, but at the same time, we should demand in our politicians enough capacity to generate a robust state pact about energy. We all agree on the lines we are expressing, but sometimes we miss not only the awareness among the society, but also the politicians' awareness, because it seems it's indispensable. Mr. Perez, Mr. Reid? Well, I have to say that, under my opinion, we have defended as the Spanish Hydrogen Association to have a country-wide pact about hydrogen, and we didn't manage to do so. It was a kind of draft project where we seek coordination amongst the different ministries. 3 ministers are working now on the introduction of hydrogen within the Spanish economy, as well as for the different agents or operators. We are trying to generate a list of initiatives, etc., so that this is done on the most coordinated way possible. We have just started and we will see how it develops, but of course, coordination is absolutely crucial at high level, at the state level, and also at the city level. And I think it's important, as my colleague said before, when he was speaking about the small contributions, the lighthouse projects from cities, it is important, and we also need to have this local coordination. It's so important. Well, the example, Luis, could be Cartuja, your technological park, because there's always coordination with the city council, the university, the technological park. They all get together to develop initiatives, specific initiatives. I said that in the beginning, yes, and I repeat, I am convinced that when a project is strategic and is of interest, it is impossible to go against it, because we all agree in the sense that we know what is the road to be followed, but the important thing is to get all the actors involved, to have the participation of everyone, and to have a driving force, because sometimes projects need somebody to push forward and to coordinate everybody so that it is successful. I would also add to what our colleague has said about the state pact about energy. I would add an important factor, which is not the deregulation, but maybe the relief of certain bureaucratic measures, which for these very innovative projects is sometimes a big burden. Sometimes it's more important to arrive the first than doing it otherwise, because we are in a very competitive market, we are in a very global market, and it's important for this technology to come out. Because, well, in the end, all these projects, regardless of the fact that we want to go for decarbonization and improving the environment, we are also seeking with these projects to generate richness and employment. So we have to push these projects in these two lines. So I have to say, this is a great example of public-private coordination and cooperation, because since the very beginning, all the administrations, local, regional, etc., they were all involved passionately. And now when we all feel so passionate about it and we want the project to move on, we are going to be successful. The problem of financing, when there's a good project and it's well assembled, the benefits of the project will be common. The financing isn't usually the problem. But as I said before, let us accelerate the process. It's not only from the EU funds, but I'm also speaking about national and regional level for the different projects to move on. Yes, Mr. Palop? Do we need a state pact for energy? I am not going to be the one to say no. Of course we do need one. But to have a state pact, we first need to know on a very clear way is what do we really want? What's the purpose of the energy policy in our country? We have to define it. And we have to draw the different lines, because we're speaking about the importance of self-generation. Well, I know Seville and other municipalities nearby, and there's many households that can't afford the luxury of paying solar plaques. And we have to see how to manage that. What is the final picture do we want to have? They can't afford solar panels. What do we want to do with the energy saving, with the objectives of the Paris Agreement, or with the COVID? Once we define that, we need to come to the table and get to agreements. And of course, the answer is immediate. Of course, we do need a state pact. We need a state agreement. And it would have been very convenient for understanding how important the energy is for our society, and to have renewable energies and green energy. What part of this money is going to go to energy projects, and what part of this money is going to be sent to other sectors? So this would have been good to be included in the state pact. And something that we can see from outside, and that is a bit surprising, is the public and private collaboration. Sometimes we speak about it, but sometimes people just do not find enough profitability because of the fiscal regime. This makes initiatives not to be attractive enough. What's happening there, Mr. Bray? Because the private companies have a lot to say here. And I don't know whether the administration is favoring or enabling this push that comes bottom up. What kind of initiatives do you have? Well, apart from the coordination, there's something that is clear. The Green Deal from Europe is on the table in December last year, within the meetings that were held in Madrid. They said Europe will be decarbonized until 2050. This Green Deal starts to operate within the Brussels regulations, and we come to the beginning of the 2020, and we had the pandemic. When we started the second quarter of the year in Brussels, they had to make a decision to see what was going to be the recovery plan for COVID in Europe. And after thinking a lot about it, they realized the recovery plan was already drafted, and its name is the Green Deal. So in the end, the recovery plan has two pillars, the Green Deal and information technologies. And why is the Green Deal a recovery plan for Europe? It makes all sense. If we have 1 million euros now, and they tell us try to win as maximum money possible in 1 week, we will probably invest in robust companies that generate profit, and we try to find the one that may give us the biggest return in a couple of days. But if they tell us that with this 1 million euros, it is our son or our grandson the one to become a millionaire, we probably would invest in sustainable companies, so that we need to think what will happen with that company in 20 years' time. So that is the sense of accepting the Green Deal as a fundamental part of the recovery plan. This money we're speaking about is coming from somewhere, and the countries will need to return it in some way or another for the next decades. And this is why trying to get sustainable businesses, not only now, but in 20 or 30 years, is making the companies to be positioned in that kind of businesses, to ensure, to guarantee their sustainability, which is their survival as well. Mr. Palop, in a public-private company such as yours, you probably have a consolidated culture of collaboration with the private sector, right? Of course. And truth be told, it always went well, not only because of the financing capacity, but because of their technology. We are speaking, in the case of water, of companies that have 60, 70, 90 million subscriptions in the world, that have faced many different problems in comparison to our case. And we've seen how well the problems can be solved with private companies. We're trying to implement right now turbines in the water systems of our city. It's a complex issue because they can generate breakage and they can collapse, but we're going to use the financing of private companies and the knowledge of private companies that have done that same project in India or in Chile, and we know it worked perfectly well. So this is why we are resorting to them. And as our colleague said, they have important financing capabilities for large projects. And when we need to execute the works is now. The time is now. Now is when the Spanish society, the Andalusian society, need for the administrations and public companies and private companies to get together and start investing, because we need to recover employment levels. This is the best moment to be indebted, even if we have to repay that in many years. But this is the point where we have to reactivate our economy. And in this sense, private initiative and its financing can be a crucial part. Mr. Pérez, in the technological park of La Cartuja, do you also believe this is the time to invest and to move forward, technologically speaking? Well, I think so. We can't doubt that the pandemic will affect all of us. When we were speaking about the data of our park, we had very good data for 2019, but not so good for 2020. But we are sure that we will be a transformation lever for many players in the global market, and they could adapt much better to the new ways of working, such as telework. The percentage of companies in our technological park who could operate under normal circumstances despite of the lockdown has been much higher than average. So, as we are a transformational lever, it is true that the common feeling of the big companies is doing what Jaime was saying, important investments in the following years under the framework of the different projects that we have focused on sustainability. In fact, we share one with EMACESA and other types of European projects that are related to energy. So we are in a period where it's true that the economy for this year has had an impact, but the remainder of the companies are all following the line of investing as soon as possible to recover the levels lost during the pandemic and start to be state-of-the-art, not only here, but in Europe, in the energy green sector. And we have the opportunity to be world leaders in this sector, and we should boost it amongst all of us. We are now in the final part of our session, of our discussion, and so I would like to speak about the future. I would mainly like to have a final reflection in this dialogue. What is the message that you would like to convey to society in the purpose of having a new, clean and sustainable model from Seville, from Andalusia? What is the message we would like to convey to the rest of the society? Mr. Palop. Well, first is, things happen because of a reason. And what they are telling us is that we can't continue behaving in the way we did in the past. We need to change. We need to adapt. The history of humanity has always been change. We are now suffering a climate change, environmental crisis, and it's fundamental for us to change. We have to change our mindset, the way we behave, our culture, and the way we see life. The time is now. We need to make a great effort to raise awareness and to make people aware of this situation. In that sense, well, I feel very comfortable in this roundtable discussion because I believe we are three speakers, each of us coming from a very different sector, but I do see we agree in many things. This is a path that is set and there is no turning back. We just have no other chance but to move on and to continue. And we all want to be leaders in our sectors, and we want to be trend setters, and we want to show this it's possible to do so. And it's just a question of willingness. We will have the means, we will have the resources, and otherwise we will try to find them. But we need to go for a new energy model that enables this country, this region, and this city to be sustainable. And we also have the chance to be leaders in the sector. This is an opportunity that we have just right now, and we have to take advantage of it. So that's my reflection. Mr. Bray, well, I share it completely. We have to see this as an opportunity. We need to understand that we are given the means, the funds, the market, the circumstances, so that we do what we know how to do. We know about technology, we know how to apply technology to renewable energies, and specifically to a topic that is quite fashionable now, which is renewable hydrogen. I would also like to say that this is not just an R&D issue. In our city, there's companies manufacturing things that weigh really many tons, and they are transporting hydrogen. We are exporting equipment, and this is important. What we need to do now is take advantage of this opportunity, collaborate at all levels, university, and having coordination with the public sphere. So I completely agree. Mr. Perez, of course, I am going to agree with both of my colleagues. It's true that we are not decided to change, but we are forced to change. We have this opportunity to be the first to recover and launch innovative projects. We have this economic lever that we didn't expect and that help us to develop projects. And now I would also like to finish by saying that we have a lot of talent in our country, creativity and passion, and many people involved decidedly in these projects. So if we are able to generate an ecosystem where everything flows, the project will be successful, and we will make this city what it deserves to be, which is a leader. With this message and with these optimistic feelings and hope, we are going to conclude this dialogue, which has been very enriching, and I hope it's also been useful for everyone that is involved in one way or another to work on a new energy model for our country. It is a message full of optimism and common sense. So from Seville, this is the message. Thank you very much, Javier Palop, Javier Bray, Luis Perez. Thank you very much, and goodbye. Thank you.
Es el momento ahora de
It is time to reflect about reinventing the productive system in Spain. We're going to do it with two initial speeches by representatives of the public sector of Spain and Europe, and then we will have a roundtable with members of the private sector. In the first speech, we will listen to Raúl Blanco, General Secretary of Industry and SMEs of the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Tourism of the Government of Spain. We thank you, General Secretary, for your participation in this summit, and we listen to you with great interest.
Hello, it's a pleasure to be here with you in this first Space and Industrial Economy 5.0 Sevilla Virtual Summit. Seville is characterized from an industrial standpoint or its relevance in the aerospace sectors. Seville is relevant from an industrial standpoint, but also from an institutional point of view. Not long ago, the yearly assembly of the European Space Agency was held here, the Council of Ministers, which govern aerospace in Europe. So it's a reference framework which is necessary in Southern Europe for the aeronautic and space industry. So it's a pleasure to be here, notwithstanding digitally and not being able to enjoy Seville for a few days, making the most of this experience. However, I'm sure that this first space summit will have future editions, and I'm sure we'll be able to enjoy face-to-face with no limitation. It'll be good news for everybody. As for space, the aeronautic sector, I said Seville is a reference, but Spain is a reference too. We're one of the few countries in the world with the capacity to design, produce and certify an aircraft, and this know-how that Spain has for decades and that very few other countries have in the world is true for the aerospace industry. As regards the latter, which includes satellites and technology for space, we have large and medium-sized companies. We have multinational companies like Cervos, Tails, Hellenic Space, top-notch companies with the ability to assemble satellites in Spain, and we also have Spanish companies that are world leaders like GMV, Senair, or Atlantis, just to mention a few. This list is not comprehensive, of course. Therefore, this sector is highly competitive and it has a high-level technology edge, which, above all, generates highly skilled jobs. As regards space, I would also like to underline changes that are taking place and that make satellites closer to everyone, and they are closer to diverse industrial realities. What do I mean by this? We can assess climate change, environmental transition. This cannot be assessed without the use of satellites. As regards safety, security, and defense, we absolutely need data from satellites. At the Secretary General for Industry, as regards satellites, in 2021 we'll contribute with 250 million euro to generate the new generation SpainSat. So these are special satellites for defense purposes. And there's a lot of Spanish technology involved, which comes to show that we are at the avant-garde here. Also, when it comes to providing coverage, bandwidth, the 100 to 100 mega as per the Spanish digital agenda, in keeping with the Horizon 2025 strategies, with this would not be accomplished throughout the Spanish territory, given the demographic and orographic diversity of Spain, would not be possible, I was saying, without satellites. Also, there are two realms. I mentioned safety and security, but we have to look at cyber safety and security. There are projects in this sense to encrypt data transmitted from satellites. And we also need to take into account connected vehicles. Satellite technology will play a critical role So, all of this technology is closer, is near. Satellites are close to us more than meet the eye, and there's a huge change underway. There's a democratization of space, because back in the day, only states were players there, but now we see other players, including companies, other organizations, and they may not be as big as the satellites back in the day, huge satellites, but now we have smaller satellites, nano satellites even, that have a lot to do with digitization, data management, so closely connected with what we see in our economy. So given this scenario, we need to support the defense, aerospace, aeronautic industries. Our support is clear. Our commitment is clear at the Secretary General for Industry and SMEs. It said that they're closely connected. I gave you some names earlier, companies that work around satellites, but they also work with the Future Combat Air System, FCAS, the Future Eurofighter. So there's a relationship among sectors, and there has to be a shared commitment in favor of the aero industry, the aeronautic industry, defense industry will have an effect across the board, because this knowledge is shared, and we see that technologies that we use for space project will in return be used in other industrial applications. Hence the clear commitment, a 250 million investment for ISD satellites, the Spain NGSat, and 636 million euro for aero and defense programs. Furthermore, it's important to underscore that we are faced with a great opportunity, which is the Recovery, Transformation, Resilience Plan. Recently, the general state budget has been adopted. We will add the EU Recovery Fund, and therefore an opportunity opens up ahead of us to undertake in projects in the aerospace realm with a huge, future. So we need to undertake an industrial project. So we need to use the Re-Indus lines. These will become investment funds. The industrial and digitization lines will be there. And on December 10th, a call of interest was approved to receive driver projects at a national level and to map these. And the aerospace will be present because they're important when it comes to cyber security and safety, connected vehicles where satellites will play a significant role, and telecom infrastructures will also prove critical. So we're sure that they will all be driver projects, large endeavors from an industrial standpoint that will take us far. With this call of interest, we've committed over 40 million euros with 5 companies, 1 world leader, 40% SMEs. So we're talking about large projects, diverse projects with the ability to drag and drive the whole sector. So we encourage the space sector to be present and to make the most of these opportunities that lie ahead. I would like to convey our full support to this initiative of this first Space and Industrial Economy 5.0 Sevilla Virtual Summit, our support to the industry's companies. We have Spanish companies that are referenced in the world, like GMV. We have clear leaders when it comes to the Galileo system. So it's a true champion from a European and global standpoint. We have first-level technology infrastructures like the National Institute of Aerospace Technology, INTA, is extremely important. This center participates in missions right now, missions, for example, to Mars. The robots, the probes that are going to be sent to Mars include Spanish components where INTA and other Spanish companies have participated, so it's important to be right there at the forefront of matters for all the aforementioned reasons, and we hope the industry will make the most of this transformation opportunity ahead, and we will be delighted to provide all of our support and hope to see you in short in Seville, hopefully in the second Space Summit. Thank you.
Allow me to highlight this data. The Spanish government will invest 250 million euros in a new generation of satellites and 636 aerospace programs. This is what the General Secretary of Tourism told us in his speech. We will also have now Carlos Torrecilla, Chief of the Unit of the Joint Research Center of the European Commission. Welcome, Carlos, and thank you for being here with us.
Good afternoon. I'm Carlos Torrecilla, Head of Unit at the Joint Research Center of the European Commission. I work at the JRC Center in Seville, focusing on digital economy. I'd like to thank Seville and the organizers for having me. We have an exciting event ahead of us with a number of very varied discussions. The Christmas break is around the corner, and unfortunately, the coronavirus pandemic is here. We all agree on the fact that 2020 will be a tipping point in a number of aspects, including the economy and our productive system. The crisis has forced us to reinvent ourselves and to rebuild our economy so that they're more resilient going forward. This pandemic has led us to undertake new changes and developments in our production system. For example, in an unprecedented speed, we've had vaccines against the virus across the globe. For many of us, we've seen trends that have sped up right now. A greater use of digital technology, more telework and greatly delocalized e-purchase, a greater remote education. The European Commission, under the leadership of President Ursula von der Leyen, links the EU recovery and the reinvention of the productive system. This is key in the green and digital transition that Europe needs to undertake. In our 2021 program work is such that these transitions will be sought as an unprecedented opportunity to overcome the crisis and for it to gain new vitality. All of this is at the heart of innovation system transformation, which is the result of the deployment of digital technologies affects everything. It is global. It has positive and negative effects. Artificial intelligence specifically has become a strategic area with the potential to being a key driving force for economic development. The deployment of IA infrastructure and digital technologies in European economies is a priority for the von der Leyen Commission. It's a key strategy. The European Commission launched in April 2018 a European strategy on AI and communication, AI for Europe, which had three main goals. First, accelerate the industrial and technology ability in the EU in the deployment of AI in public and private spheres. Secondly, to prepare the socioeconomic changes led by AI and to ensure an appropriate ethical framework. So in December 2018, the European Commission member states published a coordinated plan for AI in order to develop this across Europe with the development of national strategies and investment objectives. In line with this, Spain has launched its strategy for AI, investing 600 million euros in the next 3 years. In 2020, the European Commission published a white paper to launch a European ecosystem of excellence and confidence around AI. The white paper proposes measures to push forward innovation, to create a greater investment in the deployment of AI, and presents options for political intervention in a future European regulatory framework. The JRC, Joint Research Center of the European Commission, and more specifically the unit I lead, collaborates with the Direction General of Networks, DG Connect, in the development of AI Watch. This is the European observatory that monitors the development, deployment, and impact of AI in Europe. For example, recently, Watch has published a report on the deployment of AI services in the healthcare industry, underlining the challenges and opportunities that these technologies will have for the industry from a technical standpoint and also from the point of view of society and from an ethical point of view. The report concludes that these technologies based on AI are mature enough for their massive adoption in the healthcare system in order to improve operational processes. However, for this massive deployment to happen, we need a greater availability and interoperability of healthcare data. We need to increase the skills of healthcare workers in order for them to be active users of AI technology. Thanks to this work, we will be able to see the deployment and impact of AI in the healthcare system with time. My unit seeks to undertake a similar analysis in other strategic sectors, including transportation and mobility. Another way to approach the green digital transformation is GovTech. The use of digital technology in the public sector. GovTech may contribute to the innovation of a country in two ways. On the one hand, innovation in the public sphere and innovation through the public sphere. In order to innovate in the public system, GovTech can significantly contribute by creating value, increasing effectiveness and efficacy of our processes, increasing transparency, and finally improving the user experience by citizens and companies. The JRC, together with the ECIT, is undertaking an innovative project. We've assessed over 950 cases in the pilot phase, of which a great many affect the environment and will contribute to the green digital transformation. In order to have innovation through the public sphere, the use of technology will help stimulate productive systems by for digital companies. Each year, the public sphere in the EU spends 14% of its GDP, some 2 trillion euros a year, in purchasing technology products and services. These investments help technologies that serve the public institutions. The Recovery and Resilience Fund of the EU will make available some 150 billion euro in loans and grants from here to 2026 to help in the investments that need to be taken across the EU. Almost 20%, and 20% needs to be for digital transformation. Investing in this is one of the flagships of these investments. Through these funds, we will see a significant stimulus for the growth of the industry over the next years. Second pathway would be the GovTech labs or incubators. Public spheres need not be only clients to stimulate GovTech. It can go beyond and can work actively in supporting startups and SMEs. One way of doing this is through GovTech incubators and other similar initiatives. These tech incubators nurseries can appear in public spheres at local, regional, and national spheres, like GovTech Lab in the region of Madrid, managed by the University. The IT with the JRC has taken a European incubator. In general, the idea is to increase by driving GovTech and helping startups and other stakeholders. The role played by the public administration can change from client to producer of tailor-made solutions. This will require new and different capacities and skills in the public industry in order to make the most of GovTech potential. Finally, we want open data as a resource. Data is a key resource of our time. The public sphere is a producer of valuable data. Making this available through open portals, the public sector can boost economic growth. The city of Seville is an example, since one of the Spanish cities with one such portal for the citizenship. A study carried out by the European Commission estimates that the size of open data has increased by 37% between 2016 and 2020. According to this study, Spain is at the avant-garde in this area with a market size of some 5 billion euro. If we look at this closely, we can see how this can help to the green transition in Europe. For example, we have this project Destination Earth, which is an important initiative to establish a data space for the Green Deal and the European data strategy. This is important because it foresees the creation of a central shared platform to share data, models, and algorithms in order to respond first to the European Green Deal, but extending this to research projects. The member states and companies, including SMEs, Destination Earth will begin its implementation in 2021 through the Digital Europe programs and Horizon Europe, which will also contribute in the investment. All of these are going to focus on risk management linked to disasters caused by extreme weather conditions. They'll focus on other weather conditions and the food chain. The JRC will help DG Connect in this initiative developed with the European Space Agency, the European Center for Weather, and METSAT. And part of this work, the JRC has published the initial report defining the use cases for Destination Earth and a survey on initiatives on the digital and from an environmental point of view, both nationally and internationally. The survey, which will be published, presented short to member states, show the digital replica possibilities, especially at the local level. An interesting project, and the H2020 project led by Spain, is the Sphere project, which focused on the digital replica for the building processes to help in green transformation. Of this is a line of work that may prove interesting for Spain in its commitment with the digital green transformation. But how does Spain position itself and its economy to make the most of these developments? Well, according to the digital entrepreneurship project ADIS and for digital startups, Spain has improved its position since 2018-2020 together with Belgium, Austria, and Estonia. Spain is in the middle of the chart, so to speak. With the digital strategy, we seek to have greater access to investment, establish networks, and external support to startups. According to this index, we have cultural and institutional elements, and we see where Spain stands in the creation of startups. The degree of risk capital investment reflects the current situation, and this is important for startups and scale-ups. Between 2014 and 2019, these investments have gone from 500 million in 2014 to 1.5 billion in 2019. This is risk capital. Then, as regards AI in Spain, we're talking about some 18 euro per capita is above the European average because of the investment in lecturers, professors with an experience in AI. So Spain has a high degree of human capital around AI. A good example of the Spanish innovation is the Aerospace Center in Seville. In 2017, CATEC was awarded the most impressive awards because of it. Driverless drones that are allowed to see and also do much more. As a conclusion, we find ourselves at a crossroads. The crisis due to the coronavirus pandemic forces us to reinvent our economy and productive systems. The European Commission believes that this is key for the green digital transformation. AI, the use of digital technology in public sectors and data will play a very significant role in this transition. Spain is at a good starting point to be successful in these endeavors. I encourage one and all to work together with European institutions and other stakeholders to make this a reality.
We are now going to listen to different representatives of the private sector in this new roundtable. Juan José Morodo, welcome. He is the director of Cinco Días, and he will introduce the participants of this roundtable about reinventing the Spanish productive system.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Juan José Morodo, Deputy Director of Cinco Días. In this roundtable discussion today, we're going to focus on the reinvention of the productive system, Spain in the framework of a common European strategy. Some years ago, we've been hearing about digital transformation in businesses, in the society, in life. It has an impact on all the activities in our life. And together with this, we have other new terms such as artificial intelligence, big data, the cloud, 5G. You can find any name, green transition. These are now very common terms. But the question is whether they have a practical application in the companies, or do we need to reinvent this productive system completely? It is very good to remember that we have an economy based on the services, which is the kingdom of the SMEs. 98% of companies have less than 20 employees. So to speak about this, we have Ángeles Delgado. Hello, Ángeles. She is the chairwoman of Fujitsu in Spain, where she's had different positions for around 14 years. She's economist, member of the board of Círculo de Empresarios. She's in the trust of the FEDE and the CEAPI, the Business Council for Ibero-America, as well as the Trust Juan 23. She's also member of the SAE Council and the San Pablo CEU University, and she collaborates very actively on the academic world, which is so very necessary here in Spain to have this approach between university and the private sector. She has especially highlighted the sales, that's the part, apart from public administration, and she's a pioneer of the technological sector in Spain. Hello, Ángeles again. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Very pleased to be here. We would also like to welcome Antonio García de Castro. Hello. He is the executive chairman of the San Telmo Business School, member of the board of several Spanish and Portuguese companies, and a very wide variety of sectors, the agri-food sector, the automotive sector, hotels, real estate, construction, logistics, textile. He is an engineer, and he's also consultant for companies' policies in different institutions and companies, an area where he's also a professor in the San Telmo Business School.
Hello, Antonio. Good afternoon. Very pleased to be here. We also have another Antonio, Antonio Ramírez. Hello, Antonio. He is the Vice Chairman of FEDEME, the Federation of Metal Entrepreneurs, and the CEO of Inespasa and HUMI Aeronautics. He is mechanical engineer. He is member of the Chamber of Commerce of Seville, and he's always been keen on aeronautical sector. As a vice chairman of FEDEME, he represents many different companies in the metal sector, and mainly the SMEs, composing the big block of the members of this association, of this federation. This makes Seville one of the aeronautical hubs most important around Europe, with a high technological level. Now, I would just like to make a clarification or a historic note. Since 1977, Seville has had a representation of the metal sector, so this is one with a very long-standing history. So, after introducing all the members of this panel, good afternoon, Antonio, again. So I would like to welcome you all, and let's start. We will start with one question for the three of you. I was speaking about whether it is necessary to reinvent the productive system in Spain, and it seems there's a consensus. It seems necessary. But how can we do that? How? And how can we, or how must we reinvent the productive sector, productive system? Shall we start with you, Ángeles? Well, I think this very long crisis we are living has given us the opportunity to see that the world has changed, and this makes us rethink and reimagine our companies and whatever has to do with the productive system. But the main question is, what is the purpose for doing so? We need a resilient economy where we generate quality employment and where we can be more competitive. How can we do that? Well, we're going to have many different keys during our discussion, but just to give a few of them, without going into much detail, I think a very important one is the connection with the purpose. This situation has really showed us that we are in a global world, in a hyper-connected world. From the technological point of view, we have billions of devices connected, and in this hyper-connected world, the challenges, the risks, the problems are for all of us, and they also have an impact on everyone. And this is why the company needs to reflect about the role it is playing in solving these global challenges. Reinventing the productive system should be a pillar, because if this purpose is clear to us, we will rethink about our strategies, and this is happening around all the organizations, how we rethink the strategies inspired by this purpose. And therefore, we will use technology as an enabler for that strategy that we have defined. So, in terms of digitalizing, I think it's fundamental to reflect about it. So we have to be connected with the purpose. All right, Antonio García. Well, the first thing I would like to highlight is that the SMEs in Andalusian or in Extremadura has the goal of being competitive, and that has always been its purpose in the past, in the present, and in the future. And for me, most of the productive companies I know that are competitive, and most of them are, of course, otherwise they will not survive, we're already reinventing the productive system, really, in our region. I've been CEO in several companies, and I can speak about Mayoral, Malaga company.
This has been visited by the Inditex chairman, and what he said is, well, we're unable to do this in Inditex, which is the leading company in the sector, in the textile sector. Now, with the pandemic, of course, they had to reinvent their logistic chain, because in March and April, they already had the clothes and garments in the shops, and they started to have increases of 300%, delivering 3-4 garments online, and they were able to do so. They were able to deliver that not only in Spain, but also China, Russia, America, and Mexico. I can also speak about many other examples. For example, San Telmo, our full program were on-site and face-to-face programs, and we have just closed last Friday one fully online program. So the best companies, we can speak about Cosentino in Almería, or Logística Vida Pharma, which was a small company from Korea, are following this example that Ángeles was explaining. And this applies for everyone. They were leading in Korea. They were leading in creating machines to move bottles, empty bottles, and they sold it to Nestlé, Danone. And now with the pandemic, this is one of the most competitive companies creating machines to manufacture masks, and they are selling to China, to the US. So in the end, being competitive, well, we have the technology to do so. So whenever you need it, the pandemic has just accelerated the process and probably change some of the priorities to make this purpose a reality, to crystallize this purpose. But this is a long process, and it's a continuous process. It is not just now. I was speaking the other day with Peter Rabbit-Lamont, who is the chairman of Nestlé and other first-class companies, and he was on a plant in Germany with 3.5 kilometers long, 1.5 width, and there's nobody there. So it's a huge extension, and there's nobody in the premises. Well, we were speaking about robots, cyborgs. Technology is there, and we need to use it for the main purpose of the companies, which is being competitive. And if you are competitive, you will be able to create your own products and deliver it to the consumer on a competitive way, and continue to be in the front line in your sector, and therefore creating value for the city. Competitiveness is key, of course, and these examples you gave us are very interesting. The last details we know about the textile sector are really catastrophic. They have great losses this year, according to Cinco Días. Now, Antonio Ramírez, same question to you. I would like to continue in the same line of what Ángeles and Antonio have explained. For me, if there's something good about this pandemic, is that we could focus on the necessary areas to continue reinventing us. The main focus where we have to really emphasize is people, improving communication and increasing investment in their qualifications, in acquiring new skills, because we will be forced to reinvent ourselves, not only in the way to produce, but in the way we relate to each other. We have to add, sorry to interrupt, but this is precisely what we are doing today, because telework seems to be here to stay. Yes, you're right. Another path that we see that is fundamental is designing new working spaces where there are the necessary security measures, and we can have a coexistence between telework and face-to-face work or on-site work. So if we use a flexible structure, thanks to the different tools that we can use for mass data treatment, we can reduce our costs according to our needs. Also, maintaining liquidity, as we've seen in these last few months. And apart from that, we may need to redesign operations. This is going to be a key area. And finally, it's clear that all the companies, the small and the large ones, need to bear in mind that we need to invest in R&D. We see that the most productive way to reinvent ourselves is having research, is going for research. So competitiveness, flexibility, liquidity, which is a great question, and redesigning operations. Well, I think these are all very interesting topics. But I'm wondering, a question for the three of you. The SMEs, the ones you've mentioned, I don't know whether they could be labeled as SMEs, but do they find it easy to adapt to this technological revolution, to these changes? And above all, what sectors or subsectors can find more difficulties for this transformation process, and which of them can be benefited? You can follow the same order if you wish. I totally agree with what my colleagues have said. We see that already. We see how the companies are reinventing themselves every day. When they were only doing physical activity, they are now going online. We are now doing telework. I agree this is a continuous process. There's a beautiful example I can add, which is the factory of Fujitsu in Malaga, which is producing ATMs for the banking sector. And they were producing medical devices in a very few days in a project in collaboration with the university. So we can see this is the capacity to reinvent. And this is a continuous process, of course, but it's also true that what we can very clearly see is that this whole digitalization process was hugely accelerated, that technologies are already in the center of our lives, are at the core of our lives. They are already mature, and we can then speak about the digitalization of the industry, but nowadays there are mature technologies that we can implement. And there has also been a great change in the behavior and how people are willing to use technology by the users in all sectors, consumers, health, all sectors have now a different perception towards technology. They are now accepting it, and it's been accelerated. So this digital transformation you were speaking about that changes business and behaviors, etc., is now something tangible. And we moved from thinking about this could be interesting to explore or to have, and now it is something that is working, that is already mature, and that we can use it as a strategic lever. And this affects, of course, this has an impact on all sectors. There will be some sectors that are suffering more in the short term, where larger investments may need to be done, and some others are reacting very well. Maybe you can give us some examples. Well, a sector that has clearly suffered a lot is the touristic sector, the tourism sector, which means 15% of our employment and a large part of our GDP. It's an exceptional sector that was selling a magnificent product and has suffered a great impact. And of course, we need to reinvent here. The industry in Spain should also be developed much more. We need to continue working on our industrial fabric, and this is fundamental. And I can give you a very clear example of how the tourist sector can apply technologies to reinvent themselves. For example, in efficiency, We may have people, instead of having people doing transactions, we may have people counseling us and knowing our preferences. We may robotize some processes. This is not just about buying technology, but rethinking the processes. We may also be speaking about a reskilling of people who do this kind of transactions, so they truly become people that provide a value to the customer, and how the data management can be used to know the tourist much more. Or with technologies such as blockchain, we can bring all the actors of the tourist sector, transport, hotels, shows, leisure, etc., to give the tourist a unique experience end-to-end, guaranteeing authenticity and robustness of those transactions using the technology, or informing about the type of consumption, the CO2 emissions, the CO2 consumption. So this is a clear example of a very powerful sector in Spain, which I believe has always been excellent, and I'm sure that you've traveled a lot and you understand that the quality of our tourist sector is huge, hotels, everything, and it has a great opportunity to reinvent. And well, I believe now they have to invest, because the backlash has been great in this specific sector. Our great treasure and our great weakness, I would say, at the same time. Yes, you are right, and our great opportunity as well. Yes. Seasonality also has a lot to do. So if we avoid seasonality, that would also be good. So, Antonio, well, I would like to make a remark. One of the companies I was speaking about, the one that is manufacturing machines in Korea, is having a turnover of 20 million euros and has less than 10 people working there. They sell around the world, mainly internationally. I could have given other examples, such as this company. Mayoral is a medium-sized company. And well, if we compare with the companies in the Madrid Stock Exchange, of course, well, they are small. Most of the Andalusian companies are small. The turnover of Inditex versus Mayoral is, of course, with a very big difference. But an SME can grow a lot. Yes, that's the challenge, really. That's really the challenge. Yes, and that's what we need in Andalusia, because here the only leap we need to make is that the very good companies that we have, and I can mention many of them, more than 2,000, could be either medium or large, and I am sure we will be able to do so in the next decade. To follow the idea of the sectors, I would forget about the sectors. I would speak about companies. These technologies affect all the sectors, and there will be companies in each of these sectors that will be able to be competitive using technology, and some others won't be able to do so. But to follow the line that Angeles has just opened, I would also like to say that large companies in the tourist sector, or the best companies in the tourist sector, we have a board, which is the counseling board of tourism in Costa del Sol, and I can tell you that all the companies here have had a good summer. It's not been an excellent summer, but it's been good. And they obviously had to change using technologies and not using international customers, but just national customers. But the chairwoman has 4 hotels in the Costa del Sol, and she opened 3 of them, and they were 100% full, and she's had the same prices as previous years, because she had to give quality. The main goal is providing quality. On the one hand side, you have competitiveness, but you need quality as well. So this is not about sectors, because we even have food industry reinventing itself. I've had a conference with companies in the beverages and the food sector, and they had a great impact because they couldn't sell to restaurants, of course, and they were speaking about virtual events, different sales in countries where they hadn't sold before and they didn't use the e-commerce channel before. So all in all, in terms of what sectors are suffering most, I think we have to speak about companies. Some companies will disappear in all sectors because they will not be able to use the technology, but other companies will be able to do so and they will be successful. It's true that the hotel and restaurant sector and tourist sector are two sectors that have suffered a lot, but I believe they are going to take advantage of this opportunity. And with the tourist sector in the Costa del Sol, they just couldn't have a low quality beach and sun tourism. And I believe technologies are now offering the opportunity for this sector to reinvent, because we do not need to have 40 million people in the Costa del Sol. Maybe we need to think about bringing less people, but with a higher purchasing power and provide a better quality, because technology enables for that. And after a small survey we've done, the question that is mostly asked by the customers and the consumers and the tourists is not whether you have in your hotel Wi-Fi, or the question is when they are going to play golf or when they are going to the beach, will they be able to have Wi-Fi? And the real estate sector, some people do not want to come into the real estate sector, but sometimes they have decided to do so, and they say that living in the Costa del Sol or in the coast of Cádiz or Almería is the future with the new technologies to have a quality life, quality of life, and still be in Europe. Well, thank you for your optimistic view. There's another question, which is how can we define the limits of the sectors, because they are cross-cutting sometimes. Antonio. I'm not going to go into details on that, but just to point out a couple of things. If we speak about the SMEs, I would like to say that the evolution of the technological revolution on the SMEs, 84% of SMEs declared before the pandemic having made an investment on digitalization in the last few years. And this means that the investment gap between SMEs and large companies is now reducing.
34% of SMEs have shown that we need digitalization. And out of them, 48% had already some budget for that, which means that this is already being part of the DNA of SMEs, which is fundamental and necessary for the revolution, for the technological revolution to take place. The handicap and what SMEs have to fight against, from my point of view, is the following. If they have invested in cyber safety, in e-commerce and cloud services, but there are other technologies that are being left behind that are fundamental for an optimum development, such as big data, machine learning that Angeles was talking about, AI. And that is where we need to focus. And now, if we talk about industrial SMEs, according to the great experts, there is a main lever, which is the following. Any technological implantation or technological revolution in SMEs could increase our business up to 11% and reduce a fifth of our costs. It's fundamental. It is basic to be competitive. And furthermore, we have to fight against the metric that currently exists that says that 80% of SMEs currently in Spain find an implementation level that is initially very basic. And this should be the big investment and the big fight where SMEs should be really putting all of their efforts in. Okay, Antonio, thank you very much. And now I have a question that is one for each. And I'm going to start with Ángeles. I'll start with you. What can information and communication technology give to a company? What can Fujitsu do with its services, its products, for the reinvention of the productive system? So give me a short answer. Let's try and touch different aspects. Well, I think we've already said it. We need to go hand in hand with SMEs in this process. We have to review infrastructures and basic things because there is much to be done. We have to have a greater use of data in our business model and the use of ecosystems. What does a technological company do in this system? Well, we have to go hand in hand with SMEs because companies such as SMEs, such as Fujitsu, have been investing in R&D for a very long time. Let's think about industrial environments. Let's think about quantum computation and robot chains and quantic computation for big production plants and AI, especially the recognition of images with regards to quality control or digital twins for any sort of change in the production line. These are technologies. These examples that I'm giving you are things that Fujitsu is already doing with different companies in the world. So we have to put that technology at their disposal so that they can guarantee their survival. And something that I want to mention is the following. I think that a main role of technological companies, and it's actually our priority in Fujitsu, is to generate trust. We need to understand that this is a hyper-connected world with devices, with people who are constantly connected to the network. So we need to generate trust, and it's the network that needs to generate the trust because some transactions will start and finish within the network. And for us, that's very important. How is that done? Well, we currently do it with technologies such as AI, that is explainable, where we know what is happening when the person has the capacity to intervene, and where in the end it's the person who is leading the process. So I think there are three main words here. Besides providing mature technologies, we have to generate trust in the technology itself. This is something that is absolutely fundamental. Then collaboration systems, and in that sense, technological companies are creating lots of ecosystems around us. The future has to go through collaboration and always having at the center the people. The people have to be at the center ever since we start designing the technology. And that will be very, very important in the development of artificial intelligence. So people always at the center, as Antonio Ramirez was saying previously. Okay, Antonio García Castro, Antonio García de Castro. San Telmo Business School, what can it do for this reinvention, especially sectors that you currently work with, such as agriculture, agri-food, all of this within the framework of a common European strategy with the common agricultural policy at the background? I think that San Telmo, what it's doing is putting at everyone's reach, at every Andalusian company's reach from all the sectors, especially the agri-food chain from agriculture to food industry and distribution channels. We are putting them in contact with the best practices of the best companies. And I'm going to give you a very specific example. If the pandemic allows for it to happen on the 24th, 25th, and 26th of May, I hope that 100 Andalusian companies will be visiting the best companies in Switzerland, starting with Nestlé, which is the main European company for agri-food. That is a listed company. I'm not even talking about food, it's nutrition, health, and well-being. So that's what we want to do. That's what we are going to do. And also visit a company in Germany where they have the #1 technology with regards to screens. For instance, we talk a lot about the folding mobile, such as Samsung's mobile, but this German company that is no longer German because it has Chinese capital, but it has 63% of any screens market. Any screen are computers. It's a German company, and we're going to put it in touch with all the companies that go through San Telmo, but also an exchange of experiences and best practices amongst the best companies in Andalusia. So San Telmo is the hot pot, we could say. And that's why they were asking me, how is San Telmo doing right now? Well, I would say that we're doing even better because people, top directives, top executives have realized that they have to be up to date. And the day changes at a very fast pace. So they have to start exchanging experiences. And that's the idea that Angeles was sharing with us. I see that we are getting, and I see lots of executives come out of our classrooms because we have given them the trust to know that what they're doing is what they need to do, that they're on the right path, and that they can compare themselves to the most competitive companies in their sector. These are the words of an entrepreneur whose name I'm not going to say. No, you can say it. No, I'm not going to say it. But this one said, if San Telmo had not existed during this crisis, we would have had to invent it during this crisis. I had been waiting during the whole morning this 3-minute long video that was going to be sent to me so that I had enough strength for this day with the ideas of what other people were doing. It's been over 200,000 views by entrepreneurs who had been sending their videos to show what they were doing. Very practical, yes, new ideas. This is something that the pandemic has given us. And Antonio Ramirez, airspace. How can the airspace collaborate with SMEs to reinvent the system? Or my doubt, are they already doing it, actually? Well, fortunately, that's what I was going to say. Our sector, Juanjo, is a sector that has always been betting for technology. Even before the term Industry 4.0 was coined, I can say that we were investing and modifying processes that are now included in the 4.0 industry. Our industry has always been a technological reference in additive production and industrial processes, and in augmented reality, artificial intelligence. So this part of digitalization is something that we consider to be part of our DNA now. So what can we bring to our environment or our sector? Well, historically, our sector has always been welcoming new processes. It has always taken some time to validate and certify and normalize these and standardize these. But now these processes are shorter. So now new products in our sector can be in the hands of consumers in a very short term. But we mustn't forget that our sector needs to bet for green energies. We need to reduce our energy consumption in our processes, such as water and others, and we need to be efficient and respect the environment, and that is what our sector needs to be focusing on right now. Okay, I'm going to ask you for a very short answer because I want to talk about something that's very important later on. I wonder, is Spain making progress? Can our progress be compared to that of the main economies of the EU, or do you think that we will need a longer process for us to adapt to this? So give me a short answer. Well, I think that we have a great opportunity with European funds to give a leap forward. We will talk about that later. So up till now, we have had R&D investment compared to our GDP that is much lower than that of big economies in Europe, or even compared to Japan, and a lesser investment in technology if we compare ourselves to other countries. And in the report that has been published, out of 28, we are number 11. So we are lagging behind with regards to SMEs digitalization as well as digital competencies or skills, which is not necessarily digital knowledge, but rather cognitive capacity. So I think that there is much to do. I think that we have a great opportunity, and sometimes we have seen in the technological world that when you start in a position that is below, it does give you the opportunity of giving a great leap forward because you have less legacy, and that allows you to be more flexible. I think we need to be positive, but up till now in technology, we are not at the level that a country such as Spain should be in. Antonio Garcia. Well, I would like to say that everyone knows that we have had a health crisis, and we're suffering from a health crisis that has then caused an economic crisis that will cause a financial crisis, and we will talk about that later on. But it has kind of been hiding what worries me most of Spain, which is the political crisis that we suffer from. And when you ask, does Spain make progress? Well, companies in Spain do make progress, although the political class and politicians are going backwards, and they're not helping companies in Spain to make progress and become competitive. And I think that that is the topic that worries me most. And why? And where do you feel that? Well, we are feeling that quite clearly in the taxes going up, in the unreal budget that has just been approved. We can feel it in the fact that we are wasting our time talking about things that are not worth it right now, that we shouldn't be tackling right now. If you look at your screen, your computer screen, and if you look at the number of deaths that we have had in Spain and our GDP drop, you will see that the country that has most deaths per million of inhabitants and the greatest drop in our GDP in the last few months during this pandemic it's one country, and that country is Spain. So I think that it is quite clear those two indicators are the ones that worry the society most, which is GDP going down, unemployment, and death. Family members, people close to us, our friends, our family members are dying. So that shows that, yes, companies are making progress because most of contagions do not happen in companies. But the solution that has been given to us with regards to being prepared, to having material, to have equipment. Angeles was saying that they have had to produce new respirators quite quickly, but they were telling us that face masks were not necessary because they didn't have them. No, don't open a new topic. No. So Spanish companies are making progress in all sectors, despite the situation that we have in Spain. Antonio Ramirez, do you see it like that? In that sense, I do agree with Antonio. And also, if we think about the INDECI index, we are failing with regards to technology and investment in development. But then if we also take a look at the synthetic ICT index, we are the third country. Spain is the third country. So yes, R&D, we are not doing well. But in this other index, which is a good index, a logical index, we're in the third position. So now if we take a look at the manufacturing industry, we are not getting a good result. Germany and France are the countries around us that we have to use as a model, and we have to use them as a reference because they're way ahead of us. Okay, let's talk money now. This is something that is being mentioned quite a bit, and it's going to be mentioned even more. How would you apply the important subsidies that are going to get to us from Europe, that we are expecting to get with the reconstruction of Europe in order to achieve that reinvention that we were mentioning? I'm talking about transferences that could be 140 billion euros if we use loans and so on. So what should the authorities do for that money to really be efficient? We will follow the same order. Angeles? Well, I think that we have an immense opportunity, 140 billion euros, so 70 billion as investment and the rest loans. And an important part of that amount has already been included in our budgets for next year. So I think it is a great opportunity that we shouldn't miss out on. Now, I believe that regardless of the action axes that I believe are correct, the objectives or the targets for that money, we have to have a long-term vision, not a short-term vision. That would be a mistake. We have to have a structural vision. We really have to think about structural reforms of our productive model, not look for interimary results in the short term. And then I have another consideration. We have to consider investment in a holistic way. In the past, sometimes we have not done things right, such as digitizing education. Digitizing education is not buying thousands of computers for schools. It's training among teachers, is the content, is the way in which we are going to upload the content and so on. So it's not just about what we do now, because 33% of those funds are for digitization, 37% for an energy transition. I think that those are very good news, but digitization is not just about technology. We have to work on SMEs. How can we make SMEs grow? How can the regulatory framework promote that? How can we have a better leadership leading our SMEs with more digital competencies? How can we socially have more relevance? How can entrepreneurs have a greater relevance? All of those topics are very important as well. It's not just about acquiring technology. I think that we have to see this in a holistic way. And I think that acquisition of new competencies, new skills is very important. How do we prepare ourselves to these jobs? How do we guarantee the transition of these people? Because we're going to generate lots of new jobs and others will disappear, obviously, but they will not be the same jobs. So this transition has to be seen from a social responsibility perspective. So it is a complex topic, and I think that we should really look at all the angles, and we need to fight for structural change, and we need to have a good perspective. Okay, Antonio Garcia, tell me something about this. I am very much worried. I haven't been able to check whether this is true or not, but I have been told by people who are very close to these funds, who have told me that in order to access to these funds, you have to have a project that is over 10 million euros. If that is true, then we have left all Andalusian SMEs outside of this possibility. For instance, in San Telmo, we have the opportunity of our programs reaching online many more people, not just the 50 people who are in the classroom. And for that to happen, we need to make an investment of 750,000 euros. We will do it because we have the muscle to do so, but we will not be able to access the European funds because the threshold, if that is true, because it's not defined yet, we don't know if that will be the threshold. Yes, that's a second criticism I wanted to make. There has been not enough transparency, very bad communication, and the companies don't know, most of the SMEs, which are the companies we are referring to, don't know how to access to these funds. I don't know, Antonio Ramirez, if since you're in a federation, you could shed some light on this, but I have tried to find information in Andalusia by contacting everyone I knew and then the ministries and the presidency, and I have not been capable of having an answer. Antonio, tell us something about what the other Antonio has said. No, I agree with Antonio Garcia. The way in which this will be done has not yet been defined. Yes, I have heard people say that the funds are being opened to projects that are 10 million euros or more. That's on the table, but it has not been specified. And as for your question, my answer is that the big challenge, and the person who finds the recipe to develop this will be the winner, is how these funds are going to really allow for the SMEs to grow, because as you said in your introduction, 60% of the jobs in Spain are covered by SMEs. So the distribution of these funds, if we don't find the way to get these funds to SMEs, we will have failed. This is a clear demand. It's a clear demand. Yes, that's the handicap. The handicap is not just in the administration. I don't want to generate a debate, but big companies as well, because the big companies also have to be involved in the fact that these funds need to get to SMEs as well. Okay, great. Well, I think we have used up all of our time quite quickly. It's been very fast for me, at least. I don't know what you think about it, but I would like to finish this roundtable with some headlines. Give me a headline, if you can, so that we can answer to this question that I'm asking you now. It's a question that looks into the future. How do you see in the next 5 years the Spanish productive model? It's just a headline. I just want a headline. I would like to reimagine a productive system that is innovative, where the technology will generate trust. I'm sorry, technology what? Technology will generate trust.
Genere
Okay.
confianza. Antonio.
Antonio. Well, I think that the productive sector in Spain, and especially SMEs, have a great opportunity, which is using these exponential technologies that are appearing to become competitive companies with a greater size. Okay.
Antonio.
Antonio Ramírez. I would say that the headline is the following: from resilience to reinvention. What has been the journey? Well, people and productivity. So from resilience to reinvention. Okay. And taking into account that we have a great opportunity, as Antonio Garcia was saying, with the clear expectation for growth, and technology needs to generate trust. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for all your contributions. Thank you for your wealth of ideas. Thank you so much to Ángeles Delgado, President of Fujitsu Spain, Antonio García de Castro, Executive President of San Telmo Business School, and thank you to Antonio Ramírez, CEO of Inespasa and Vice President of FEDEME. Thank you so much to all of you, as well as everyone following this summit. Thank you very much.
Vamos a seguir hablando de
We're going to continue speaking about investment, SMEs and startups, and analyze investment opportunities in this new economic cycle in this final roundtable this afternoon. It's a pleasure to greet Iñaki Garay, Deputy Manager of the economic newspaper Expansión, who will now introduce the two speakers participating in this panel. Thank you very much for your participation and welcome.
Hello, everybody. We're back with this roundtable on investment opportunities in the new economic cycle. Today, we have two expert panelists who will be discussing this topic, Aquilino Peña and Maite Ballester. Hello, good morning. And I will introduce them for you. Aquilino Peña is president of ACRI and managed assets. I've invested in high growth companies, invested in job and talent, a wise firm that is truly international. We worked with Spain and the US, Canada, the UK, and co-invested with over 35 relevant funds. Helena has been involved in the interactive sector. It's been an entrepreneur, a businessman, an investor, so just about everything. And as an entrepreneur, he co-founded Submarino.com, a pioneer in e-commerce in Spain and Latin America, in Brazil in 2004, and has managed portals Orange.es, Wanadu.es, Rincón del Vago, Cinco.com, many. Don't read them all out, please. Has an MBA with honors at the Harvard Business School and has a degree in law and economic sciences at the Pontificia Comillas University. Has a very long CV, and I will not go deeper into this, or we would be here all day. Then we have Maite Ballester Fornes, managing founder and partner at Nexus Iberia Private Equity, recently created 100 million euros to invest basically in Spanish SMEs with a clear growth potential, and we will discuss Spanish SMEs in a minute. Maite has a long experience in private capital management in Spain. She's been CEO of Spain, Portugal, led over 35 investments and 20 disinvestments, including 2 listings since she worked for a trustee. She's been member of the board of directors of 13 companies and has been senior advisor for transaction service for EY, and has offered services to risk capital, has an MBA MBA at the Columbia University in New York and has a degree in law from London by Boston College. She was president of ACRI. Aquilino, you're the current president of ASCRI, the Spanish Association for Capital Growth and Investment. So Maite was the president, and Aquilino's not. And having introduced our panelists, and given what you've studied and done, you have a lot to discuss. Let's get to it. We're at a very important point in time. We see changes in trends. Many trends have sped up because of this coronavirus pandemic. And I'd like to delve in and ask you, how is the pandemic changing investment profiles in the world? What are the trends that you see? Who would like to start? Maite, would you care to take the floor? Well, I believe that COVID has accelerated some trends that we had identified, and this has accentuated and accelerated trends as regards digital transformation of SMEs, which is what I am more involved with. COVID has accelerated working plans that we had identified, agreed, and budgeted, and instead of them happening in 3 years, they now have to take place in 3 months. We've been seeing in this summit, that we need to have appropriate channels in Spain. We need to have the infrastructure to be able to telework. As for healthcare companies, and private equity has been largely involved given the new telemedicine online diagnosis trends, because right now you can diagnose in Latin America and make the most of different time zones. So we see that there's been an acceleration in general. In SMEs, we've seen an acceleration of the digital transformation. Back in the day, we wanted the SMEs to have a good ERP, and year 2, we wanted to look at more sophisticated elements like database management or smarter analysis of the data collected. Large trends, energy transition, that was already on the table. This is not a COVID thing, but it's been accelerated. Healthcare and population aging was on the table and will continue to be. And all the trends that have to do with conditions and diseases around healthcare. Technology has been a trend, the Internet of Things, all these big words, and blockchain that's been mentioned too. Robotics, for example, it's a very interesting sector. They were on the table and will receive even more interest as of now. I don't know whether I've answered your question. Yes, very well. Aquilino, I'd like to learn your opinion. Well, my opinion is quite similar to that of Maite's. If I may add something slightly different, maybe I can tell you some of the data we have at ASCI. CRI, digitization has accelerated. I think that this verb to accelerate is what is happening with technology and digitization, because there's a huge acceleration in companies, be them large or small, and individually too, including family and individual activities and expenses. So the digital realm affects healthcare, aging trends, and everything has sped up. And I'd like to discuss investment processes which have changed greatly, because now we're used to Zoom for just about everything. Well, we invest and are invested on via Zoom too. So This is one of the questions that we had back in March and April, but they've been dissipated because this is a reality. We are investing via Zoom. Due diligence is happening through video conferencing platforms, and it's working. It's working. And Maite has mentioned this. Human beings, we've been able to adapt to a new way of doing things and doing things fast because we can't stop. We need to keep doing what we do. Also, from a figures standpoint, to give you some figures for Spain, at September 30th, investment in Spain after 3 years of records has dropped by 40%, which doesn't mean that we're going to close the year with these drops, because that does not include a further 15% of the Idealista and EQT operations. And this does not include certain things that have happened as regards venture capital. But this 40% drop that could appear like bad news, if you break this down to segments, you see that it has a lot to do with the drop in mega deals. In 19, there were many mega deals, and now there've been 5. So many M&A and large operations have been halted, but they're speeding up again, and these will happen during Q1 next year. So the investment has been displayed in market, which is investments between 5 and 10 million, which is where most of SMEs in the Spanish industrial framework play. It's had a lower drop, only a 7% drop, and as for venture capital, which accounts for a small part of risk capital in general, has had a drop of 20-some%, but there were 2 large operations last year, and this will be recovered. The number of operations is still buoyant. So, by and large, I think that this figure 40 is bad, but if you break this down, it's no debacle. If you look at positive things, for example, number of operations performed by international operators has increased in number, which is good news, and investment by VC operators has gone up by 30%, so that's something. Spain is still on the map. Venture capital managers are there on the investment map, and large companies have happened, although some have been delayed a bit, and they're picking up now in December, and this will be truer in Q1 2021. So we've survived to this downturn. This was indeed an unexpected crisis, and absolutely an unfair one, because companies have done well or not depending on the sector and their capitalization and access to financing. So some sectors have been deteriorated, including restaurants and tourism, and others like healthcare technology have gone up, actually. Okay, well, one of the things you've mentioned fills me with hope. Maite, problem with the Spanish SMEs has to do with size. So is this a hindrance to access the digitization that is being promoted left and right? Indeed, many studies have been conducted on the issue of the size of Spanish SMEs and the challenge that that poses to be able to speed up and reach other neighboring companies, and reaching this glass ceiling of 20 to 30 million revenue. It has a lot to do with technology, because, for example, We need to help companies grow outside their comfort area. This means helping them to be more internationalized. Technology plays a key role because management processes have worked, because normally we're talking about a company, a group of partners who make decisions not necessarily on the basis of a lot of data analysis. There's a lot of intuition, relationships, or ambition often. But when they leave their comfort zone, which is, I know my clients, my employees, banks, and so on, now I need to go to France, the UK, or Mexico to do business. Well, that requires a different kind of management and a different kind of management control, which is through information systems. So that's key. And right now with COVID and the drop in the GDP, which has been brutal, but I'm going to remind you that we are the country that has been most impacted as regards economic growth in Europe. Internationalization is going to be even more key to overcome this bump for SMEs. Information systems are key, and then financing is critical too. Many SMEs are funded through local, regional banks and credit institutions. They know them well, and they finance long-term projects with short-term financing. Even we're seeing now that thanks to the ICO guaranteed loans program, some companies have been able to buffer the drop to and use this to pay salaries. The temporary resizing program has allowed for to buffer a bit, but the problem is what will happen tomorrow. But tomorrow is tomorrow, not in 2 years' time. So the European Recovery Fund, I think, is key, because I look at a large corporation and there's always a good loan or a grant, cash to undertake a digital transformation or growth abroad. But my concern is, how is this recovery plan going to reach SMEs? We've seen, and Aquilino can tell us more about this, but in adjacent neighboring countries, public-private programs are being used to channel these funds and to make sure that they reach SMEs. And I believe that as for the installed capacity in Spain, apart from the Spanish banking system, we have the capital development system that is represented here by the two panelists. Aquilina can tell us more, but with the amount of investments that have been undertaken as a whole in Spain are a good channel, a good way to channel funds for recovery, because if it's all about improving digitization of SMEs, well, I'd say, well, this fits in 90% of the SMEs. But if it's all about energy transition, well, some SMEs match this. If it's all about maintaining or boosting jobs, well, this is good for those companies that have had to done these temporary downsizing. So you don't have to be a guru to know that most of the issues in the recovery plan can be implemented for the SMEs.
Aquilino, I would like to have your opinion about that, because it's really interesting, and it's really interesting for the funding from Europe to be channeled downstream. Yes, and I would like to emphasize one of Maite's messages. Development capital has proved to be a direct investment means. It goes directly to companies, to SMEs. There are many studies, and of course, you don't need to be a guru or a fortune teller. Studies have shown that development venture capital, companies grow more, create more jobs, become more international, and have stronger structures. Yes, and we pay more tax, Aquilino. We pay a lot more taxes, Aquilino, which is really important. Yes, that's true. And this is it. And it's very, very clear. We saw it in recent years, and it was fully corroborated. And now we say companies are part of the solution. Yes, you create jobs. Jobs are created and taxes are paid for, indeed. Yes, absolutely. Thank you for the nuance. Benefits and direct jobs. And at this moment in time when the demand waned drastically, if company owners worked in isolation, well, they had to look for other solutions. Credit-wise, they had to resort to eco-funding, credit institute loans. So yes, monies were given, but other actions were also taken, in a number of typologies. How do you apply for an eco loan? We were first in line to ask for an eco loan, and experiences were shared between companies with tourism companies. How do you open? How do you close down? Or exporters? What's happening with the Chinese market? Did it close? What happens with other markets? In my view, companies and entrepreneurs who have private capital in their partnership did a better job. And concerning European funds, I think they're a great opportunity, a brilliant opportunity, and I think it'll be the ultimate opportunity, the last opportunity, I would dare say. There is a lot of uncertainty out there. As Maite said, we fit in, we are eligible indeed. And these companies need funding because they will generate both money and jobs, unlike other companies that do have access to the equity market. I'm talking about large corporations. They don't need it all that much. I don't want to say names, but it could be energy companies. Of course, they have to fund their own projects. They might be absolutely valuable to society as a whole, but they do have the means to do so. But SMEs are not part of that equity market, and then the only possibility for them is venture capital. That's why we're trying to get a message through to administrations. Here we are. We want to be channels for transmission, for monies that will go directly into the companies, which is what they actually need at the moment. That's what we're doing, but uncertainty is high about the unknown, but we want to be at the front. Yes, the money will come at some point. It's not only large companies that need to know, it's those who don't have such a strong voice who ought to be given the funding. I would like to ask you, does Spain have a startup fabric comparable to that of other advanced societies and countries? Well, we have improved quite a lot, but we still need to do a few things. Yes, progress was made. We grow older, we become more experienced. This applies to both talent and entrepreneurship, and to investors too. Some of us have been here for a long time, for many, many years, but we grow more savvy. It's really important to be ambitious. Some years ago, we were very local. We were focused on the local in Spain, and that was not enough. The market being too small for large companies, as you said to Maite before. And the size of SMEs and current entrepreneurs are far more ambitious as far as their approaches go. They go abroad road. They export, and we had the best 6 months ever as regards company development, thanks to entrepreneurs who had, big, massive rounds with loads of millions throughout the pandemic. But the market's still small in percentages as to, the number of dollars invested in venture capital were far from Nordic countries and of course from France, Germany, the United States. Yes, it's a combination of both talent and capital. We're doing fine. We're doing a fine job, but we could take a lot more capital. Maite, I don't know who mentioned it earlier, but I think you talked about private-public partnership, that type of collaboration between the private and the public. How can it be boosted? Maite, a clear example of PPP was the Global Eco Program. Was honored in 2012 to run it and to contribute to the public administration and the thinking about this format. At the time, I was holding the position of Aquilino, who is here with us today. At that point in 2012, the government came up with a model launched by the Israeli government in the past. That program was one of the best programs in Spain of an example of private-public partnership. In that program, equity capital, venture capital companies, equity fund companies are funded a percentage of the equity of the fund, provided we attract a lot of private money. In other words, they have a leverage on public monies times 4. If to that you add a fund like Nexus Iberia, like our equity fund, with that you achieve a high multiplier effect if you are joined by a foreign partner to improve the balancing of your balance sheet. With this, you definitely attain a multiplier effect, which is beneficial to SMEs. And that is, to me, a superb example. Besides, it was based on orthodox, strict criteria, very, very clear as a spreadsheet. Why can't we repeat the same program now, a similar program combining capital, which is private, a program that can lay the foundations in our country? They could be, targeted at a particular sector, a particular segment. We are here. We are a group of professionals with great experience, vast experience in investing, de-investing, with very strict criteria and to very high standards. We don't do the bidding of political criteria. We work very strictly to standard. I'm talking about Nexus Iberia Equity Fund. We are a new fund, and we would be absolutely delighted to think of an additional measure or an additional choice to be able to recover some of those funds, from Europe and to leverage it. This has been invented already. You can also use eco funding itself. Bear in mind, we report to the CMW, the authority. We report to authorities, competition authorities. So for monies to come to arrive at a particular startup or industrial estate, it is not that easy. other than the banking system, of course. Large corporations, and we also saw that in 2012 with tractors, or what they call the tractor program. If you remember, money being given to Iberdrola for them to invest in turn in startups. But they have funds, of their own to invest in startups. I suppose the program at the time had repercussions, but now we have a very healthy sector. The capital sector is in very good shape. It relies on a number of very experienced professionals, and we are relatively creative professionals. We are listened to. We could contribute channeling those millions and millions of euros, which would eventually reach us, which should end up in the hands of SMEs. Otherwise, they're going to vanish. Absolutely. They are vanishing by the minute, I should say, startups and SMEs. We are bleeding, and we are bleeding rather badly. If you operate on a patient who is bleeding, what do you do first? Well, you give him or her a couple of stitches right on the injury, and then you'll think about how to treat the issue, the injury. Yes, you're right. But I suppose the same way they vanish, the same way they will spring up again. Yes, but in the meantime, we're going to have a horrible number of people on the dole, people unemployed, and I'm very, very worried about that. I suppose many of these individuals would be able to reinvent themselves, recycle themselves into something, but others, unfortunately, will not be able to do so. I'm talking about people in their mid-50s who are very experienced, who might become freelancers eventually. I don't think they will find a steady job. We need to restart the system, it's like a computer to restart yourself. In the meantime, the bleeding needs to be stopped. Yes, Aquilino, would you like to add something? This program for private-public collaboration or partnership has a feature, a particular feature, which is basic. The state makes money the same way investors make money out of our funds. So if our rating to our investors is the 3 X's, the state will also be rated similarly, and then the state would be able to reinvest, benefiting from the PPP model. We offer our reputation and our capital and the capital of our private investors. If we do a fine job, then the state can reinvest in those companies or those types of companies. In my opinion, that is miraculous. It works wonders. And for you to see the whole picture, over the past 5 years, the ECO program covered 2,000 million euro invested into more than 2,000 companies, with a great many jobs being created by the ASTRI company members. And now ECO has announced a further 2,500 million. If that figure were even higher, 5,000, 6,000 million, then all those things could be amplified and multiplied, and then money wouldn't go to large corporations, but to smaller companies. Our argument, I believe, is a sound one and a realistic one. And I don't think other areas in the economy can be so clear. How is all this changing entrepreneurs' profiles? A few weeks ago, Giuseppe Piquet, in a conference, shared an idea. He said, yes, companies are being destroyed, are closing down, but all this is what is actually destroying is small businesses, people who had been turned into freelancers or small retailers having an attempt, having a go. How is the profile changing? If I may, Maite, I would like to say there are two effects here, a good one and a bad one. Yes, the family business, the small business, small retailers, badly hit, demand sinking, not being able to keep your employees, sometimes, going bust, red numbers, and then going into receivership or bankruptcy, which is terrible for your employees. That's the negative side to the crisis. But then there is another aspect. In technology, we find a lot of entrepreneurs. I'm not talking about young, talented programmers or developers or, these application kids. I'm talking about people in their 50s who know their industry very well. They've been working there for 25 years, and then they spot a market niche, a business opportunity, and they want to lead a new life. I just turned 50 last weekend, and I think many of those 50-year-old professionals are reinventing themselves based on their deep knowledge of the market. They identify the gap and then they want to do things differently. So there you go. That's a profile change. And in general terms, we see more ambitious entrepreneurs, more willing entrepreneurs. Slowly but surely, we also see more women being entrepreneurial. They're still a minority, but there are more and more women. Besides, women and young women are extraordinary. Maybe because they went through more difficulties, they had to put up a good fight in the past, or so they're more active now in this segment. We have entrepreneurial women in our portfolio. Yes, the percentage is growing, still small. Yes, small. But I suppose Maite would like to say something. It'll be nice to have more female investors. Yes, there's a direct correlation, Iñaki, between investor women and women who receive money from entrepreneurial programs. Quilino, correct me if I'm wrong. In the United States, only 6% of projects led by women or with a woman in the managing board are funded or given money, given funding. But just call me again, invite me again, and we can have another discussion about that. I suppose, if you're really willing, you can make it. This is an exceptionally bad moment in time. We're going through a very difficult patch, but people do reinvent themselves. People who are afraid of their business being closed down, and once it closes down, they emerge again. If they had a pizzeria, and it closed down, they open a digital pizzeria. And I don't think we can see a horizon of steady jobs ahead of us, and that is a big mental shift, a mindset shift. I'm very sorry for young people, those who haven't had a job yet. They are expected to work for free sometimes. They are long-term apprentices. I suppose in startups, you get to see a lot of young people willing to work for very little money just to get some experience. Yes, yes. And that has to do with the shift in the business model required by our country. In the digital world, I love it because it is the perfect mix between communism and capitalism. Both the capital and talent have exactly the same value. And we, company owners or entrepreneurs, would kill for talent. And, but there is a generation who understands, what stock options are already. And, maybe there is a new way of doing business. Though money changes, money from Nexus is different from that in other funds, but talent is not always the same. You want to keep the good talent with you. In technology areas, you seem to have that paradox. Okay, we're running out of time. The other day, someone I know told me that a lot of interest is placed on digitalization for the EU funding coming. And he told me about, digitalization and the fact that it can destroy jobs in SMEs, because in Spain we face huge unemployment rates, galloping unemployment rates. It's a structural problem with our economy. Besides, technology grows and makes progress so very, very quickly that we do not know whether we can catch up with time, if you know what I mean. We always lag behind technology. What structure, what flexibility would be needed? What should the administration do for this not to be a problem and for the small industries in Spain to be able to quickly adapt to technological changes without losing many jobs? Iñaki, my opinion is very clear. I think there is a mistake in that approach, digitalization destroying jobs. And you don't have to be a guru to see it. Have a look at the States. In the States, the economy has fallen down, yes, and the unemployment rate is 6%. Just, to tell you, to give you an example, yes, but the mentality there is different, isn't it? Yes, of course. If I apply that reflection to a typical small company in a particular industrial state, imagine, in a little company, we can improve their production system. Imagine a factory in which 20% of processes we can get to be automated, robotized. That company will be a lot more effective with the same number of people. And if you have to do away with 20 jobs, those 20 guys will eventually be re-employed by the same company because the company will be growing. So yes, you have to take people out of their comfort zone too. But imagine your company, your factory, which manufactures tables. The goal is for those tables to be manufactured more efficiently and for the company to grow more quickly with the revenue generated. Growth is usually a direct correlation with job creation. If a company doesn't grow, that company goes backward. And if it goes backward, you have to make people redundant and you need to grow very quickly. The model that was applicable 5 years ago, okay, okay, I'll think of a strategic plan with key measures, blah, blah, blah. The rate, the speed we need to grow at, and this is what our competition are doing, the competitors are doing that, they go so much quickly, so much more quickly. Digitalization makes companies more efficient. You may lose some jobs in a manufacturing company at some point, but surely it's going to need more talent to continue growing. Yes, because there will be new markets for that company. Yes. Yes, technology destroys jobs. Jobs are destroyed if you don't do anything. Your job too, your own job. So technology forces you to do things, to do new things, to go out, to go abroad, to change your distribution, to change your product. If you stay put, then you end up on the dole. So you want to be a lot more active. There is a very good example in the tire manufacturing sector. If you manufacture tires in an industrial estate and you cannot put your product on the very large online platforms of tire consumers, if your product is not online, and everything is done online now, if you're not there, if people cannot see you, then you don't exist. And if you don't exist, you don't sell. And if you don't sell, you die. Is that digitalization? Of course it is. There is a very good example, one I love, Aceros España, a little company in Teruel in rural Spain. Well, this Aceros España is a manufacturer of penknives, very typically Spanish penknives, and traditional ones, old ones. Well, this gentleman has put together an online platform which has been operating for the past few years. The turnover is 4 million euro. He sells in more than 200 countries, and maybe he gets contracts from the filmmaker of Lord of the Rings, to buy a few old swords from him. And so he's brilliant in at using his online sales platform, retail platform, and it's just a tiny company, but he's got a beautiful website, Aceros España. If you want to buy, Frodo's sword, he's got it. It's beautiful. Yes, and it's also very important for administrations to be sensitive to all these niches and to allow them to grow. Let me tell you a little story. I heard recently the Ministry of Tax is going to sanction and put fines on plastics, but oddly enough, there is a sector that makes biodegradable plastics which do not pollute, and there you go. They are being applied the taxes they have to pay for making plastics, which are environmentally friendly. What do you think? It's funny. Absolutely. Yeah, but that's another conference, another discussion, isn't it? What you are asking us to comment on is another webinar. Yes, it would be very interesting. Quilino, Maite, thank you. It's been really nice to talk to you, to have a conversation with you. I encourage you to keep on pushing and boosting these subjects and encouraging entrepreneurship in the Spanish industrial fabric. And you do represent, I would say, 99% of the Spanish industrial fabric. And the funding, or they do fund the welfare state, don't they? All these industrial parties. It's like, a cow that needs to be milked every day, for the farmer to sell the cow's milk. Anyway, it was great. to have this session with you. We'll keep in touch. Thank you ever so much to both of you. Thank you. Thank you.
After this roundtable, where we analyzed investment opportunities in this new economic cycle, we conclude this first and very interesting day of the Space and Industrial Economy 5.0 Seville Virtual Summit. It is very clear that we have great opportunities for the new industry in the framework of the Economy 5.0. We thank the highly qualified speakers and the moderators in the panels for their reflections, and to all of you for your attention. Tomorrow, we will deal, among other topics, with the driverless mobility, and we will ask qualified experts, when will we drive without being behind the wheel of a car? We will continue deepening into the applications of artificial intelligence, 5G, the innovation in space, and mainly how technology can connect and develop the depopulated rural areas of Spain. That will happen tomorrow. We will be waiting for you. Have a nice evening.